Chapter 1993. Taiyuan, Tongfu Inn, Heavenly Guest Room. Li Tai's face was filled with arrogance and disdain, as if he did not care about the reinforcements Xian Yi spoke of. Of course, this was also in line with his status. In the eyes of outsiders, he was a prince who had been in the palace for a long time and knew nothing about war or the dangers of the world. Moreover, Taiyuan City had many soldiers and provisions, so Li Tai did indeed have the right to be arrogant. It seems that King Wei is very confident in Taiyuan City's defenses. Xian Yi coldly snorted, but he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. At first, he had thought that Li Tai had learned of Zhao Dian's plan in advance. If that was the case, then the chances of their operation failing were extremely high. This was because once Li Tai learned that they had reinforcements, he had very likely informed the various local authorities to tighten their defenses. Thus, the reinforcements sent by Xieli would find it very difficult to smoothly infiltrate the Great Tang. Without reinforcements, they would not be able to escape danger. Now that he saw Li Tai's normal reaction, Xian Yi felt that he had been overthinking things. Indeed, Zhao Dian's letter requesting reinforcements from the steppe had been sent by carrier pigeon to Taiyuan City. Only he, Tianning, and a few others knew of the contents of the letter. How could Li Tai have known of it in advance? Of course, if you know what's good for you, you should abandon the darkness and seek the light as soon as possible. Release this king, and perhaps this king will plead with Imperial Father to spare your lives. Li Tai raised his chin and displayed a haughty attitude. He understood in his heart that the more arrogant and profligate he acted at this moment, the less suspicious Xian Yi would be. Conversely, the more profound and wise he acted, the more suspicious Xian Yi would be, and his life would be in greater danger. Arrogance and conceit were not difficult for Li Tai to put on a show. It could be said that he was completely acting himself. Before he had taken Li Zishuan as his master, Li Tai had always been arrogant and conceited in front of others, not knowing what humility and profound were. Now he was just picking up the arrogance that he had thrown away. There was no trace of acting, so Xian Yi firmly believed him. Xian Ye's eyes flashed slightly. He paused for a moment and sneered, "Humph." Until the end, no one knows who will emerge victorious. For now, King Wei should worry about yourself. Li Tai curled his lips. He didn't seem to care about Xian Ye's threat at all. He yawned and said lazily, "Haha, you don't dare to kill me now, so what's there to worry about? Quickly get someone to bring a basin of water. This prince wants to wash up and sleep." After saying that, he was about to lie on his back on the bed when he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly propped himself up with his hands and said to Xian Yi, "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you, this prince is not used to sleeping in the same bed as others, so you should sleep in the outer room tonight." Tongfu Inn's heavenly guest room was not only luxurious, but the room was also rather spacious. It was divided into an inner room and an outer room. The outer room was usually for the servants and maids of the guests. When Li Tai said this sentence, his heart was actually in a mess. He was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded or rejected, but to his surprise, Xian Yi only frowned after hearing this. He didn't show any anger or reprimand. Instead, he said coldly, "I'm afraid that you won't be able to reprimand me." He said coldly, "No need. I'll just sit there and sleep tonight. Don't think of playing any tricks. Your every move cannot be hidden from me." As he spoke, he used his finger to point in the direction of the table and chair not far from the bed. Obviously, he didn't want to make things too awkward with Li Tai right now, nor did he want to let Li Tai sleep alone in a room. He might as well just sit next to Li Tai and sleep, preventing Li Tai from running away at night. Chapter 1994. It's best if you don't ask what you shouldn't ask. For some things, the more you know, the shorter you'll live. Xian Yi was silent for a few moments before coldly replying to Li Tai's question. In the darkness, Li Tai pursed his lips, but he was not someone who liked to give up so easily. After a while, he gathered his courage and continued, Even if you don't say it, this prince can still make a rough guess." Xian Yi said nothing. Firstly, he had not taken Li Tai's words to heart. He and Li Tai had never met before, so how could Li Tai know of his past and difficulties? In truth, he was already rather annoyed with Li Tai. He had never imagined that a dignified prince like Li Tai would be such a chatterbox. And even in such a perilous situation, he was still able to display his nature as a chatterbox. Li Tai had no idea what Xianyi was truly thinking, and he certainly didn't know that Xianyi's attitude toward him had quietly changed. He continued to analyze his own thoughts. In this prince's view, you joining the Turks and working for Xieli definitely isn't for money. This is because an expert like you doesn't need to go to the Turks to earn money. You could just join any noble clan in the Central Plains and obtain a fortune that you won't be able to spend your entire life. You also aren't doing it for a high post or a generous salary, because everyone knows that it's impossible for a Han to become a high-ranking official on the steppe. If you wanted to become an official, you could have stayed in the Central Plains and joined the army. With your abilities, it wouldn't have been difficult for you to make some military achievements. Moreover, the Great Tang was founded on martial arts. You could have relied on military achievements to enter the court and become an official. If it's not for money or power, then the only explanation is that the Turks have something on you, and this thing is even more important to you than your life. It's so important that you have no choice but to abandon your ancestors and serve the Turks wholeheartedly. Swoosh! In the darkness, Xianye's expression abruptly changed. He abruptly turned his head, and his eagle-like eyes landed on Li Tai. At the same time, a cold aura suddenly erupted from his body. Li Tai, who was lying on his side on the bed, suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was clearly summer, but Li Tai felt as if his blood was about to freeze. Killing intent. This was the killing intent that Xianyi unintentionally released when he lost control of his emotions. As an assassin, Xianyi had killed many people over the years. Even if he inadvertently released a trace of killing intent, it wasn't something Li Tai could withstand. Gradually, Li Tai felt that his body couldn't move, and even breathing became difficult. Just as he was about to suffocate, Xianye's mind finally returned to normal, and he withdrew the trace of killing intent that had been released because he had lost control. Shut up if you don't want to die. As I said before, the more you know about some things, the shorter your life will be. Although he had retracted his killing intent, Xianye's gaze was still as cold as ever. However, due to the dim lighting in the room, Li Tai couldn't see his cold gaze. However, Li Tai could feel the anger and killing intent in Xianye's voice. But Li Tai wasn't frightened by Xianyi. On the contrary, Xianye's overreaction just now proved that his guess was correct. This made things much easier. To him, Xianyi had been invulnerable before, but now that he'd seen through Xianye's weakness, he had a chance to understand him better. It would be best if he could persuade him to join his side. Chapter 1995. No one spoke to him, and no one was willing to listen to him. Li Tai quietly lay on his bed, his thoughts running wild. Soon, he was overcome by drowsiness and fell asleep. After all, he had truly been busy the entire day. During the day, he had been busy constructing the telegraph relay station, and at night, he had gone through a deadly adventure. But this had been hard on Xianyi. He had already been asleep, but Li Tai's words had left his mind in complete disarray, making it impossible for him to sleep. Although Li Tai's words were all based on analysis and conjecture, without any real evidence, some of them had struck at Xianye's heart. The room returned to silence once more, and only the sound of Li Tai's breathing could be faintly heard. Xianyi leaned back on the chair and was lost in thought. Now, so long as he closed his eyes, Li Tai's words would resound by his ears. Especially the last sentence, "If you could be a man, who would be willing to be a dog?" It gave Xianyi the greatest impact and the deepest feeling he had. After a while, the flustered Xianyi stood up and walked out of the room. In any case, he wouldn't be able to sleep for a while, so he wanted to go out and see how Tianying was doing with the defenses around the inn. As for Li Tai, he wasn't worried that the little fatty would sneak away. Tonight would be a sleepless night for the majority of them. After all, they had just kidnapped the Great Tang's king of Wei, and the authorities would definitely do everything in their power to rescue Li Tai. Thus, Tongfu needed to be heavily fortified to prevent the authorities from sneaking in at night. But Xianyi and Tianying had not expected Li Tai's counterintuitive logic. The authorities and the Bingzhou barracks would not send anyone to Tongfu in to rescue Li Tai. On the contrary, they had all gone to bed. The next day, the officials had rested for the entire night and were in good spirits. On the other hand, the Turkic spies had been on high alert for the entire night and could be said to be completely exhausted. In this way, Li Juanxian's men would have a better chance of rescuing Li Tai. In truth, not everyone in Taiyuan Courier Station was asleep. Iron Egg stood alone in the corridor of Iching Pavilion, his eyes gloomy as he looked toward the southeast. Tongfu Inn was in that direction. The night was as cold as water. Tai Dan was only wearing a single piece of clothing, but he did not feel cold at all. At some point, a tall middle-aged man had walked up behind him. Seeing Tai Dan's bleak and lethargic figure, he slowly walked forward and placed his hand on Tai Dan's shoulder. He asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "Foul brat, are you still upset about His Highness' capture?" "Father, it was Han Lijing." When Tai Dan heard the voice, he quickly turned to look at Han Lijing. Then, he paused and asked instead of answering, "Father, you've been working hard for a day. Why don't you rest early?" "Huh, foul brat. How could your father be so delicate? Back then, forget it. I won't talk to you about these things. I presume that you've already grown tired of hearing them." Han Lijing jokingly scolded and was about to tell Iron Egg about his heroic deeds, but when he saw that Iron Egg was in low spirits, he knew that now was not the time to chat. He sighed and changed the topic. This old man was worried that you would do something foolish and run off to the Turk's lair to rescue His Highness. So I looked everywhere for you, but I couldn't find you. In the end, you were hiding here and slacking off." Han Lijing had already heard about the details of Li Tai's kidnapping from Dugu Fing and the others. Although Iron Egg seemed fine on the surface, no one knew him better than his father. Han Lijing knew that Iron Egg must be full of self-blame. Earlier in the front hall of the courier station, Li Junxian had asked everyone to rest well tonight and save Li Tai tomorrow. At that time, Han Lijing had caught a glimpse of Iron Egg clenching his fists and his eyes flashing with eagerness. At that time, he had been worried that Iron Egg would act on his own at night and sneak into the Turk's lair alone to rescue Li Tai. Thus, Han Lijing had been keeping an eye on Iron Egg. Tonight, he had been staying in the same room as Iron Egg. He had only gone out to fetch a basin of water, but when he returned, the Iron Egg had disappeared. Han Lijing immediately panicked. He left the room and searched for Iron Egg all over the courier station, but he couldn't find him. In the end, he went to the top floor of Iching Pavilion, but to his surprise, the Iron Egg was here. "Father, you worry too much." Sensing the concern in Han Lijing's voice, Iron Egg's heart warmed. He turned to Han Lijing and earnestly said, "If I hadn't received Master's telegram, I really might have done as you said and gone to Tongfu in alone to rescue Qingke. After all, Qingke was captured because of me. In that situation, if she hadn't used her own life to threaten me, I would have already died to that person's saber. At first, I thought that if I could use my life to exchange for Qingque's life, it would be worth it. After all, my life was saved by her. But later, Master sent me a telegram telling me not to act rashly. Moreover, Master had already predicted what would happen today and had already made arrangements. Thus, I dispelled the idea of going to the inn alone. I believe in Master. If he says that Qingke will be fine, then Qingke will definitely be fine. I'm afraid that if I act on my own, it will disrupt Master's plan. At that time, not only will I lose my life, but Qingke will also not be saved. So, Father, you don't have to worry about me risking my life alone." "That's good." Hearing this, Han Lijing's heart calmed down. After a moment of silence, he said, "Iron Egg, you've grown up. You understand responsibility and responsibility. Father is very pleased that you can make a life and death friend like Prince Wei. Putting aside his identity, he was willing to risk his life to save you at such a critical moment. This kind of friend is worth it for you to make. However, his identity is still somewhat special. This time, if something really happens to Her Highness, I'm afraid that His Majesty will vent his anger on you after knowing the details of the matter. You have to be mentally prepared. No matter what, Li Tai was one of Iron Egg's favorite princes. Although Li Tai's capture was not Iron Egg's intention, in that situation, Iron Egg was the only one who had the best chance to save Li Tai. However, in the end, it was Li Tai who used his own life to save Iron Egg. If Li Er was a pure believer in results, perhaps he would really vent his anger on Iron Egg. Even if he did not punish Iron Egg openly, Iron Egg's political future would not be too bright in the future. Of course, as long as Li Tai could be saved, everything would be fine. However, if they could not save him in the end, then the thing that Han Lijing was worried about was very likely to happen. Father, I just want to save Qin Ke now. I don't want to care about anything else. Iron Egg shook his head. Although Han Lijing's worries were not without reason, he did not want to care about these things now. Han Lijing knew that Iron Egg was thinking about the safety of his good friend, so he did not talk about this issue in depth. He sighed and said, AI, forget it. This old man is worrying too much. Actually, with little Shin around, at least you can be assured that you will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. What I have to worry about? However, when it comes to saving people, you have to judge the situation and act according to your ability. Your father will also do his best to help you. Don't act impulsively. Even if you have to risk your life, you should let your father do it. You are still young. As a father, Han Lijing respected his son's friendship and loyalty, so he was very supportive of Iron Egg saving Li Tai. After all, Li Tai had previously used his life to save Iron Egg. However, at the same time, Han Lijing did not want anything to happen to his son. What he meant was, if you have to risk your life, then let him be in front of you. This was the only thing a father could do for his son at this time. Father, Iron Egg, of course, understood the meaning of Han Lijing's words. He could not help but feel a lump in his throat. When he was about to say something, Han Lijing waved his hand and interrupted him. I just said that you have grown up. Don't act like a little girl. It's getting late. Go back to your room and rest early. Have a good sleep and recharge your energy. Only then will you have the energy to rescue His Highness tomorrow. Yes. Iron Egg nodded heavily. The father and son turned around and went down the attic together. Chapter 1996. Steppe, Eastern Turkic Royal Court. At this time, the land was quiet. The tents were wrapped in the dreams of countless people of the steppe. Outside the tents, bonfires burned, and the occasional patrolling Turkic soldier passed by. Other than the sound of footsteps, there was no other sound. At this time, the vast majority of people had already fallen asleep. On a small slope to the west of the palace, there was a person lying on the ground. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe with a stocky build. He had his arms behind his head and was lying on the ground, looking at the dark night sky. He was in a daze and did not move at all. He had been in this position for more than 2 hours, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even notice that there was someone here. It was as if he had become one with the earth. If an ordinary person had been in this position for more than 2 hours, their limbs would have gone numb long ago, perhaps even completely unconscious. But this man was clearly not an ordinary person. Even though he had been lying there for more than 2 hours, there was no pain or discomfort on his face. Perhaps he had already lost all sense of the outside world. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where do I want to go? The black-robed man's mind was filled with these 3 questions. To other people, these questions were filled with philosophy. Ordinary people were always busy working to make a living, and no one had the time to think about such things. But to this man, these questions were not purely philosophical, but things that he truly wanted to know. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was the mysterious Turkic state teacher, a martial grandmaster expert, Wu Jie. Earlier, in the tent, he and Ashina Shu Yin had parted on bad terms, and he had left the tent to lie down alone. When it came to Ashina Shu Yin, he really did love this woman. It was a strange and unforgettable love. This sounded very contradictory, but it was also the truest feeling in his heart. The past was like a painting, and Wu Jie couldn't help but recall that when he first opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Ashina Shu Yin. It was love at first sight. It wasn't that Ashina Shu Yin's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations and make anyone fall in love with her at first sight, but rather, Wu Jie felt that this woman gave him a very familiar feeling, as if she was his lover from his previous life. Even if he had forgotten everything, that unforgettable feeling was something he would never forget. It was not a philosophical thought, but something he really wanted to know. Taking a closer look at this man's face, he was actually the mysterious Tujue Empire's imperial teacher, a martial grandmaster level expert, Wu Jie. Previously in the tent, he and Ashina Shuyan had a conversation and parted on bad terms. He then left the tent and lay down here alone. As for Ashina Shuyan, he really did love this woman. It was a strange and unforgettable love. It sounded contradictory, but it was the truest feeling in his heart. Memories of the past flashed through Wu Jie's mind like a painting. When he first opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Ashina Shuyan. It was love at first sight. It wasn't that Ashina Shuyan's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations and make anyone fall in love with her at first sight, but rather, Wu Jie felt that this woman gave him a very familiar feeling, as if she was his lover from his previous life. Even if he had forgotten everything, that unforgettable feeling was something he would never forget. Chapter 1997. After becoming the imperial teacher of the Eastern Turks, Wu Jie's taciturn personality did not change. He still did things his own way, and besides Ashina Shuyan, he didn't even give a damn to Great Khan Shelley. Back then, Shelley had been so angry that he almost went berserk. However, at the time, Wu Jie was already a martial grandmaster, and even though Shelley was unhappy, he could only endure, because a martial grandmaster was a force that could not be ignored for any faction. At that time, the tribes of the prairie were not as united as a monolith, and Shelley needed Wu Jie as a martial grandmaster. To those tribes that did not submit to him, Wu Jie was the greatest deterrent. Coupled with the fact that Shelley's most beloved daughter had always stood on Wu Jie's side, Shelley had turned a blind eye to Wu Jie's arrogance and rudeness. This directly led to Wu Jie's status in the Eastern Turks becoming more and more transcendent. He only needed to listen to Shelley's orders. Cough, cough. Although there were times when he ignored Shelley's orders, he had still helped Shelley a great deal on important matters. Therefore, although Shelley was occasionally annoyed by Wu Jie's disobedience, he still relied heavily on Wu Jie. His status was high. He stood above all, and he had a beautiful woman to accompany him. Wu Jie's life on the prairie seemed very happy, but he was not happy at all. This was because he knew nothing about his past. He didn't even know who he was. He didn't even know where he came from. Where did he go? He didn't even remember his original name. The name Wu Jie was given to him by the previous imperial teacher. When he woke up, he couldn't remember anything, let alone his own name. The imperial teacher who saved him gave him the name Wu Jie in order to make it easier for him to address him. He told him to use it for the time being, saying that he would use his original name when he remembered his own name. Why was he called Wu Jie? Because the imperial teacher's surname was Wu. At the time, the imperial teacher had seen that his injuries were too severe, with not a single part of his body intact. It was clear that he had encountered a great calamity, so the imperial teacher added the Jie character to his surname and gave him a temporary name. After being called this name many times, Wu Jie had slowly become accustomed to it, but he still wanted to find his original name, or rather, he wanted to find his previous memories. He had asked Ashina Shuyan more than once about his past, but Ashina Shuyan insisted that she didn't know him before and that it was the old imperial teacher who picked him up when he was out traveling. Although Ashina Shuyan spoke with confidence, Wu Jie intuitively felt that his lover wasn't telling him the truth, as if she was deliberately hiding something. In addition, there was another thing that puzzled Wu Jie. That was, under normal circumstances, even if a person lost all their memories of the past, they definitely wouldn't lose their memory of language, because it was impossible for someone with amnesia to forget how to speak, right? Everyone was born with the gift of language, and the ability to speak had long since become muscle memory. It was a kind of instinct. In most cases, people with amnesia would only forget the people and things of the past, but they would not forget the instincts of speaking and walking. Wu Jie also didn't forget how to speak, But the crux of the problem was that not only did he not forget, but he also knew how to speak two languages, Turkic and Chinese. A person's language skill was an instinct, and it wasn't something that could be forgotten, but at the same time, this kind of instinct didn't come out of nowhere. Wu Jie being able to speak two languages at the same time could only mean one thing, and that was before he lost his memory, he already knew both Turkic and Chinese. This made Wu Jie even more puzzled about his previous identity. He also asked Ashina Shuyin this question, but Ashina Shuyin said that she didn't know him before, so naturally she didn't know why he could speak both Chinese and Turkic at the same time. Moreover, there were many people who could speak both Turkic and Chinese at the same time, so it wasn't surprising at all. Almost everyone who traveled between the grasslands and the central plains knew both languages. Although Ashina Shuyan's words made sense, Wu Jie still felt that something was wrong. But because of his deep feelings for Ashina Shuyan, he finally buried these doubts in the bottom of his heart. Until the last time he sneaked into Yanhuan College to steal information and met Li Yu, his heart inexplicably throbbed. What made him even more shocked was the black car bracelet on Li Yu's wrist. Chapter 1998. The weather has changed. The weather has really changed. Wu Jie stood up from the ground and faced the north. Feeling the cold wind blowing from the north, his face hidden under his black robe remained expressionless. A northern wind suddenly blowing in the middle of summer was a very strange phenomenon. But what was even stranger was that this northern wind seemed to cause the temperature of the entire prairie to drop. At the same time, a thick fog seemed to appear in the air. Wu Jie, who was standing on the slope, was originally able to clearly see the campfires in the distance. But at this moment, they seemed to have become hazy and indistinct in his eyes. Strange. Such abnormal weather could only be described with the word strange. At the end of the 7th month, midsummer frost. Could the recent rumors in the prairie be true? Thinking of the rumors that had been circulating in the prairie these past few days, Wu Jie's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. As the imperial teacher of the Eastern Turks, although Wu Jie usually didn't participate in politics, he had still heard about the rumors circulating in the prairie recently. In his opinion, this rumor was nothing more than a small trick played by Tuli in his desperate situation. Tuli wanted to use this rumor to disturb the hearts of the people and cause the various tribes of the prairie to have second thoughts about Xieli. Only then would Tuli be able to lead his remaining forces out of the encirclement. It was just that he had never thought that the rumor that sounded preposterous was actually going to come true. At this time, it was about 2:45 in the morning. In a little more than an hour, the sun would rise over the prairie. Although the weather was generally cold at this time of the morning, it shouldn't be this cold, because it was still summer. Coupled with the hazy fog that had suddenly appeared in the air, Wu Jie was basically certain that it really was going to frost. At the end of the 7th month, the prairie was really going to be covered in frost. When the sun rose, when everyone woke up from their sleep, they would all discover this abnormal weather phenomenon. And the rumors that had been circulating in the prairie a few days ago would give this abnormal weather phenomenon a deeper meaning. When the time came, the prairie might really change. The weather has changed. The weather has really changed. Wu Jie stood up from the ground and faced the north, feeling the cold wind blowing from the north. His face hidden under his black robes remained expressionless. A northern wind suddenly blowing in the middle of summer was a very strange phenomenon. But what was even stranger was that this northern wind seemed to cause the temperature of the entire grassland to drop. At the same time, a thick fog seemed to appear in the air. Wu Jie, who was standing on the slope, was originally able to clearly see the campfires in the distance. But at this moment, they seemed to become hazy and blurry in his eyes. Strange. Such abnormal weather could only be described with the word strange. At the end of July, the midsummer frost falls. Could it be that the recent rumors on the grassland are true? Thinking of the rumors that had been circulating in the prairie these past few days, Wu Jie's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. As the imperial teacher of the Eastern Turks, although Wu Jie usually didn't participate in politics, he had still heard of the rumors circulating in the prairie. In his opinion, This rumor was nothing more than a small trick played by Tuli in his desperate situation. Tuli wanted to use this rumor to disturb the hearts of the people, causing the various tribes of the prairie to have second thoughts about Shieli. Only then would Tuli be able to lead his remaining forces out of the encirclement. It was just that he had never thought that the rumor that sounded preposterous was actually going to come true. At this time, it was about 2:45 in the morning, and in a little more than 2 hours, the sun would rise over the prairie. Although the weather was generally cold at this time of the morning, it shouldn't be this cold, because it was still summer. Coupled with a hazy fog that had suddenly appeared in the air, Wu Jie was basically certain that it really was going to be frost. At the end of the 7th month, the prairie really was going to be covered in frost. Chapter 1999. Reporting to Kagan, something bad has happened. Early in the morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, in the Turkic royal court, a Turkic general dressed in armor and with his hair tied in a small braid arrived outside Shieli's sleeping quarters. No, to be more precise, it should be a sleeping tent. The Turkic general slightly bowed and loudly shouted into the tent. This was a very large and luxurious tent, but its scale could not compare to the Khan's large tent that Shieli normally used for discussions. After all, this place was only used for sleeping. Even so, this sleeping tent of Shieli's was still several dozen times the size of other ordinary soldiers' tents. After the Turkic general finished speaking, Shieli's somewhat dissatisfied voice came from within. "Sure, what's the matter? Can't you wait until daybreak?" It was clear that Shieli was still intoxicated in the land of tenderness and had not yet gotten out of bed. Someone had disturbed his sweet dreams, so he was naturally unhappy. However, the person who had disturbed his sweet dreams had a rather special status, so he could only temporarily suppress his anger and listen to what the other party had to say. Yes, this Turkic general was none other than Shieli's subordinate, Great General Ashina. Previously, he had led 50,000 wolf cavalry to infiltrate the Great Tang border and cover Wu Jie's escape. But in the end, he had lost more than 40,000 wolf cavalry in the Great Tang. After returning to the Turks, the defeated Ashina-Shur's punishment was naturally Shieli's punishment, but it was only punishment of whipping. Shieli did not strip him of his position. This was because the Eastern Turks were currently in need of people, and Ashina-Shur belonged to the Ashina clan and could be considered a direct subordinate of Shieli's. Shieli naturally would not kill him with a single blow. "Kagan, it's snowing outside." Although he could hear a hint of anger in Shieli's voice, he did not shrink back because of this. This was because the matter he had to report was truly far too important. He swallowed, steeled his heart, and directly spoke. The tent was quiet for a few moments. Shieli had probably not completely reacted, but a few moments later, Shieli's voice, clearly raised by an octave, rang out. "What? It's snowing outside?" Bang, bang, bang. Before Shieli's voice had even faded, Ashina Shirchu, who was standing outside the tent, heard a burst of hurried footsteps from inside the tent. Moreover, the sound was getting closer and closer. The next moment, the tent's curtain was pulled open from the inside. Shieli actually walked out barefoot, wearing only a single close-fitting garment. However, as soon as he stepped out of the tent, he felt a bone-piercing chill invade his body. He couldn't help but shiver. However, at this moment, he already couldn't care about the coldness on his body, because what he saw from outside the tent, the entire grassland was covered in a layer of white frost. If not for the fact that the coldness coming from his body was so real, Shieli would have suspected that this was not reality, but a dream. It was only the end of July. How could there be frost on the grassland? Thinking of that rumor that was widely spread on the prairie earlier, Shieli's old face turned pale in an instant. At the same time, his heart also became completely cold. Could there really be such a thing as the wrath of longevity heaven? This situation, this scene, this abnormal heavenly phenomenon, Shieli himself even somewhat believed that the rumor was true. However, he was still a Turkic Kagan who had experienced countless storms in his life. He quickly calmed down and shook his head. With a resolute gaze, he said, "No, this Kagan does not believe it." Chapter 2000. Duke, good news, good news. It's frosty outside. As the saying goes, some people are happy while others are sad. In Tilly's camp on the southeast side of the grassland, Yu Minghu opened the curtain and walked in quickly. He said excitedly to Tang Jian, who was still lying on the bed. A quarter of an hour ago, he couldn't hold back the urge to pee, so he got up from the bed and prepared to go outside the tent to solve the problem. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the tent, he saw that the grassland outside was covered with a layer of white frost, and the air was filled with white fog. Yu Minghu was shocked at first, then ecstatic. Because of this, he didn't even have time to pee. He rushed into Tang Jian's tent as fast as he could, wanting to tell Tang Jian the good news as soon as possible. What did you say? It's frosty outside? In fact, Tang Jian had already woken up the moment Yu Minghu opened the curtain. In the grassland, life and death were unpredictable. He didn't dare to sleep deeply these days because he was afraid that if he slept too deeply, he wouldn't be able to react in time if something happened. Now that he heard Yu Minghu say that it was frosty outside, Tang Jian, who had just woken up, got up from the bed excitedly. The thin blanket covering him also slipped off. Tang Jian, who was only wearing a single layer of clothing, immediately felt a chill in the air. He couldn't help but shiver and quickly covered himself with a thin blanket again. No wonder it was so cold last night. I thought it was raining outside. Ha ha ha. It's good that it's frosty. It's good that it's frosty. His Majesty really didn't deceive me. As he spoke, Tang Jian couldn't help but laugh proudly. At this moment, he finally didn't have to worry about the safety of this group of people. Today's frost had fundamentally reversed their situation on the grassland. The overall situation was set. Now, the overall situation was really set. This frost had verified that the rumor circulating in the grassland was correct. Therefore, the people on the grassland would also believe that it was because Xieli's misconduct that caused the everlasting heaven to be angry, so it sent down the frost. The next one to have a headache should be Xieli, not Tuli. Duke, good news. It's frosty outside. As the saying goes, some families are happy while others are sad. Yu Minghu opened the curtain of Tuli's tent on the southeast side of the prairie and walked in quickly. He said excitedly to Tang Jian, who was still lying on the bed. A quarter of an hour ago, he couldn't hold back the urge to pee, so he got up from the bed and prepared to go outside the tent to relieve himself. But unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the tent, he saw that the grass outside was covered in a layer of white frost, and the air was filled with white fog. Yu Minghu was shocked at first. Duke, good news. It's snowing outside. As the saying goes, some families are happy while others are sad. Yu Minghu opened the curtain of Tuli's tent on the southeast side of the prairie and walked in quickly. He said excitedly to Tang Jian, who was still lying on the bed. A quarter of an hour ago, he couldn't hold back the urge to pee, so he got up from the bed and prepared to go outside the tent to relieve himself. But unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the tent, he saw that the grass outside was covered in a layer of white frost, and the air was filled with white fog. Yu Minghu was shocked at first, but then he became ecstatic. Because of this guy didn't even have time to pee and directly rushed into the tent where Tang Jian was at with the fastest speed. He wanted to tell Tang Jian this amazing good news as soon as possible. What did you say? It's snowing outside? In fact, the moment Yu Minghu opened the curtain of the tent, Tang Jian had already woken up. Being in the prairie, life and death were unpredictable, so he didn't dare to sleep deeply these days. He was afraid that if he slept too deeply, he wouldn't be able to react in time if something happened. Now that he heard Yu Minghu say that it was snowing outside, Tang Jian, who had just woken up, got up from the bed excitedly. The thin blanket covering him also slipped off. Tang Jian, who was only wearing a single layer of clothing, immediately felt a chill in the air. He couldn't help but shiver and quickly covered himself with a thin blanket again. No wonder it was so cold last night. This old man thought that it was raining outside. Ha ha ha. It's good that it's snowing. His Majesty really didn't deceive me. As he spoke, Tang Jian couldn't help but laugh loudly. At this moment, he finally didn't have to worry about the safety of this group of people. Today's frost had fundamentally reversed their situation on the prairie. The outcome was decided. Now, the real outcome was decided. This frost had verified that the rumor circulating in the prairie recently was correct. Therefore, the people on the prairie would also believe that it was because Shelley's misconduct that caused the everlasting heaven to be angry, so it sent down the frost. The next one who should have a headache should be Shelley, not Tully. Chapter 2001. Mother, Mother, it's snowing. It's snowing outside. What? It's snowing? How is that possible? Father, it's snowing outside. What? It's snowing outside? It's snowing in July. Is the rumor true? It's Tungri Heaven's punishment. Tungri Heaven, calm down. Tungri Heaven, calm down. Unlike usual, the tranquil grasslands were bustling with noise and excitement early in the morning. The herdsmen who had woken up early came out of their tents and saw a vast expanse of whiteness outside their tents. When they thought of the rumors that had been circulating in the grasslands a few days ago, the entire grasslands were in an uproar. Wu Tuoff family, the chief has ordered you to go to the tribe's main tent immediately for a meeting. No mistakes. Chi Suoff family, the chief has ordered you to go to the tribe's main tent immediately for a meeting. No mistakes. At the same time, after discovering the abnormal weather today, the leaders of each tribe instantly realized that the frost was likely to cause a huge change in the current situation of the grassland. Therefore, they hurriedly sent people to inform each family in the tribe to come to the tribe's main tent for a meeting to decide the future direction of the tribe. In addition, the spies that Tuli had arranged in each tribe also began to move. Shelley's misconduct has angered Tungri Heaven. At the end of July, the sky is snowing. If he continues to be the great Khan of the grassland, Tungri Heaven is bound to be angry again. This time it's only snowing. Who knows what will happen next time? We can't let Shelley continue to be the great Khan. That's right. The great Khan has disobeyed Tungri Heaven. If he continues to be the great Khan, Tungri Heaven will be angry and the people of the grassland will never have a day of peace. If Tungri Heaven sends a natural disaster, none of us will survive. We can't let Shelley continue to harm the grassland. It's only July and it's snowing already. What will happen if it's winter? Won't all the cattle and sheep we raise freeze to death? That's right. We can't let Shelley continue to harm the grassland. Mother, Mother, it's snowing. It's snowing outside. What? It's snowing? How is that possible? Father, it's snowing outside. What? It's snowing outside? It's snowing in July. Is the rumor true? This is Tungri Heaven's punishment. Tungri Heaven, calm down. Longevity Heaven, please calm down. Unlike usual, the tranquil grasslands were bustling with noise and excitement early in the morning. The herdsmen who had woken up early came out of their tents and saw a vast expanse of whiteness outside their tents. When they thought of the rumors that had been circulating in the grasslands a few days ago, the entire grasslands were in an uproar. Wu Tuoff family, the chief has given orders. Go to the tribe's main tent immediately for a meeting. No delays. Chi Suoff family, the chief has ordered you to immediately go to the tribe's main tent to discuss matters. There must be no delays. At the same time, after the leaders of the various tribes discovered the abnormal weather today, they instantly realized that this frost could very likely cause a huge change in the current situation of the grassland. Therefore, they hurriedly sent people to inform each family in the tribe to come to the tribe's tent for a discussion to decide the future direction of the tribe. Mother, Mother, it's snowing. It's snowing outside. What? Is it snowing? How is that possible? Father, it's really snowing outside. What? Was it really frosty? Frost in July. Could it be that the previous rumors were true? This is the punishment of the everlasting heaven. Longevity Heaven, please calm down. Longevity Heaven, please calm down. Unlike usual, the quiet grassland was bustling with activity early in the morning. The herdsmen who had woken up early discovered a vast expanse of whiteness outside their tents as soon as they came out of their tents. Thinking of the rumors in the grassland a few days ago, the entire grassland immediately boiled over. Wu Tuoff family, the chief has given orders. Go to the tribe's main tent immediately for a discussion. There must be no delays. Chisuo family. The chief has given orders. Go to the tribe's main tent immediately for a discussion. There must be no delays. At the same time, after discovering the abnormal weather today, the leaders of the various tribes instantly realized that this frost could very likely cause a huge change in the current situation of the grassland. Therefore, they hurriedly sent people to inform each family in the tribe to come to the tribe's main tent for a discussion to decide the future direction of the tribe. In addition, the spies that Tuli had arranged in the various tribes also began to take action. Shelley's misconduct has incurred the wrath of the everlasting heaven. At the end of July, frost fell from the sky. If he continues to be the great Khan of the grassland, the everlasting heaven is bound to be angry again. This time it's only frost. Who knows what will happen next time? We can't let Shelley continue to be the great Khan. That's right. The great Khan has disobeyed the everlasting heaven. If he continues to be the great Khan, the everlasting heaven will be angry and the people of the grassland will never have a day of peace. If the everlasting heaven sends a natural disaster, none of us will survive. We can't let Shelley continue to harm the grassland. It's only July now, and it's already snowing. If it's winter, what will happen? Won't all the cattle and sheep we raise freeze to death? That's right. We can't let Shelley continue to harm the grassland. Chapter 2002. Qigong He Li and Guzong Jimming's expectations were not wrong. After the abnormal weather of frost appeared in the grassland, the Qigong tribe had yet to make any moves. On Shui Yintoa's side, the barbarian man was already rubbing his fists and preparing to start a war. As soon as he knew about the frost on the grassland, the barbarian man ordered most of the tribal warriors who were attacking Tuli at the front line to secretly withdraw back. As for the vacancies at the front line, he sent some of the old, weak, sick, and disabled people as well as Han captives to the front line to make up the numbers. In this way, the old man quietly replaced the old man with a new one, directly withdrawing the most elite forces of Shui Yintoa's tribe and gathering them together, ready to launch an attack on Shelley at any time. At the same time, the barbarian man also secretly sent people to the Qigong tribe, the Bayegu tribe, the Hueha tribe, the Puga tribe, the Tongluo tribe, and more than 10 other tribes to send letters, inviting the tribal leaders to discuss a meeting at Shui Yintoa's tribe at noon today. On the surface, it was to discuss the war against Tuli's tribe, but in fact his real purpose was clear to everyone. He wanted to take advantage of this heaven-sent opportunity to unite all the heroes of the grassland to challenge Shelley's position as the Great Khan. His wild ambition was as clear as day. At this time, all the tribes on the grassland were already in a state of panic. The people all saw this morning's frost as a heavenly punishment from Tungri Heaven. They were also worried that if Shelley continued to be the Great Khan, Tungri Heaven would send an even more severe heavenly punishment to the grassland. Therefore, the voices of overthrowing Shelley could be said to be incessant in the grassland tribes. The royal court. Shelley had long expected this and had already noticed some small movements between the various tribes. After finishing his conversation with Ashina Shuyin in the morning, Shelley immediately sent 2,000 wolf cavalry south to pursue Wu Jie. This was originally the martial grandmaster that he relied on the most. After discovering that Wu Jie was showing signs of recovering his memories, Shelley became completely anxious. He could not allow Wu Jie to go to the Great Tang to search for his memories. If this chess piece was unwilling to continue listening to him, then he had to destroy him. Otherwise, his chess piece would very likely become Li Er's capable general. But now that the midsummer frost had descended and the prophecy had come true, the grasslands were in the midst of an eventful period, and it was very likely that the grasslands would descend into chaos as a result. For Shelley, the most urgent matter right now was not to send people to Taiyuan to rescue Zhao Dian, capture the Yanhuang college teachers and students, nor was it to dispatch an army to pursue and kill Wu Jie. Instead, it was to stabilize the situation in the grasslands and prevent some tribes from taking advantage of the situation to cause chaos and threaten his ruling position in the grasslands. As for Zhao Dian's side, he truly did not have the energy to care about it. Moreover, Zhao Dian's stratagem itself carried a certain amount of risk. Before the midsummer frost descended on the grasslands, Shelley had the energy and capital to take that risk. But now he was somewhat powerless. It was just a pity for Zhao Diyin, the obedient chess piece. As for Wu Jie's side, Shelley naturally did not want him to go to the Great Tang alive. But now, the grasslands were surging with undercurrents, and the various tribes were spreading rumors. Some of the tribal leaders were even eyeing his position as Great Khan like a tiger eyeing its prey. He had already lost a martial Grandmaster state teacher, so he had to gather all his forces to deal with those factions eyeing him. Thus, Shelley could only reluctantly send 2,000 wolf cavalry to pursue Wu Jie. As for whether these 2,000 wolf cavalry could catch up, and whether they could keep Wu Jie here after catching up, Shelley did not hold out much hope. Chapter 2003. Adjunct Wang. There's truly no need to report a minor frost to the imperial court, but you also know the current situation between the Great Tang and the Turks. For the Turkic Khaganate to suddenly descend into midsummer, this is a heaven-sent opportunity for my Great Tang. The Turks are different from the people of the Central Plains. They live by herding animals, and the sudden drop in temperature on the steppe is no small blow to their herders. If the temperature continues to drop, many cows and sheep will freeze to death, and the Turkic Khaganate is bound to experience a famine this year. If the imperial court chooses to march in at that time, its chances of victory will be much greater. Moreover, in the past, whenever abnormal weather occurs in the Central Plains, the people would spread rumors blaming the sovereign. In the 6th month of this year, if not for His Imperial Majesty's proper treatment of the locusts and the Marquis of Yangon leading the Sky Pheasant Brigade to the northern provinces, similar rumors would have arisen among the people. At that time, His Imperial Majesty might have been forced to issue a decree condemning himself. Now that the Turks are experiencing a frost in midsummer, the imperial court can also send spies into the steppe to incite the people and blame the abnormal weather on their Great Khan Shelley. This way, the Turks will inevitably fall into internal strife, and the imperial court will have an easier time attacking the steppe. In the northern part of Yun province, in the border army camp, the dark-faced general did not immediately answer the question of the officer next to him. After a few moments of hesitation, he led the officer out of the drilling ground while slowly analyzing the situation. It wasn't hard to tell from the dark-faced general's words that he knew nothing about Li Erxian's plan to send Tang Jian into the steppe. But to everyone's surprise, one of the plans he had analyzed was actually in line with the division plan Li Zishuan had proposed to Li Erxian. In this aspect, he and Li Zishuan truly were great minds think alike. Adjunct Wang had initially been unconcerned by the dark-faced general's plans, but after hearing the analysis, his mouth dropped open in shock, and then his face lit up with admiration. General Su truly has great foresight. You were able to see so many opportunities from a single abnormal phenomenon. No wonder Duke Wei sent Your Excellency here. With Your Excellency in Cloud Province, the Turkic Khagan will feel like he's sitting on a bed of needles. General Su. The black-faced general's surname was Su, and his given name was Lai. His courtesy name was Fong, and his courtesy name was Fong. Although in the history books of later generations, he was a famous general of the Tang Empire who destroyed 3 kingdoms and captured their masters alive. But now he was just an unknown general in the army. As for why Su Dingfang was in Cloud Continent, it had something to do with Wu Jie sneaking into Cloud Mountain half a month ago. Half a month ago, the Turkic Grand State Preceptor Wu Jie had secretly infiltrated the Great Tang, sneaking into Cloud Mountain. After stealing a series of confidential information from the Academy, he had injured many people from the Academy before leaving Cloud Mountain. Soon after, the tens of thousands of Turkic wolf cavalry that had come to Wu Jie's aid had knocked on the Great Tang's borders and entered. A fierce battle had erupted between Longmen Pass and Medu Pass. Although the Turkic wolf cavalry had suffered heavy losses in this battle, the Great Tang had also suffered heavy losses. After this incident, the furious Lier had declared war on the Turks to the court, but he had also realized that there was a certain weakness in the defense of the border. Thus, he had ordered the Bureau of Military Personnel to send more officers to the Great Tang border to strengthen the defenses and prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang again. The current Minister of War was still Li Jing, and Su Dingfang just so happened to have some relationship with Li Jing. He had known Li Jing for a long time and had served under Li Jing as a soldier. He had received Li Jing's teachings in the art of war and strategy, so he could be considered half a disciple of Li Jing. In order to ensure that the defense of Cloud Continent was secure, Li Jing had sent Su Dingfang to Cloud Continent to assume the post of UG General. Chapter 2004. 7 in the morning. In Taiyuan, the sky was already bright. Wang Liaoan, Wang Yu, Fang Gongting, Li Junxian, Dugu Fei, and Han Lijianing were gathered in the front hall of the relay station to discuss the matter of rescuing Li Tai. Iron Egg and Mo Chue were worried about Li Tai's safety, so they were also listening in. As the highest-ranking administrator of Taiyuan City, Li Junxian naturally sat at the head of the table. Seeing that everyone was present, he cut to the chase and got straight to the point. Half an hour ago, this general received news from the Chang, 100 Cavalry Department regarding Zhao Dian's identity. Zhao Dian was originally the county magistrate of Beizhou's Qinghe County. He was extremely fickle and skilled in flattery. As an official, he only cared about the common people, causing the locals to complain. According to the investigation of the 100 Cavalry Department, during the reign of Wuda, many local officials secretly sent money to the hidden crown prince to help him develop his power. Zhao Dian was one of them. In just 2 short years, he sent more than 50,000 strings of stolen money to the hidden crown prince through the provincial governor of Beizhou. In the 9th year of Wuda, the hidden crown prince was killed in a coup at the Xuanwu Gate, and his majesty ascended the throne. Zhao Dian was worried that his majesty would settle accounts with him. So he left Beizhou and went to the steppe to seek refuge with Xieli. Although this person was good at bootlicking and flattering, he also had some real ability. After escaping to the grassland, Zhao Dian very quickly obtained Xieli's appreciation. Moreover, with Xieli's support, Zhao Dian began to reform the official system on the grassland. Moreover, he himself was also in charge of a mysterious army, a team of experts selected from the Han captives and formed from them. This general speculates that this army under Zhao Dian's command should be the group that attacked the relay station last night. In recent years, Zhao Dian has very likely used their identities as Han to plant them in various provinces of the Great Tang to gather intelligence. Previously, when the teachers and students of Yanhuang Academy left Yinshan and were preparing to go north to build a telegraph relay station, it is very likely that they had already been noticed by the spies that Zhao Dian had planted near Chang'an City, so he had enough time to complete this series of arrangements in Taiyuan City. Everyone in the room was stunned by Li Juanxian's words. Although some of this information was based on Li Juanxian's conjectures, most of it was because Li Junxian had received a telegram from the Imperial Astronomer of Chang, and this morning, the 100 Horsemen Division had used the Imperial Astronomer to send a telegram to him. Yesterday afternoon, Li Junxian truly had sent a messenger pigeon to order the 100 Cavalry Department in Chang and to investigate Zhao Dian's identity. But given the speed of the messenger pigeon, the 100 Cavalry Department would only receive the letter in the second half of the night. It was simply impossible for them to find out Zhao Dian's identity in just a few hours. In truth, last night, when Li Er learned that Li Tai had been captured by a Turkic spy, he had given Zhao Song an order to use all means at his disposal, including the 100 Cavalry Department. They had to find out Zhao Dian's identity and background before daybreak. After receiving the order, the 100 Cavalry Department immediately began to move. After spending the night reading through countless files, they finally found some information on Zhao Dian. Zhao Song brought this information to Li Er and had a junior unit from the Imperial Astronomer help the 100 Cavalry Department send a copy of Zhao Dian's information to Li Junxian so that he could rescue Li Tai. This Zhao Dian used to be a local official of my Great Tang, but now he's willing to be the running dog of the Turks. Truly abominable. Dugu Feng angrily waved his fist as he viciously spat. Chapter 2005. That's good. In the front hall of the relay station, Li Junxian nodded in agreement. Army attaché Fong and the majority of his subordinates will be responsible for the security of Taiyuan City. Governor Wang and the bailiffs of Taiyuan City will be responsible for the security of the city. Until His Highness is rescued, the gates of Taiyuan City will remain closed. While the gates are closed, the lives of the common people will be somewhat affected, but given the rations stored in Taiyuan City, their food and drink shouldn't be affected. In the next few days, everyone must ensure that the city does not fall into chaos. If there is a shortage of supplies in the city, you can send someone out to purchase supplies and transport them back to the city to provide for the daily needs of the common people. This lowly official, this general, will go. Wang Liaoyuan and Fong Gongting bowed and accepted the order. One of them was in charge of Taiyuan City's government affairs, while the other was in charge of its military affairs. Now that the situation was urgent, they could finally work together. Seeing that Wang Liaoyuan and Fong Gongting had their own missions, Dugu Feng eagerly looked at Li Junxian, clearly hoping that Li Junxian would quickly assign him a mission. Li Junxian did not disappoint him, turning to Wang Chong. Feiying, the Imperial Army's primary mission for the next few days is to protect the students and teachers of Yanwang College. Although the Turkic spies have kidnapped His Highness, there's a high chance that they've come for the students and teachers of Yanwang College. The construction of the telegraph relay station in Taiyuan City is bad news for the Turks, so they'll definitely do everything they can to obstruct, destroy, and even kidnap the students and teachers of the college. We have to be on guard against this. We can't let the Turkic spies take any more hostages. Okay, but is that all? Dugu Feng nodded, but when Li Junxian seemed to have nothing else to say, he couldn't help but say in dissatisfaction, "General Li, the Turkic spies almost took my big brother's life. I must participate in this operation to rescue King Wei." Li Junxian thought about it, but in the end, he did not refuse Dugu Feng's request. He nodded and said, "Fine. But no mistakes can be allowed in the process of rescuing His Highness. You must obey orders and not act impulsively or emotionally. Understand?" Dugu Feng was overjoyed when he heard that. How could he not agree? He nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice and said, Of course. Don't worry, General Li. I know my priorities." Somewhat reassured, Li Junxian continued. "Then once we're done with the assignment, this general and you will select a few experts from the 100 Cavalry and the Imperial Army to head to the vicinity of Tongfu Inn. We'll first investigate the situation there, and then we can discuss how to rescue King Wei." Dugu Feng's spirit was roused. He cupped his fists and said, "This general obeys." A hint of hesitation appeared on Iron Egg's face. He naturally wanted to participate in this rescue mission for Li Tai more than anyone else. But Li Tai had said just now that only experts would be sent to Tongfu Inn. This was clearly for the sake of secrecy. After all, experts were not easy to discover, and he was only a Qi transformation realm martial artist. He was also worried that his participation would increase the chances of the Turkic spies discovering them. For a moment, Iron Egg was very conflicted. Li Junxian's eyes were like torches, and he naturally saw the expression on Iron Egg's face. He turned to Iron Egg, Han Lijing, and Wang Yu. Master Han, Iron Egg, and Wang Chengwu of the Wang clan also need to participate in this rescue mission. The Turkic spies are holding His Highness hostage, so we cannot use our army to attack them directly. We can only use a small number of experts to attack them from the shadows. It would be best if we could sneak into the place where His Highness is being held. But if we can't, we can only slowly wait for the enemy to reveal a flaw. We can't be too hasty and make them desperate enough to threaten His Highness's life. It was clear that Li Junxian was well aware that this rescue mission for Li Tai was not a guarantee of success, just because they had tens of thousands of soldiers. The enemy had Li Tai as a hostage, and they could take Li Tai's life at any time. In these circumstances, they could not use their army to surround and attack. Their only chance was to use a few martial arts experts to sneak in or find an opportunity. Although Han Lijing had an internal injury on his leg, he was still as strong as a grandmaster. Iron Egg was a little weaker, but he was younger, smaller, and more agile. Moreover, he was not easy to discover. As for Wang Chengwu, He was even stronger than Li Junxian. Thus, the three of them naturally had the right to participate in this rescue mission. Han Lijing and Iron Egg were invigorated and hastily clasped their fists. "This one will go." Wang Yu excitedly clasped his hands and said, "Everyone in the Wang clan will follow General Li's orders. In a little while, Chen Wu will come to receive General Li's orders." For Wang Yu, it would be best if the Wang clan could play a part in this rescue mission for Li Tai, let alone Wang Chengwu. Even if Li Junxian wanted to mobilize all the Wang clan shadow guards, he wouldn't even bat an eye. He would even be more than happy to do so. After all, the Wang clan needed to use action to atone for its crimes, to show its loyalty to Li Er. Li Junxian nodded and sternly said, "Okay, since you all know your mission, let's begin." "Yes." Chapter 2006. On Li Junxian's side, his men began to split up according to their assigned missions, and within Taiyuan City, there was a restless force stirring in the shadows. The Great Tang authorities are going too far. First, they accused Brother Chong and of colluding with the Turks, and then they sealed up Brother Chong and his ironware shop. Then, Brother Chong and was publicly assassinated while escorted by the Wang clan guards. In my view, the Taiyuan authorities are colluding with the Wang clan and want to use this chance to seize Brother Chong and's ironware shop. In the western part of Taiyuan City, Jining Square, the Kong residence. In a secret underground room, Kong Chu and several middle-aged men in luxurious robes were seated around a round table, furiously denouncing the atrocities of the Taiyuan authorities. Who doesn't know that the weapons forged by Brother Chong and's ironware shop are the best in the world? Before this, the Wang clan had always coveted Brother Chong and's ironware shop, and the Wang clan was inextricably linked to this incident. The Wang clan of Taiyuan is a 1,000-year-old clan of the Central Plains, and the local authorities have always taken good care of it. Thus, the provincial governor's office covered up the Wang clan's crimes and didn't allow this old man to participate in this investigation. Even more hateful is that they even sealed off Taiyuan City. This old man applied to return to the Kong Kingdom and inform Brother Chong and's family of Brother Chong and's death, but Provincial Governor Wang didn't allow it. Poor Brother Chong, and has always been a righteous man, but now, not only has he died for no reason, he has to suffer such injustice. This truly pains this old man's heart. Kong Chu was filled with righteous indignation and grief, and he couldn't help but dance with joy as he spoke. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, a stout middle-aged man dressed in luxurious purple robes clasped his hands and said, "We heard of Brother Chong and's death. We heard about Brother Chong and's matter yesterday, but at that time, Sourcepeak City was under martial law, and it was inconvenient for us to go out. We never thought that Brother Kong Chu would run around alone for Brother Chong. This brother is truly ashamed." When the rest of the people heard this, they followed the purple-clothed man and cupped their hands, expressing the same feeling. Kong Chu hurriedly waved his hands and said, "The Taiyuan authorities went too far in this matter. What does Brother Chong and have to do with all of you? Everyone, please don't blame yourself." The man's name was Shunzhan, and he came from the kingdom of the Nine Jiawu clan. On Li Junxian's side, his men began to split up according to their assigned missions, and within Taiyuan City, there was a restless force stirring. The Great Tang's officials have gone too far. First, they accused Brother Chong and of colluding with the Turks. Then, they closed down Brother Chong and's ironware shop, following which, Brother Chong and was openly assassinated under the escort of the Wang clan's guards. In my opinion, the Taiyuan government is colluding with the Wang family. They want to take this opportunity to seize Brother Chong and's ironware shop, west of Taiyuan City, Jining Square, Kong Manor. In an underground secret room, Kong Chu and several middle-aged men dressed in fine clothes sat around a round table. They were currently angrily complaining about the atrocities committed by the Taiyuan government. Who doesn't know that the weapons forged by Brother Chong and's ironware shop are the best in the world? Before this, the Wang clan has been drooling over Brother Chong Anne's ironware shop for a very long time. There is no way that the Wang clan can escape its involvement in this matter. Moreover, the Wang clan of Taiyuan is a 1,000-year-old clan of the Central Plains, and the local government has always taken great care of it. Thus, the provincial governor's residence covered up the Wang clan's crimes and did not allow this old man to participate in this investigation. Even more detestable is that they even sealed off Taiyuan City. This old man applied to leave the city and return to the Kong Kingdom to inform Brother Chong and his family of the grievous news of Brother Chong and his death, but Governor Wang refused. Poor Brother Chong, and who has devoted his life to justice and justice, has not only died a dubious death, he has also suffered such injustice. This truly pains this old man's heart. Kong Chu was filled with righteous indignation and grief, and when he spoke of his grief and indignation, he couldn't help but dance with joy. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, a stout middle-aged man dressed in fine purple robes clasped his hands and said, "We heard of Brother Chong An's death. We heard about Brother Chong An's matter yesterday, but at that time, Source Peak City was under martial law, and it was inconvenient for us to go out. We never thought that Brother Kong Chu would run around alone for Brother Chong. This brother is truly ashamed." When the others heard this, they followed the purple-clothed man and clasped their hands to express their feelings. Chapter 2007. Why haven't the gates opened today? Lord Soldier, how long will the gates be sealed? In the past, the Celestial King clan had both openly and covertly mobilized a search for Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an. Yesterday, the 10,000 soldiers of the Bing Province barracks had spread to every corner of Taiyuan City, searching from house to house for the weapons smuggled out of the Chu Ironworks. Taiyuan City had already been sealed for 2 days. The citizens went from their initial fear to accepting reality and slowly calming down. However, today was already the 3rd day, and there were still Bing Province barracks soldiers everywhere in the city. The 4 city gates were still sealed. Some of the citizens could no longer remain calm. They woke up very early and went to the city gates to ask the general guarding the city gates. On the orders of Army Attaché Fong and Governor Wang, the gates are sealed and the Turkic spies hidden in Taiyuan City are to be captured. For the next few days, no one is allowed to enter or leave Taiyuan City until all the Turkic spies have been captured. Taiyuan City's defenses had long ago been taken over by the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks. These soldiers clearly knew more about what had happened in the city in the last few days than the ordinary people, and they coldly replied, "What? Turkic spies in Taiyuan City? Then when will the government capture all the Turkic spies?" No comment. The people who had been rebuffed by the guard general could do nothing but return home in disappointment. In truth, no one knew when the Turkic spies would be captured, and the guard general naturally couldn't answer. Moreover, the provincial governor's residence had yet to announce to the public that Li Tai had been captured by the Turkic spies, so the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks did not say anything. The sun had just risen, revealing half of its face from the east. At this time, most of the citizens had already woken up. The news that the city gate was still closed began to spread among the citizens. Then, under the urging of the provincial governor's office, all the citizens began to inform each household that the city gate would be closed for the next few days and that the city would continue to be under martial law. If there was nothing important, each household should stay at home and try their best not to go out. As no one could give a specific date for when the gates would be closed, some of the people began to worry. Why haven't the gates opened today? Sir, how long are you going to seal the city gates? In the past, the Heavenly King family's forces, both on the surface and in the dark, have been frantically searching for Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an in the city. Yesterday, the 10,000 soldiers of the Bing Province barracks had spread out to every corner of Taiyuan City, going door to door to search for the batch of weapons smuggled out of Chu family's ironware shop. Taiyuan City had been sealed off for 2 days. The citizens went from their initial fear to accepting reality and slowly calming down. However, today was already the 3rd day, and there were still Bing Province barracks soldiers everywhere in the city. The 4 city gates were still sealed. Some of the citizens could no longer remain calm. They woke up very early and went to the city gates to ask the general guarding the city gates. On the orders of Adjunct Fong and Governor Wang, seal the city gates and capture the Turkic spies hiding in Taiyuan City. For the next few days, no one is allowed to enter or leave Taiyuan City until all the Turkic spies have been captured. The defense of Taiyuan City had been taken over by the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks. These soldiers clearly knew more about what had happened in the city in the past few days than ordinary citizens. What? A Turkic spy in Taiyuan City? Then when will the government be able to capture all the Turkic spies? We have no comment. The citizens who had been given the cold shoulder by the general could do nothing but return home in disappointment. In truth, no one knew when they would be able to capture all the Turkic spies. Naturally, the guards at the city gates were unable to answer the question. Moreover, the provincial governor's residence had still not announced to the public that Li Tai had been kidnapped by the Turkic spies, so the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks did not say anything. The sun had just risen, and the red half of its face peeked out from the east. At this time, the vast majority of the people had already woken up. The news that the city gates were still sealed began to circulate among the citizens. Soon after, the soldiers of the provincial governor's residence began to inform the citizens that the city gates would be sealed for the next few days and that the city would remain under martial law. If there was nothing important, they would stay at home and not go out. As no one could give a specific date for when the city gates would be sealed, some of the citizens began to worry. Chapter 2008. Li Junxian had given Wang Liaoyuan the mission of maintaining order in the city and preventing the people of the city from rebelling against the closed gates. But not long after Wang Liaoyuan returned to the government office, he received bad news. All the grain stores in Taiyuan City were out of grain. It wasn't that the grain merchants were trying to raise the price of grain, but that there was no grain. How could this be? As an official, Wang Liaoyuan knew better than anyone the importance of food to the people. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for the people. If the news of Taiyuan City being without food continued to spread, Wang Liaoyuan believed that Taiyuan City would fall into chaos soon. When the time came, countless people would rush out of the city to buy grain. Even if Li Junxian hadn't given him this mission, as the Bing province governor, Wang Liaoyuan had to do his utmost to solve the problem of Taiyuan City. This subordinate will go. In the rear office of the provincial governor's residence, the middle-aged scholar, surnamed Pang, clasped his hands and bowed. He also knew that this matter was urgent, so he immediately began to write a decree. When he was done, Wang Liaoyuan saw that the contents of the decree were correct, so he stamped it with his seal and handed it to Constable Feng. Constable Feng, I order you to immediately arrange for someone to make a copy of this notice and then post it in the city. Also, gather all the yamen and county yamen runners and strengthen the patrols in the city to prevent anyone from taking advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. If you don't have enough people, immediately report it. This official will go and borrow soldiers from Advisor Fong. Constable Fong clasped his hands and said, Yes, this subordinate will go. After saying this, Constable Fong took the decree from Wang Liaoyuan, turned around, and left in a hurry. In the back office, Wang Liaoyuan frowned as he looked in the direction that Constable Fong had left in. He had a feeling that something was wrong. Since the world was at peace, there had never been a shortage of food in Taiyuan City. Although the 4 city gates of Taiyuan City had been sealed off for the past 2 days, even if Taiyuan City had been sealed off for 10 days to half a month, there would still be enough food for the hundreds of thousands of people in the city. But now all of the grain stores in the city had suddenly run out of food. This made Wang Liaoyuan, who had calmed down, feel that something was wrong. Was someone playing tricks in the shadows? Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but wonder. Does the provincial governor feel that today's matter is a little strange? The middle-aged scholar saw Wang Liaoyuan deep in thought, and his eyes flashed. He paused for a moment and then asked tentatively, There is indeed something fishy about this. Wang Liaoyuan came back to his senses and nodded. Mr. Pang, did you notice something? Scholar Pang shook his head and said, Even the provincial governor can't tell. So how can I? But this pang feels that Taiyuan City has only been sealed for 2 days. With the world at peace and the great Tang free of war, the grain stores in the city shouldn't have run out of grain, and the people in the city shouldn't have been fighting over grain. There must be some secret behind this. Perhaps someone was manipulating all of this in the dark. Moreover, the major grain stores in the city are only experiencing a shortage of grain. No grain merchants took the opportunity to raise the price of grain. This shows that today's incident happened so suddenly that many grain merchants did not expect it. They are not the mastermind behind the scenes because they did not profit from it. Chapter 2009. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Wonderful. Boston's plan is wonderful. Right now, the grain stores in Taiyuan City have run out of grain to sell, and the people are panicking. In my opinion, it won't be long before the people of Taiyuan City start a rebellion. When the time comes, let's see if Provincial Governor Wang will still seal the city gates. West of Taiyuan City, Jining Square, Kong Chu, Kong Songping, and Shenzhen and the others were still seated around the round table. At this moment, Kong Songping, who had just received news from outside, couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. That's right, that's right. Boston's plan is to remove the firewood from under the cauldron, throwing Taiyuan City into chaos. You've helped Brother Chong invent his anger. Boston is truly experienced and resourceful. I like to see how the Taiyuan government can continue to be arrogant. As soon as Kong Songping's voice fell, a few people immediately sent flattering words to Shenzhen. The atmosphere in the secret room was peaceful, and the dark clouds that had hung over everyone's heads seemed to have dissipated. The sky was clear after the storm, but Shenzhen himself did not seem happy that his plan had worked. His face was expressionless, as if he was pondering something. Kong Chu was a meticulous person who was best at reading people's expressions. Seeing this, he couldn't help but ask, "Brethren, now that the Taiyuan provincial governor's mansion is in chaos, and we've helped Brother Chong invent his anger, why don't you seem happy?" After hearing Kong Chu's words, everyone quieted down and turned their eyes to Shenzhen. And Shenzhen came back to his senses and calmly said, "I advise you not to be overly optimistic. This humble and advises everyone not to be too optimistic. No matter what, Taiyuan City is the largest city in the north of the Great Tang. Even if we mobilize our men and empty out all the grain stores in the city, it's still wishful thinking to think that we could defeat the Taiyuan provincial governor's residence. Everyone, don't forget that there are still official warehouses in Taiyuan City. Based on what I know, Taiyuan's official warehouses contain no less than 10,000 shur of grain. With so much grain, the government is completely capable of calming the people in a short time." And Xuanshan's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly calming everyone down. Kong Songping anxiously said, "Right? There are still official warehouses in Taiyuan City. If Governor Wang takes out the grain from the official storehouse and sells it to the common people, what should we do?" Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Wonderful. Boston's plan was brilliant. Right now, the grain stores in Sourcepeak City have run out of grain to sell. The common people are in a state of panic. In my opinion, it won't be long before the common people of Sourcepeak City rebel. At that time, let's see if that provincial Governor Wang will still seal the city gates. In the western part of Taiyuan City, Jining Square, in the underground chamber of Kong Chu's residence, Kong Chu, Kong Songping, and Shenzhen and the others were still sitting around the round table. At this time, Kong Songping, who had just received the news from outside, couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. That's right. Boston has taken drastic measures to deal with the root of the problem, causing Sourcepeak City to instantly fall into chaos. It can be considered as helping Brother Chong invent his anger. Boston is truly knowledgeable and resourceful. Let's see how the Taiyuan government can continue to be arrogant now. As soon as Kong Songping's voice fell, a few people immediately sent flattering words to Shenzhen. The atmosphere in the secret chamber was peaceful. The dark clouds that had previously shrouded everyone's heads seemed to have dissipated, and the sky was clear after the rain. On the other hand, Shenzhen himself didn't reveal any joy because his plan had worked. He was expressionless, as if he was pondering something. Chapter 2010. There are guards on the east, south, west, and north sides of the inn. There are 10 guards near the main entrance on the south side, and 3 to 5 guards on the east, west, and north sides. Of course, this is just the defensive strength on the surface. The enemy has also set up many hidden sentries. As I saw just now, there were hidden sentries on the banyan trees on the southwest side of the inn and on the piles of wood on the northwest side. In a corner tower on the southern walls of Taiyuan City, Li Junxian put down his binoculars and looked at Tongfu into the north of the tower. He turned to Wang Chengwu, Han Lijing, Bruiser, and Dugu Feiying. Tongfu Inn is currently heavily guarded, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it airtight. It's almost impossible to sneak in unless we can instantly take care of all the sentries outside. Otherwise, the moment the Turkic spies in the inn notice anything strange, they'll immediately attack your highness. Yes, Li Juanxian's group had come to scout the area. They wanted to observe the defenses of Tongfu Inn so that they could come up with a plan to rescue Li Tai. For the sake of not alerting the enemy, Li Juanxian's group did not openly approach Tongfu Inn. Instead, they chose a tower in the southern part of Taiyuan City. This place was around 1 li away from Tongfu Inn, making it difficult for them to be discovered. Moreover, this place was on higher ground, making it easier for them to observe the situation around Tongfu Inn. Of course, this was all thanks to the military binoculars Li Junxian had brought from Chang'an. After hearing Li Juanxian's explanation of Tongfu Inn's defenses, everyone couldn't help but deeply frown. Dugu Feiying couldn't help but ask. These fellows are rather cautious. Then what should we do now? We can't just stand here and watch, can we? Li Junxian shook his head, his brow furrowed. He didn't have a good idea of how to deal with the Turkic spies' hole-in-the-wall defense strategy. Most importantly, the enemy had Li Tai as a hostage, so they had nothing to fear. If they wanted to rescue Li Tai, they had to do it secretly and without anyone noticing. The atmosphere in the room froze for a moment. Iron Egg's mind began to whirl. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he couldn't help but ask, besides the Turkic spy and Azure Sparrow, is there anyone else in Tongfu Inn? For example, the original tenants or servants of the inn? Li Junxian didn't know why Iron Egg asked this question, but he still replied, no. According to our intelligence, after the Yangtze Turk spies chose to settle down in Tongfu Inn last night, they chased out all the staff and guests of the inn. In the process, several guests were injured or killed. There are people guarding the east, south, west, and north sides of the inn. There are a total of 10 people guarding the south main entrance, and 3 to 5 people guarding the east, west, and north sides. Of course, this is just the defensive strength on the surface. The enemy has also set up many hidden sentries. I just saw that there were hidden sentries on the banyan tree to the southwest and on the pile of firewood to the northwest of the inn. In a corner tower on the southern wall of Taiyuan City, Li Junxian put down his binoculars and looked at Tongfu into the north of the tower. He turned to Wang Chengwu, Han Lijing, Bruiser, and Dugu Feiying. Tongfu Inn is currently heavily guarded, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it airtight. It's almost impossible to sneak in unless we can instantly eliminate all the sentries outside. Otherwise, the moment the Turkic spies in the inn notice anything strange, they'll immediately attack your highness. Yes, Li Juanxian's group had come to scout the area. They wanted to observe the current situation of Tongfu Inn so that they could formulate a plan to rescue Li Tai. Chapter 2011. That is indeed the case. On the southern walls of Taiyuan City, Li Junxian used his binoculars to see that the Turkic spies who had just emerged from Tongfu Inn were all exhausted, and some of them were even yawning as they walked. A hint of joy appeared on his face. It seems like this general's predictions were correct. Last night, these Turkic spies were worried that we would try to rescue His Highness, so they remained vigilant the entire night. It seems like they didn't get much sleep last night. Today, the leader of the Turkic spies learned his lesson and began to have his men work in shifts. But the Turkic spies who came out to take over the shift didn't sleep well last night. They probably won't be able to last until the afternoon. Then should we move out in the afternoon? Iron Egg's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but eagerly ask. Although there were several dozen Turkic spies in Tongfu Inn, Iron Egg was extremely confident in the strength of his side. After all, they had 2 Grandmaster-level experts, and both of them were at the middle Grandmaster level. If they took advantage of this moment of exhaustion to launch a surprise attack, they really did have a chance of breaking into the inn and rescuing Li Tai. Du Gufeng and Wang Chengwu's eyes brightened as they turned to Li Junxian. No, the chances of success are too low. Li Junxian's eyes dimmed, his brow furrowed as he mentally calculated. Finally, he helplessly shook his head and said, although they'll probably be extremely tired between the late afternoon and the late afternoon, if we choose to strike during the day, even if we can silently eliminate their sentries, there's a high chance that we'll be discovered by the hidden sentries they've hidden in the area. If we're discovered, all our efforts will be for naught, and the Turkic spies will be on high alert. We won't have a chance to rescue His Highness. In truth, Li Junxian's worries were not without reason. Attacking during the day was different from attacking at night, and there was a major disadvantage to attacking during the day. If there was a flaw in any part of the plan, it would be very easy for the enemy to notice. This was unless they could simultaneously eliminate all of the Turkic spies' sentries outside the inn. But Li Junxian and the others were still present. That truly is the case. On the southern walls of Taiyuan City, Li Junxian used his binoculars to see that the Turkic spies who had just emerged from Tongfu and were all exhausted, and some of them were even yawning as they walked. A hint of joy flashed across his face. It seems like this general's predictions were correct. Last night, these Turkic spies were worried that we would try to rescue His Highness, so they remained vigilant. It seems like they didn't sleep last night. Today, the leader of the Turkic spies learned his lesson and began to have his men take turns to work. However, the Turkic spies who came out to take over the shift didn't sleep well last night. I reckon that they won't be able to last until the afternoon. Then, should we take action in the afternoon? Hearing this, Bruiser's eyes lit up, and he could not help but feel excited. Although there were hundreds of Turkic spies in the Tongfu Inn, Tai Dan was very confident in the strength of his side. After all, they had 2 masters at the Grandmaster middle stage. If they took advantage of the enemy's exhaustion and negligence, they would attack them. Chapter 2012. TSK. What are you being so cocky for? Let's see how arrogant you can be after I'm rescued. Within the Tongfu Inn, Li Tai cast a disdainful glance at Xianye's back as he muttered in a low voice. Of course, words were words, but filling one's stomach was still the most important. Li Tai went downstairs with a full stomach and arrived at the hall on the first floor. He saw that the table in the middle of the hall had already been set up. Li Tai went up to take a look. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup. Although he didn't know how it tasted, it looked quite sumptuous. At that moment, Li Tai did not stand on ceremony. He sat down directly and began his breakfast journey, which was like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Although he was imprisoned, this didn't affect Li Tai's appetite. Of course, this had a lot to do with the fact that Xianyi and the others didn't dare to harm his life. Since he couldn't leave this damn place for a while, and there was no danger to his life by staying here, then why was he still on tenterhooks? Wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? So, in the entire Tongfu Inn, Li Tai was the person that was living the most comfortable life. He didn't have to worry about food or clothing. How was he like a hostage? He was clearly a lord. You seem to treat this king very well. Not only do you provide him with good food and drinks, but you also don't let people tie his hands and feet. Aren't you afraid that he'll escape? Don't you know that our lives are all tied to him? At the corner of the corridor on the 2nd floor of the inn, Xianyi and Sky Eagle were silently watching Li Tai on the 1st floor. At this moment, Sky Eagle suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked at his companion beside him as he asked meaningfully. Xianyi's expression didn't change, but his heart suddenly tightened. He said coldly, "You also know that our lives are tied to him? It's precisely because of this that I let him stay here with good food and drinks. He's a smart person. Give him some benefits, and he'll do his best to cooperate with us. If he's pushed to the edge and fights to the death, can you bear the consequences? Oof. Fight to the death. He's a prince after all. His status is noble. How could he bear to die? Sky Eagle said disapprovingly. Xianyu shook his head and said no. You don't know him well enough. Although he is a prince, he does not have the arrogant and unruly nature of those princes. His thoughts are meticulous, and he is not a coward. Otherwise, when you went to the guest room to capture him last night, he would not have used his own life to force you to let go of his companions. At first, Sky Eagle wanted to refute, but the second half of Xianyu's sentence caused him to involuntarily recall the scene of him capturing Li Tai in the Taiyuan Courier Station's Iching Pavilion last night. At that time, when he was about to kill the Iron Egg, it was Li Tai who stood out and pressed a dagger to his throat with a determined expression, using his own life to force him to let go of the Iron Egg. The moment he recalled the resolute viciousness in Li Tai's eyes, Sky Eagle couldn't help but swallow the rebuttal that was already at the tip of his tongue. Even though he didn't say it out loud, he had to admit that Li Tai was indeed quite different from the nobles in his impression. He was a ruthless character. After a few probing attempts from last night to this morning, we basically don't have to worry about him escaping. He knows his place very well. Now that we're short on manpower, we don't have to waste manpower on him. Next, we need to focus on the defense of the inn. We have to be tight on the outside and loose on the inside. We must not let the people from the government sneak in. Chapter 2013. After the soldiers finished their morning exercises, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping briefly discussed the arrangements for today's fighting competition. Thus, the two of them arrived at the cafeteria a little later than usual. The two of them found a line with fewer people and started lining up. In response to the soldiers' enthusiastic greetings, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping nodded in response. The soldiers were tactful enough to not ask Li Zishuan to cut in line. After this period of interaction, they already knew Li Zishuan's temperament. No special treatment, strict adherence to the rules. But at this moment, in front of the line to Li Zishuan's right, a discordant voice sounded. "Hey, little Xian, come quick. Cut in behind me." It was Cheng Chumo. After the morning exercises, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping had something to discuss. He and Yuchi Baolin, on the other hand, ran to the cafeteria as fast as they could as usual. That was why he was able to line up at the front of the line. But this idiot's words were too King ambiguous, wasn't it? Scram. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's face instantly darkened. He glared fiercely at Cheng Chumo and blurted out, "Scram. If you don't want to cut in, then don't cut in. Why are you scolding me?" Cheng Chumo, who was standing in front of the line, was instantly dumbfounded. Speaking of which, he had good intentions. Why was Li Zishuan so angry? Cheng Chumo couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he thought about it. He could only mumble to himself before turning his head away from Li Zishuan. Normally, he would treat Li Zishuan as his brother and would occasionally bicker with him. If this was any other day, he would definitely roll up his sleeves and fight with Li Zishuan for 300 rounds. Cough, even though he could not win. But now, they were in the military camp and Li Zishuan was leading the soldiers. Cheng Chumo understood that he could not bicker with Li Zishuan like he usually did. This was because it would hurt Li Zishuan's prestige in the Black Armored Army. "Shonyo, did you forget that the Yamacho never cut in line? No matter if it's in the academy or the military camp." Yuchi Baolin, who was standing behind Cheng Chumo, could not help but remind him. Speaking of which, Cheng Chumo was really sincere. Previously, when he asked Li Zishuan to cut in line, he actually asked Li Zishuan to cut in line behind him, which was in front of Yuchi Baolin. Luckily, it was Yuchi Baolin who was standing behind him. If it was someone with a bad temper, they might have cut him. Of course I know. I'm just thinking that we are not considered outsiders, right? Xiao Xian is not cutting in line. He's asking us to help him line up. Cheng Chumo's eyes widened as he tried to justify himself. Sun Jiping actually did not get Li Zishuan's anger. He only looked at Li Zishuan curiously. Seeing that Li Zishuan had no intention of explaining, he shifted his gaze away and began to think about the martial arts competition later. "Officer Li, previously we heard from the brothers in the A Battalion that the Emperor might come to the military camp to watch today's martial arts competition. Is it true?" A rough-looking soldier, standing 2 to 3 steps in front of Li Zixuan, turned around and asked Li Zixuan. This person was the leader of the E Battalion, Wang Rong. Ding Dali, who helped Zhang Kongyan incite the soldiers to mutiny, was a soldier under his command. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers nearby all turned around and cast their gazes on Li Zixuan. Their eyes were filled with eagerness. Chapter 2014. Li Zixuan's guess was correct. At this moment, Li Er was indeed having a headache over how to rescue Li Tai. Moreover, apart from this matter, there was another matter that gave him an even bigger headache, and that was the inquiry from Emperor Zhang's son. It was said that a woman's intuition was the most accurate. This saying was true for Emperor Zhang's son. Last night, there had been an urgent report from Taiyuan, saying that Li Tai had been kidnapped by a Turkic spy. Zhao Song had knocked on the door of Li Er and Emperor Zhang Suan's bedroom in fear and trepidation. It was only after Li Er had left that Zhao Song informed Li Er of this news. Although Empress Zhang's son didn't hear anything from beginning to end, her intuition told her that something urgent and important must have happened. Otherwise, Zhao Song wouldn't have disturbed Li Er's rest so late at night. When Li Er returned to his bedroom, Empress Zhang's son couldn't help but ask Li Er why Zhao Song was looking for him. Li Er casually made up a lie, saying that someone in the army was causing trouble. Then, he used the excuse of being sleepy and fell asleep quickly. Although Emperor Zhang's son didn't really believe Li Er's reason, she didn't continue to ask after considering that Li Er had been busy with state affairs during the day and was indeed very tired. However, her mood was very perturbed. Finally, it was daybreak. It was almost time for the morning court. Emperor Zhang's son quickly woke Li Er up and continued to ask about last night's matter. Li Er suddenly had a headache. If he told the truth, it would definitely make Empress Zhang's son heartbroken and worried all day long. However, if he didn't say it, he couldn't make up a reason that Empress Zhang's son could trust in such a short time. It was strange. In front of others, Li Er could easily lie with his eyes open. However, in front of Empress Zhang's son, it was difficult for him to lie flawlessly. This was because Empress Zhang's son knew him too well. Many times, even if he didn't say anything, Empress Zhang's son could guess a thing or two from his expression or the emotions hidden in his eyes. Your Majesty, it's time for the morning court. The officials are already waiting outside Taiji Palace. Just as Li Er and Empress Zhang's son were in a silent confrontation, Zhao Song's voice came from outside the bedroom. Li Er could not help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart. At this moment, Empress Zhang's son had already helped him put on his clothes. Li Er turned around and gently hugged Zhang's son, then said softly, "Guanyin maid, don't worry. Something did happen last night, but you have to believe us. Us will definitely resolve it. We will go to the morning court first. After the morning court, if you still want to know, we will tell you." Empress Zhang's son leaned on Li Er's broad chest and felt the sincerity in his words. She couldn't help but feel her heart soften. She thought that she had pushed him too far. There were some things that he didn't tell her. It should be for her own good. Why did she have to push him step by step? Yes, Your Majesty, please go to the morning court. Empress Zhang's son took a step back and took the initiative to leave Li Er's embrace. The expression on her face also changed from the original worry to the present pretending to be relaxed. All right, Li Er glanced at Empress Zhang's son, then turned and left. After exiting Lijing Palace, Li Er boarded the carriage and led Zhao Song straight to Taiji Palace. Halfway there, Li Er suddenly asked Zhao Song, "What about the thing I asked you to investigate last night?" Chapter 2015. During the morning court session, Li Er did not bring up the matter of Li Tai's capture in front of all the officials. On one hand, he felt that this was a family matter and there was no need to bring it up in a court session. On the other hand, he had already done all he could with regards to Li Tai's capture. Whether or not he could save Li Tai now depended entirely on Li Juanxian's own abilities. Even if he told the officials, it wouldn't be of much help to the final outcome of the matter. The main topic of today's morning court session was the issue of the 150,000 soldiers entering the capital for training. The 8,000-some elite soldiers selected by the subjugation constabulary of the 12 prefectures, including Shang, Pu, Ning, Liang, Qi, and Qing have already arrived outside Chang and set up camp around Yosho Mountain. The camp in the southern part of the city is estimated to be completed in another 2 days. When the time comes, these soldiers will all be able to move into the camp. As for the other prefectures and counties further away from Chang, and the elite soldiers selected by the subjugation constabulary are also on their way and will arrive in a few days. Minister of War Li Jing was currently in Taiji Palace reporting to Li Er on the progress of the 150,000 soldiers entering the capital. The Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce's fundraising conference in Lantian County had been a great success, raising a total of 428,500 strings of cash for the imperial court. With this money, the Bureau of Revenue could finally relax and work with the Bureau of Works to recruit laborers and craftsmen, working day and night to build a camp for the 150,000 soldiers about to enter the capital. Their progress was nearly twice as fast as before. I'll have to trouble Apothecary to settle these soldiers. Hearing this, Li Er nodded expressionlessly and said, since the soldiers from all over the world have arrived in Chang, and the ones who arrive first should be trained first. The war between the Tang Empire and the Turks will only start earlier than we expected. Pharmacist and Shu Bao, you must make the best use of the time to train the soldiers from all over the world. Li Er had long wanted to attack the Turks. If Wu Jie's infiltration of Yanhuang College to steal information was a catalyst, then the kidnapping of Li Tai last night was the equivalent of igniting a barrel of gunpowder. Those Turk spies had touched Li Er's reverse scale. After all, if a man couldn't even protect his wife and children, what kind of man was he? And Li Er wasn't an ordinary man. He was the emperor, the sovereign of a country. When an emperor is enraged, millions of corpses will fall and blood will flow for thousands of miles. Right now, Old Li was extremely anxious to attack the Turks. However, due to the insufficient logistics and the lack of training of the Northern Expedition Army, Li Ertsai had no choice but to push back the date of the Kingdom War to 2 months later. This old subject obeys the decree. Li Jing and Qin Xiong could hear the urgency in Li Er's voice, so they stepped forward and cupped their fists. Li Er had previously appointed Li Jing as the Grand Steward of the 150,000 soldiers, while Qin Xiong was the Great General. They were responsible for the daily management and training of the army. After a pause, Li Jing hesitated. After a few moments of hesitation, he cupped his fists and said, reporting to your majesty, the soldiers that have recently arrived in Chang and should have come from Bing province. But this old subject has received news that Taiyuan City's gates have been sealed for the last few days and no one has been able to enter or leave. Thus, the soldiers from Bing province might not be able to reach Chang and in the next few days. Taiyuan City was sealed. Upon hearing this news from Li Jing, the officials of the imperial court couldn't help but be alarmed. Only now did they recall that Li Jing had said that there were no soldiers from Bing province among the 12 provinces that had arrived outside Chang. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have been the case. This was because the distance between Bing province and Chang and city was much closer than the distance between most of the 12 provinces. Now that they heard Li Jing say that Taiyuan City was sealed, they were all stunned. Taiyuan City was the largest city in the north of the Great Tang. Why would it be sealed for no reason? What in the world had happened there? Seated at the head of the table, Li Er's expression flickered, but it quickly returned to normal. He indifferently said, there's no need to worry about the soldiers from Bing province for now. Several days ago, a large number of Turkic spies were discovered in Taiyuan City. We have already dispatched 100 cavalry to Taiyuan City to capture them. Thus, Taiyuan City is under martial law for the next few days. Once the storm has calmed down, the soldiers from Taiyuan City will naturally come to Chang'an. Turkic spies? Upon hearing this, the officials of the court couldn't help but be alarmed. They began to discuss amongst themselves. Li Er wasn't willing to say anything more on this topic. He lightly coughed, indicating for the officials to be quiet. Li Jing's eyes flashed as he seemed to understand Li Er's meaning. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. This old subject obeys the decree. Li Er nodded and then looked at the civil officials to the left of the imperial court. He solemnly asked, "Beloved official Xiao, how is the preparation of the provisions for the 150,000 soldiers for the next 3 months?" As the saying went, before the soldiers and horses moved, the provisions would move first. Although the vast majority of the 150,000 soldiers were still on their way, the imperial court had to prepare at least 3 months' worth of provisions for them. And the Great Tang Imperial Court, which had just received a massive sum of money from the donation conference, truly did have the strength and confidence to do so. "Your Majesty, around 70% of the provisions for the army has already been prepared before the 150,000 soldiers arrive at Chang, and the preparations will definitely be completed." Xiao Yu calmly stepped forward and cupped his fists. The Ministry of Revenue was not lacking in money, so there was no need to complain about its efficiency. Thus, Xiao Yu, the steward of the Great Tang's national treasury, spoke with even more confidence than before. "Very good." Lier nodded in satisfaction, and then he turned to the officials and sternly said, "In 2 months, the imperial court will attack the plains. At that time, not only will the 300,000 soldiers from the various camps in the capital be the main force, the elite soldiers from the various provinces of the Great Tang will also be the main force of the northern expedition." Previously, there was a saying in the Datong Daily that we thought was very good. "The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of the people." At the donation conference in Lantian County, the merchants and common people were all willing to contribute generously to the imperial court's northern expedition against the Turks. All of you have read the books of the sages, are part of the court, and receive the salary of the country. All of you should spare no effort in preparing for the imperial court's northern expedition. In these 2 months, we hope that all the officials of the 6 ministries of the imperial court will be able to put aside all their selfish thoughts and focus on preparing for the northern expedition. We hope that the strength of the 450,000 soldiers in the northern expedition will rise to another level in 2 months. In this war, we can only win, not lose. If we win, all of you will continue to live in glory and wealth. If we lose, all of you will have your country destroyed and your families exterminated." As soon as the words, "the country is destroyed and the family is destroyed," came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little tense. Lier did not deliberately shout, but every word he said was sonorous and powerful, echoing in every corner of the hall. All the officials in the hall were moved, and all the officials bowed in unison. "This subject obeys the decree. We will spare no effort in preparing for the Turks." Chapter 2016. Because the 6 ministries of the court had been busy preparing for the 150,000 troops that were about to enter the capital, the morning court session had ended early. The end of the morning court session was good news for Lier in the past, because he could finally free himself from the busy government affairs and rest for a while. But today, Lier, who had finished the morning court session, didn't know where to go. There was a woman waiting for him in the imperial harem. It wasn't that he didn't want to see that woman. On the contrary, that woman was the love of his life. He just didn't want to face her today, as some of her questions were difficult for him to answer. But he couldn't just stay in Taiji Palace like this. That woman would definitely come looking for him once she knew that the morning court session had ended. Where should he go then? This sounded a little funny. The dignified son of heaven actually had a time when he didn't know where his place was. It was truly inconceivable. "Your Majesty, the Black Armored Army's camp is holding a martial arts competition today. You previously told General Duan that you would be going back to observe. Do you want to go today?" Just as Lier was feeling conflicted, Zhao Song came up to him and whispered to him. Lier, who was in a dilemma, was suddenly energized. He sat up straight and looked at Zhao Song. Without hesitation, he replied, "I'm going. Since I promised Minister Duan, I'll definitely go. You'll come with me too. As for the Empress, send someone to inform her so that she won't worry about me." Then, Lier stood up and prepared to leave the palace. He seemed to be more anxious than anyone else to leave the palace, leaving behind a stunned Zhao Song. What a joke. He was just thinking about how to temporarily avoid Empress Zhang's son. Now that he was about to doze off, someone sent him a pillow. Going to the Black Armored Army's camp to observe the martial arts competition was such a dignified excuse. How could he not use it? As for why he emphasized that Zhao Song should go with him, it was mainly because Zhao Song was one of the key informants who knew about Li Tai's capture. If he stayed in the palace, Empress Zhang's son might interrogate him. Although Zhao Song had always been loyal, he would definitely be put in a difficult position when faced with Empress Zhangxuan's interrogation. A moment later, Li Er, dressed in casual clothes, left the palace with Zhao Song and a dozen or so guards. They were dressed lightly. On Empress Zhangxuan's side, ever since Li Er had left for morning court, she had been waiting for Li Er to come over after court ended. At this time, a palace maid came to report that Taiji Palace's court had ended. Empress Zhang's son couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She secretly thought that when Li Er came over, she would definitely ask him about last night's matter. She was not an aggressive woman, especially when she was in the harem. She knew how to be a wife better than anyone else. Most of the time, if Li Er was unwilling to say something, she would never ask. But this time was different. She had a premonition that Zhao Song had come looking for Li Tai last night because something had happened to Li Tai and Tai Yuan. Although it was just a vague intuition, she had to get to the bottom of this since it concerned her son's safety. Empress Zhang's son sat quietly in the side hall of the Lijing Palace. Her mood was not calm at all. A quarter of an hour passed, but she still did not see Li Er's figure. At this time, she could not sit still. Could it be that Li Er had directly gone to the Suite du Hall to read memorials after the morning court session? Chapter 2017. On the Black Armored Army drill ground on the stage. Duan Jishuan's words had set the tone for today's fighting competition, and that was to stop when it was appropriate. No one was to intentionally injure or even kill their opponents. This was to prevent some people from using this opportunity to seek revenge. Now that the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks was imminent, Duan Jishuan would not allow the Black Armored Army to suffer unnecessary losses before they even entered the battlefield. Yes, the generals below the stage responded in unison. Among the ranks of the 2nd Battalion, dozens of soldiers couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. Their faces were filled with conflict and hesitation. Qiu Xingong, who was standing behind Duan Jishuan, had an indescribable look in his eyes. However, because he was standing at the back and was quite far away from Li Zishuan, no one noticed the abnormality in this old fellow's eyes. Regarding the rules of the fighting competition, all of you should have already heard of them. I won't repeat them. Today's fighting competition will be hosted by Li Kanjun. Now, the fighting competition officially begins. Duan Jishuan looked at the time and didn't waste any more words. He immediately announced the start of the fighting competition and handed over the hosting rights to Li Zishuan. After all, this fighting competition was something that Li Zishuan came up with. The rules were also set by Li Zishuan. For Li Zishuan to be the host was the most suitable. After Duan Jishuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the back of the stage. Li Zishuan went to the position where Duan Jishuan was standing just now. Looking down at the neat formation of the 5 battalions, Li Zishuan took a deep breath and said, "According to the rules of the fighting competition, each battalion will nominate 20 experts to form teams of 5. Each team will be divided into 4 teams, and each team member will choose a team leader. There are a total of 20 teams from the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. The fighting competition will follow a step-by-step elimination system. There will be a total of 3 rounds: the preliminary round, the knockout round, and the final round. The team leader will draw lots to decide the opponent of each team. Every round will be a best of 5. The winner will advance, and the loser will be eliminated. In order to save time, the preliminary and knockout rounds of the fighting tournament will be held in 5 different locations at the same time. These 5 locations are where our 5 battalions usually train on the drill grounds. There will be 5 referees at the 5 locations to record the results of the matches. The final round will be held at the stage, and the final winner will be the champion of the fighting competition. Li Zishuan, Duan Jishuan, and Qiu Xingong had already discussed the rules of the Black Armored Army's fighting competition. Furthermore, The commanders of the various battalions had already informed their subordinates of the rules. On the black armor military drill ground, on the platform, Duan Jishuan's words set the tone for today's fighting competition. No one was allowed to intentionally injure or kill their opponents. This was to prevent some people from taking the opportunity to seek revenge. Now that the war between Tang and the Turks was imminent, Duan Jishuan would not allow the black armored army to suffer unnecessary losses before they even entered the battlefield. Yes, the generals below the stage replied in unison. Now that the war between Tang and the Turks was imminent, Duan Jishuan would not allow the black armored army to suffer unnecessary losses before they even entered the battlefield. Yes, the generals below the stage replied in unison. Now that the war between Tang and the Turks was imminent, Duan Jishuan would not allow the black armored army to suffer unnecessary losses before they even entered the battlefield. Yes, the generals below the stage replied in unison. Chapter 2018. According to the rules of the martial arts tournament, each battalion had to send out 20 experts, which was equivalent to 4 small teams. These 4 teams would draw lots to determine their opponents in the preliminary round or the knockout round. Now was the preliminary round, and there were a total of 20 participating teams. Because the competition was using a single elimination system, Li Zishuan only allowed Team 1 and Team 2 of each battalion to come up and draw lots. The numbers of Team 3 and Team 4 of each battalion were written on the lots in the drawing tube. This meant that Team 1 and Team 2 from each battalion could only draw Team 3 and Team 4 from other battalions. It was impossible for them to draw Team 1 and 2 from other battalions. Of course, they could also draw Team 3 and Team 4 from their own battalions. In this way, there would only be a total of 10 matches in the preliminary round. According to a total of 5 competition venues, each venue would only have 2 matches. The winner would advance while the loser would be directly eliminated. This greatly reduced the competition time. After all, the main focus of the various battalions was to intensify their training and prepare for the Turkic War. Li Zishuan and Duan Jishuan couldn't allow the martial arts tournament to take up too much of their training time. Although Qiu Xingong didn't learn new mathematics and didn't know much about probability theory and random events, he knew that the probability of the B Battalion drawing Team 3 and Team 4 from the E Battalion was relatively small. From a probability perspective, the probability of the B Battalion drawing Team 3 and Team 4 from the E Battalion was only 1 in 5. It was considered a small probability event. Thus, he ordered someone to secretly tamper with the numbers on the lots. At the end of the lots for Team 3 and Team 4 from the E Battalion, there was a very shallow scratch that was hard to detect. As Li Zishuan's voice fell, 2 sergeants walked out from the formation of the 5 camps. Under the gazes of the crowd, the 10 sergeants came to the square table in order from the A camp to the E camp. They drew a bamboo stick and handed it to Li Zishuan. As Li Zishuan received the lot, he read it out loud. Team 1 from the A Battalion against Team 3 from the B Battalion. Team 2 from the A Battalion against Team 4 from the E Battalion. Actually, this order of drawing lots was extremely advantageous for the B Battalion, because only the A Battalion was in front of them, and the 2 captains of the A Battalion had a relatively low chance of drawing the E Battalion. When it was the turn of the B Battalion captains to draw lots, they could directly draw the E Battalion based on the secret mark on the bamboo lots. But Qiu Xingong didn't expect that this extremely low probability event would actually happen. The A Battalion Team 2's captain drew Team 3 from the E Battalion. In this way, in the preliminary round, it was very likely that only one team from the B Battalion would be able to draw the E Battalion. What was even worse was that Team 1 of the A Battalion was actually matched up against Team 3 of the B Battalion. In the Black Armored Army, the A Battalion was publicly acknowledged as the strongest battalion. Qiu Xingong recognized the 5 soldiers of Team 1 of the A Battalion. They were all experts of Qi transforming middle stage and above. Furthermore, they had all experienced hundreds of battles and were extremely experienced in battle. They could be considered as the hot favorites for this year's fighting competition. Team 3 of the B Battalion was matched up against Team 1 of the A Battalion. There was no doubt that Team 3 of the B Battalion would be defeated. In other words, after this first round of the preliminary round, not only would the B Battalion only be matched against the E Battalion, one of the B Battalion's teams would also be eliminated. To Qiu Xingong, this was a terrible result. While Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, the drawing of lots continued. Team 1 from the B Battalion against Team 3 from the E Battalion. Team 2 from the B Battalion against Team 3 from the A Battalion. Qiu Xingong didn't think much of the first line of information. After all, it was within Qiu Xingong's expectations. However, Li Zixuan's next line, 2nd Battalion vs. A Battalion 3rd Battalion, almost caused Qiu Xingong to vomit blood. Did they have to be so unlucky? Not only did the B Battalion not meet all the E Battalion's teams, they even had 2 teams that met the A Battalion. If one had to describe Qiu Xingong's current state of mind, it would really be F***ed up. He even suspected that Li Zixuan had also done something to the drawing of lots. As for why he said also, hee, that was very thought-provoking. Even though he had his suspicions, he didn't have any proof. Furthermore, Qiu Xingong was also feeling guilty. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. However, with this, the B Battalion situation could be said to be worrisome. This was because 2 of the B Battalion's teams had already met the strong opponent, the A Battalion. Even though the A Battalion's 3rd team wasn't as strong as the A Battalion's 1st team, it was still a tough opponent. If the B Battalion's 1st team were to go up against it, it was hard to say who would win. Qiu Xingong, who had thought that everything was ready and that there would be a good opening, never expected that there would be such a bloody opening. After the first round of the preliminary round, it was very likely that 2 of the B Battalion's 4 teams would be eliminated directly. Moreover, it was very likely that they would only meet 1 team from the E Battalion. Chapter 2019. Following Li Zixuan's command, the preliminary round of the Black Armored Army's first combat competition officially began. The soldiers of each battalion returned to their usual training positions and formed a large circle. The empty space in the center of the circle was equivalent to a temporary arena for sparring. Hee, Bao Lin, Wang Rong, let's go. Let's go and meet our brothers from the 3rd Battalion. Cheng Chumo chuckled as he patted the shoulders of Yuchi Bao Lin, Wang Rong, and the others. As Chi Transformation Realm martial artists, although Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Bao Lin had just joined the 3rd Battalion, their strength was still there for all to see. Therefore, they successfully passed the selection and became the members of the 1st Battalion of the 5th Battalion. Although the rules of the fighting tournament did not explicitly state that each battalion had to place their strongest contestants in Team 1 or Team 2, but between the various battalions, they had already formed a kind of tacit understanding. Roughly speaking, within the main battalion, Team 1 was the strongest, Team 2 was 2nd, and Team 3 and Team 4 were ranked behind in that order. The reason for this tacit understanding was closely related to the rules of the combat competition. According to the rules of the competition, in the preliminary round, each battalion's 1st and 2nd battalions would select their own 3rd and 4th battalions as their opponents. The 1st and 2nd battalions of the other battalions would be the strongest team in the other battalions. If you placed your strongest team in the 3rd or 4th battalion, then wouldn't you have to go head-to-head with your opponents in the preliminary round? Even if you won in the clash, your contestants would be greatly exhausted and would most likely affect the next round of the competition. But if they lost in the clash, then wouldn't their strongest seeded team be eliminated in the preliminary round? Therefore, in order to let their own battalions go further, each battalion tacitly placed their strongest contestants in the 1st and 2nd battalions. On the side of the Wu Battalion, the members of Team 1 were Shun Mu, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, Wang Rong, and Xiao Ming. The team leader was Shun Mu. Other than Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, the other 3 were all mid-level generals of the Wu Battalion. Shun Mu was the leader of Team 7, Wang Rong was the leader of Team 1, and Xiao Ming was the leader of Team 3. In fact, in the Wu Battalion, the strongest one should be Sun Jiping. But according to the rules of the competition, the captains of the different battalions were not allowed to participate in the competition. After all, the main purpose of the martial arts competition was to encourage the soldiers to train well, not to let the captains of the different battalions fight each other. As for the Wu Battalion first team, Shunmu was the leader not because he was the strongest, but because he was the only one who was smart and had decent martial arts skills among the five of them. In terms of strength, Wang Rong was actually stronger than him. The fighting competition wasn't just a contest of strength. It also required the use of strategies to arrange troops and formations. Hee, we must win the first round. Just now, Li Kanjun said that as long as we can enter the top 5, we can eat as much meat as we want in the next 7 days. Also, we can't let the other battalions look down on us. Our team must enter the top 5. Wang Rong waved his fist and said to Cheng Chumo and the rest as he walked toward the training ground of the Wu Battalion. As the seeded team of the Wu Battalion, the members of Team 1 were all Qi transforming beginner to middle stage Qi transforming stage experts. They were indeed the most promising team to enter the finals. If even they couldn't enter the finals, then the other 3 teams of the Wu Battalion would have no hope at all. At that time, if none of the 5 teams in the finals were from the Wu Battalion, then for a long time, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of the other battalions. Old Wang, I like what you said. We must enter the top 5. Only by entering the top 5 can we eat meat and be looked down upon by the other battalions. Cheng Chumo laughed loudly and said confidently. In the morning, Li Zexuan told him that the teams with good results would be rewarded handsomely. Cheng Chumo didn't expect that it would be such a reward. It was simply to his liking. With this, how could he not give his all in the following matches? Yes. We must enter the top 5. Yuchi Baolin followed closely behind and said with a determined face. To these two, the reward of unlimited meat was what attracted them the most. In order to be able to eat their fill in the military camp, they would give their all and defeat all the opponents in front of them. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the usual training location of the Wu Battalion on the drill ground. Standing beside Wang Rong was a 30-year-old soldier with a white face and no beard. At this moment, he was analyzing the situation with a calm face. He calmly analyzed, the members of the 4th team of the Wu Battalion are Xiang Peng, Wan Tao, Lu Bin, Zhang Dazhuang, and Ran Xiaodong. Other than their leader Xiang Peng, who is in the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage, the rest of them are like us, new recruits who have just joined the Black Armored Army. Furthermore, they're all below the initial stage of the Qi transforming stage. Therefore, we have a high chance of winning the first match. Later on, we will be on our home ground. According to the rules of the competition, we have to send out a person in the first round. I want Chumo to go first. As long as the opponent doesn't send out Xiang Peng first, I believe Chumo will be able to help us win the first round. If the opponent is Xiang Peng first, I suggest Chumo to admit defeat and preserve his strength. We will definitely be able to win the next 3 rounds. This person was Shun Mu, the leader of the 7th team of the Wu Battalion. He was also the leader of Cheng Chumo and the others in this year's combat competition. Although Shun Mu's martial strength was only in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage, he was a steady person who was good at strategizing. Therefore, Sun Jiping not only put him in the first team, but also made him the leader of the first team. Coincidentally, before coming to the Black Armored Army, Shun Mu used to be an adjutant of the 3rd Battalion of the Right Guards. He was well-versed in both the pen and the sword, and was highly regarded by Old Cheng. Now that he had left the Right Guards, Shin Mu didn't expect that he would become a comrade in the same battalion as his old superior, as Sun. Because of this relationship, Cheng Chumo didn't have the slightest bit of courtesy towards Shin Mu. Hearing what Shin Mu said, he glared at him and scolded angrily. Fuck! Shin Mu, what the hell are you saying? Why do I have to admit defeat when I meet Xiang Peng? So what if his cultivation level is higher than mine? So what if he has a higher cultivation level? So what if he can win? When Xiao Xian was still in the Qi transforming stage, didn't he also beat up that Snake King from the 7 Cultivators sect until he was looking for his teeth on the ground? I will be the first to go up. No matter who the opponent is, I will not admit defeat. We, the people of the Chung family, don't know how to write the two words admit defeat. Chung Chumo's words could be said to be rather unyielding, but Shinmu felt a headache when he heard it. The reason why he arranged for Chung Chumo to be the first to go up was, firstly, because this kid was young and full of energy, even exuberant, so he could take a few more times. Secondly, he also wanted to try his luck. If the first person from a 4th Battalion of the 3rd Battalion wasn't Xiang Peng, then they could use Chung Chumo, who wasn't very strong, to take the first round. If they could use the 2 weaker contestants to take the next 2 rounds, then the remaining 2 stronger contestants wouldn't need to go up. This way, they could preserve their strength for the later rounds of the knockout round. Therefore, facing this first round where the odds of victory were very high, Shinmu's strategy was to preserve their strength as much as possible. As the captain, he couldn't only care about the victory or defeat in front of him. If their team wanted to advance to the finals, then they must carefully plan and reasonably allocate the number of matches for each member. Of course, if the opponent's first to go up was Xiang Peng, then Shinmu could also accept it. After all, his team could be considered to have used their weakest member, cough cough. That's right, from the surface, Chung Chumo was indeed the weakest in their team. After using up the opponent's strongest member's number of matches, they would have a greater chance of winning the next 3 rounds in a row. The reason he let Chung Chumo directly admit defeat when facing Xiang Peng was to let Chung Chumo preserve his strength. All right then, but Chumo, you still have to act according to your ability. You must not get injured in the first round. Facing the stubborn Chung Chumo, who was as stubborn as a bull, Shinmu didn't have any good ideas and could only nod helplessly. Hey, we still don't know who will get injured. Old Shen, you just wait and see. Chung Chumo patted Shinmu's shoulder and said loudly, All right, stop bragging. The brothers from the 3rd Battalion are coming. Chapter 2020. Actually, Team 1 and Team 2 had another advantage, and that was the home field advantage. Because according to the rules of the competition, in the preliminary stage, no matter which team the first or second team of each battalion drew, the competition venue would be the location of the training ground of each battalion. The surrounding spectators were naturally all brothers of the main battalion, so the atmosphere was undoubtedly more friendly. As for the members of Team 3 and Team 4, unless they were lucky enough to be drawn by Team 1 and 2, they would have to go to the opponent's territory to compete. At that time, they would be surrounded by the opponent's soldiers, and naturally there would be no one to cheer for them. The atmosphere of the competition would be quite bad. It was because of this competition system that the commanders of each battalion would arrange the strongest contestants in their respective battalions to be in Team 1 and 2, in order to let their battalions go further in the fighting competition. However, could Team 1 and Team 2 really win against Team 3 and Team 4? Of course not. Since ancient times, all kinds of competitions had a certain degree of uncertainty. But due to the difference in strength between the two parties, the degree of uncertainty would also be different. The competition system of the Black Armored Army seemed to give Team 1 and Team 2 an advantage, but there was also a lot of uncertainty in it. On the side of the Wu Battalion, the 2 teams for the first round were already in position. The first team of the Wu Battalion sent Chung Chumo out first. As for the 4th team of the 3rd Battalion, it was obvious that they had done their homework beforehand. Cough, cough. Wasn't completely accurate. The former lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion, Zhang Kengyan, had already been executed for inciting the soldiers to mutiny. The current lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion was Li Zishuan. As for the strength of the members of the first team of the Wu Battalion, Li Zishuan had already informed Xiang Peng of the 4th Battalion of the 3rd Battalion about the general situation after the results of the draw. Although from a selfish point of view, Li Zishuan really hoped that the Wu Battalion would go to the end. After all, to him, the Wu Battalion was his direct line of command. But from a status point of view, Li Zishuan was an adjutant of the Black Armored Army, and now he was the lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion. The soldiers of both battalions could be considered as his subordinates, so he had to be impartial. When Xiang Peng saw that Chung Chumo was the first to step onto the field, he hesitated for a moment, then said to a slightly skinny young soldier beside him, "Labin, you go up and meet Duke Lu's eldest son." The competition is like a battlefield. There's no need to show mercy. It's fine as long as you don't kill anyone. Through the information he got from Lisa Xuan, Xiang Peng knew that Cheng Chumo was the weakest in the first team of the Wu Battalion. He had just broken through to the Qi transformation stage. Therefore, after seeing that Cheng Chumo was the first to go up, Xiang Peng pondered for a moment. In the end, he didn't go up himself. Instead, he sent a young general. From Xiang Peng's point of view, if he were to personally fight against Cheng Chumo, his side would definitely be able to win the first round. However, his side had exhausted one of their strongest combatants. Facing the remaining 4 strong opponents of the first team of the Wu Battalion, his side would probably lose the next few rounds. Therefore, after careful consideration, Xiang Peng still didn't go up himself. Instead, he sent Lu Bin, who was ranked 3rd on his side. Although Lu Bin hadn't reached the Qi transformation stage yet, he wasn't far from it. In addition, he had been in the army for many years and had undergone a lot of rigorous training. From Xiang Peng's point of view, he still had a chance to win against Cheng Chumo. If Lu Bin could win the first round, then the 4th team of the 3rd Battalion still had a certain chance of winning. If Lu Bin lost the first round, then their team's future would be uncertain. Therefore, this first round might be insignificant to the first team of the Wu Battalion. It would be better if they won, but it wouldn't affect them much if they lost. However, to the 4th team of the 3rd Battalion, this was a crucial battle that would determine their life and death. Tisk, Xiang Peng, why don't you come and fight with me personally? This guy can't beat me. Seeing that the 4th team of the 3rd Battalion didn't send Xiang Peng, but a young general, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but feel disappointed. He curled his lips and said to Xiang Peng with an arrogant face, "Oof, arrogant. We'll only know who wins after we fight." Before Xiang Peng could say anything, Lu Bin, who had just walked to the opposite side of Cheng Chumo, couldn't hold back his anger. He waved his fist and smashed it towards Cheng Chumo's body. The Black Armored Army's combat competition didn't allow the use of weapons. From Lu Bin's point of view, Cheng Chumo was born in a noble family and had lived a life of luxury since young. Although his father, Cheng Chumo, was a founding general who had experienced countless battles, Cheng Chumo was still a new recruit who hadn't experienced much hardship. Lu Bin himself had stayed in the military for 4 to 5 years. The hardships and training he had experienced were much more than Cheng Chumo. Even if Cheng Chumo's cultivation level was slightly higher than his, he still had the chance to defeat him with his rich combat experience. Actually, it wasn't a problem for him to think this way, because in the current 2nd generation of the Tang dynasty's military families, there wasn't a single one that could be brought out. Most of them relied on the shadow of the previous generation to make a name for themselves in the capital. However, what Lu Bin didn't know was that Cheng Chumo had been trained by the bearded man in Yanhuang College for more than half a year. It was because of his half a year of training that Cheng Chumo was able to break through from the body refining realm to the Qi transformation realm. Hee, you're quite fast, but your strength isn't up to par. Feeling a gust of wind coming at him, Cheng Chumo narrowed his eyes and his expression turned serious. He took a few steps back, then extended his right hand and clenched his fist into a palm. Lu Bin instantly felt as if his fist had smashed into a steel plate. Of course, Cheng Chumo wasn't using Tai Chi against an opponent like Lu Bin, who was weaker than him on the surface. He didn't intend to use Tai Chi to subdue strength with gentleness. He wanted to fight Lu Bin head-on. That way, it would be more satisfying. It's my turn. After Cheng Chumo wrapped his palm around Lu Bin's fist, he turned around and placed Lu Bin's right arm on his shoulder. He directly threw Lu Bin over his shoulder, intending to throw Lu Bin onto his back. There were no fist techniques, moves, nor was there a competition of internal energy. It was purely a contest of physical strength. Cheng Chumo intended to use this simple and primitive method to defeat his opponent. If he didn't do this, he would feel that he had an unfair advantage. After all, his martial arts strength was one realm higher than Lu Bin's. Lu Bin, who had already been thrown into the air by Cheng Chumo, was shocked by Cheng Chumo's strength. After all, to be able to have such strength, he didn't seem like an ordinary pampered aristocrat. On the other hand, Lu Bin was angered by Chang Chumo's contempt. He groaned and used his left hand to grab Chang Chumo's right arm. He used the force to twist his body, then fiercely stomped on Chang Chumo's shoulder. Using the rebound force, he broke free from Chang Chumo's control and flew backwards. "Hey, this is interesting." Chang Chumo grinned. Lu Bin's kick just now was mainly to escape and not to injure Chang Chumo. In fact, after more than half a year of training by the bearded guest, and after following Li Zixuan into the Black Armored Army, Chang Chumo's current physical strength was not inferior to most of the soldiers in the Black Armored Army. Again, shaking his shoulders, Chang Chumo faced Lu Bin, arched his body, and put on full alert. He shouted arrogantly. After just 2 rounds of fighting, he could already tell that although Lu Bin's martial strength was not as good as his flexibility and ability to adapt on the spot in real combat were miles ahead of him. Under such circumstances, Chang Chumo did not take the initiative to attack. He felt that it was necessary for him to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. By provoking his opponent to take the initiative to attack, he would seize the opportunity and find his weakness. It was said that the old Cheng family was brainless, but that was not the case. Like Cheng Chumo, there were many times when Cheng Chumo was just too lazy to use his brain. As expected, seeing that Cheng Chumo was still hooting, how could the young and hot-blooded Lu Bin hold himself back? He shouted loudly and disappeared from his original position. The next moment, his 2 feet appeared diagonally above Cheng Chumo's head. Everything happened too quickly. An ordinary person would not have been able to react in time and would have been kicked in the face by Lu Bin. However, Cheng Chumo was not an ordinary person. He was already on guard against Lu Bin. The moment Lu Bin disappeared from his original position, his eyes had already locked onto him. "Hey, now you have nowhere to run, right?" Cheng Chumo laughed proudly. He, who was already prepared, stretched out his hands like lightning and grabbed Lu Bin's ankles. Lu Bin could not help but panic. However, he was in the air and his feet were grabbed by someone else. There was no way for him to borrow strength. He could only let Cheng Chumo grab his ankles and throw him out fiercely. Was he going to lose just like that? No, absolutely not. Lu Bin, who was extremely unwilling to admit defeat, made an extremely difficult move at the moment when Cheng Chumo released his hands and threw him out. That was, he used his legs to clamp onto Cheng Chumo's wrist before he could retract it. His movement was very fast. It was almost completed the moment Cheng Chumo released his hands. However, due to the lack of time, although he used his ankles to clamp onto Cheng Chumo's wrist, he still could not resist the huge inertia of his body flying out. Therefore, he only paused in the air for a moment before his whole body flew out. However, it was precisely because of that short pause that he was not directly thrown out of the arena. Instead, he landed on the edge of the arena that had been marked out in advance and stopped his momentum. Since he was not thrown out, the competition would continue. Cheng Chumo did not expect his opponent to be so tenacious. He was a little surprised and could not help but become more serious. "Hey, if you ask me, you should just admit defeat. You can't beat me anyway." Cheng Chumo did not chase after him. Instead, he stood where he was and waited for his opponent to stand up. At this time, he spoke. It was not a taunt, but a very sincere suggestion. "Thank you for your kindness. You are indeed very strong, but I will not admit defeat so easily." Lu Bin stood up and wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he said with a serious face, after the fight, just now, he also understood that Cheng Chumo's strength was indeed above his. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat because he could learn a lot from fighting with such an opponent. At this time, his mentality had changed. He originally wanted to win, but now he wanted to use this opportunity to learn martial arts. Good. Since you like my temper, let's fight to our heart's content today." Cheng Chumo laughed loudly. Lu Bin's character of not easily admitting defeat was very similar to his. Cheng Chumo was suddenly interested and wanted to fight to his heart's content. Happy to oblige, Lu Bin smiled knowingly and took the initiative to attack again. The following fight was much more interesting because there was no dodging back and forth. It was all fist-to-fist fighting. Not only were the surrounding soldiers very satisfied, but Chung Chumo and Lu Bin were also very satisfied. However, after all, Chung Chumo's strength was higher and his physique was better. After falling to the ground for the 8th time, Lu Bin finally could not hold on anymore. I admit defeat. Lu Bin, who could not get up, simply lay on the ground and said weakly, "First round of the preliminary round. Team 1 of the Wu Battalion wins." A soldier from Qiu Xingong's personal guard, who was acting as the temporary referee, quickly shouted at this time, "Oh, we won. Let's take down a city first." The surrounding soldiers of the Wu Battalion burst into cheers. Shun Mu, Wang Rong, and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. Chung Chumo grinned, wiped the sweat on his face with his sleeve, and then walked towards Lu Bin, who was lying on the ground. Although the kid's martial arts were not as good as his temperament was very similar. But speaking of which, if it wasn't for the life-threatening training in the past few days, he would not have been able to endure the previous fight. After all, ever since the bearded man left the academy to go out to sea, his martial arts had been neglected for a long time. After entering the Black Armored Army, the continuous training, especially the very targeted training programs in Li Zixuan's new drill manual, not only had his recently broken-through state become more stable, his body also became stronger. Chapter 2021. While Chung Chumo and Lu Bin were battling, the other 4 battalions of the Black Armored Army were also engaged in intense battles. In the training grounds of the 2nd Battalion, Yuan Deshang from the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion and Lu Ming from the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion went up for the first round. As a member of the seeded team of the 2nd Battalion, Yuan Deshang was a martial arts expert at the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage. On the other hand, Lu Ming from the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion was only at the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. In fact, the 5 members of the 2nd Battalion's 1st Battalion were all experts in the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage. The fact that the 2nd Battalion had so many top experts was largely due to the fact that there were many veterans of the Black Armored Army. It had been more than 10 years since the Black Armored Army was established by Li Zixuan. In these 10 years, the Black Armored Army had followed Li Zixuan on many expeditions and had experienced countless battles. Although there had been constant additions and losses, the total number of Black Armored Army members had always been fixed at around 3,000. Therefore, the Black Armored Army members who were able to survive countless dangerous battles, excluding the element of luck, most of them had outstanding martial arts skills and rich battle experience. It could also be said that every veteran of the Black Armored Army was a treasure. Yuan Deshang had been in the Black Armored Army for 5 to 6 years and was considered one of the most experienced members of the Black Armored Army. Of course, he was also very capable. In terms of martial arts, Yuan Deshang could be considered the strongest in the 2nd Battalion's 1st Battalion. Therefore, he was also the leader of the 2nd Battalion's 1st Battalion. Speaking of the 5th Battalion's 4th Battalion's Lu Ming, he was actually not that famous in the Black Armored Army. However, in the 5th Battalion, almost everyone knew him. This was because he was the chief cook of the 5th Battalion's Cook's Army. He and his subordinates were in charge of the daily meals of the entire 5th Battalion. As a cook soldier, Lu Ming was not only a good cook, his martial arts skills were also not bad. Not only did he register for this year's fighting competition, he was also the leader of the 4th Battalion's 3rd Battalion. For the first round, Yuan Deshang had actually personally come out to fight for the 2nd Battalion. Lu Ming knew clearly that no one on his side was a match for Yuan Deshang. As the leader, he could only brace himself and go up personally to meet the strongest member of the opposing team. No matter if it was the 2nd Battalion or the other members of the 5th Battalion, no one had any hope for Lu Ming. Everyone thought that Lu Ming would definitely lose. Lu Ming also thought so. However, he didn't intend to admit defeat directly. Not to mention that the 5th Battalion had some conflicts with the 2nd Battalion. Even if there were no conflicts between the 2 battalions, he didn't have any reason to admit defeat directly, because that would hurt the morale of his own people. Lu Ming entered the arena with the mentality of learning martial arts. Of course, winning or losing was important, but now that he knew that the chance of winning was very slim, he only wanted to improve himself through this competition and show off his skills. At least, he didn't want to bring shame to the Wu Battalion. Yuan Deshang, on the other hand, had a special mission. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, Lu Ming felt that something was wrong. This was because he could vaguely feel a trace of murderous aura from Yuan Deshang. Although Lu Ming was only a Cook's Army unit soldier, he was still considered a veteran. Before he joined the Black Armored Army, he was one of the Zhuo Wuwei's men and had been on many battlefields. Towards something as intangible as murderous aura, he could still feel it. Although each of Yuan Deshang's moves and styles looked very sparse and ordinary, Lu Ming found that there was a lot of hidden power hidden in Yuan Deshang's moves. He only took 2 moves, but he was almost shocked to the point of vomiting blood. As a result, he didn't dare to take Yuan Deshang's moves head-on anymore. He could only rely on his body movements to dodge as much as possible. Of course, if there was a good opportunity, he would also seize it and attack. Lu Ming couldn't understand why Yuan Deshang would use these seemingly ordinary, but actually deadly, insidious moves. Of course, he didn't have the time to think about this at this moment. He had to focus all of his energy on dodging Yuan Deshang's attacks. Although the situation was very dangerous, and there were a few times where Yuan Deshang's moves had brushed past his face, Lu Ming still didn't have the intention to admit defeat. He couldn't bring shame to the Wu Battalion. Something's not right. Why isn't Lu Ming attacking? Why is he dodging? The other 4 members of the Wu Battalion's 4th platoon were watching the situation in the arena closely. At this moment, one of the soldiers couldn't help but say, Chapter 2022. What is going on? On the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, Qiu Xingong frowned as he saw the members of the 2nd Battalion surrounding the members of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion. Look of displeasure. Yuan Deshang hurriedly walked up to Qiu Xingong in fear and trepidation. He bowed and cupped his fists. General, it's my fault. I didn't control myself during the competition and accidentally hurt brother Lu Ming of the Wu Battalion. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Take note that Yuan Deshang said that he was willing to accept his punishment, not that he was willing to accept his punishment. He was intentionally trying to simplify the situation. Bullshit. You were the one who purposely hit him hard and wanted to kill him. If we didn't stop you just now, would you have killed Lu Ming in front of us? Old Zhou and Zhou Erfu of the 4th Battalion couldn't help but reprimand him. As for the judge, he had already run out with another member of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion to find a military doctor after roughly checking Lu Ming's injuries. Qiu Xingong lowered his head and looked at the unconscious Lu Ming, who was lying on the ground covered in blood. As an experienced soldier, he could naturally tell that Lu Ming's injuries were very serious. Even if he could be saved, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for him to recover. Thus, a hint of pride flashed across Qiu Xingong's eyes. Then, he raised his head and looked at Zhou Erfu sternly. He said in a deep voice, You are from the 5th Battalion? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. In a military competition, fists and kicks have no eyes. Injuries are unavoidable. Why did you say that it was intentional fratricide between fellow soldiers? Do you know that your words will affect the unity of the soldiers? On the surface, Qiu Xingong was here to stop the fight, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this old man was siding with Zhou Erfu. He didn't say anything and directly settled the matter. He even labeled Zhou Erfu as a disloyal soldier. Zhou Erfu was furious, but no matter what, Qiu Xingong was his superior. He didn't dare to scold him like how he scolded Yuan Deshang. Otherwise, Qiu Xingong would definitely accuse him of being disrespectful to the general. Zhou Erfu took a deep breath and said, General Qiu, everyone saw clearly what happened just now. Yuan Deshang had already seriously injured Lu Ming and made him lose the ability to fight back. However, he didn't stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. If we didn't stop him, Lu Ming would have been killed by him. Old Zhou is right. Yuan Deshang definitely didn't make a mistake by accident. He did it on purpose. He has to give us an explanation for this. Fan Yong stood up and said with grief and indignation, That was because he had seen Lu Ming's injuries earlier. The latter had suffered severe internal injuries and external injuries. Currently, his breathing was extremely weak. Yuan Deshang hurriedly cupped his fists and explained to Qiu Xingong, "General Qiu, your subordinate has been wronged. Your subordinate did not intentionally injure anyone. During the competition just now, your subordinate was wholeheartedly seeking victory, but I did not expect Brother Lu Ming to be so. So I was a little heavy-handed." Yuan Deshang wanted to say, "I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so weak," but he was afraid that saying that would anger Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, and the others even more. Therefore, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Qiu Xingong nodded and secretly thought that this Yuan Deshang was a moldable talent. He looked at Fang Yong and Zhou Erfu and said in a deep voice, "The truth is already very clear. Yuan Deshang only accidentally injured someone. The two of you should stop pestering and talking nonsense here. The most important thing now is to let the military doctor carry Lu Ming away as soon as possible and then continue the competition. Don't let this small misunderstanding affect the progress of today's fighting competition. Otherwise, even if I can forgive you, Instructor Li and General Duan will not let you off so easily." Misunderstanding? A person almost died. How can this be considered a misunderstanding? Just as Qiu Xingong was about to conclude the matter, a cold voice sounded from outside the crowd. Although the voice wasn't loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. The surrounding 2nd Battalion soldiers automatically opened up a path, and a handsome, young general walked in. Qiu Xingong squinted his eyes and said calmly, "That's right, I'm not going to give you a chance to get out of here." "Instructor Li, what do you mean by that?" The person who walked in was Li Zixuan. After the fighting competition officially started, Li Zixuan and Duan Jixuan left the general appointment stage and went to each battalion to inspect the situation of the competition. Li Zixuan went to the 5th Battalion first, but when he saw Lu Bin of the 3rd Battalion taking the initiative to attack, he predicted that Cheng Chumo would definitely win this round. Therefore, he left the 5th Battalion's field and headed to the 2nd Battalion's field. This was because the 2nd Battalion had 2 teams fighting at the same time in the first round. One was the 1st Battalion of the 5th Battalion, and the other was the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion. The 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion would be fighting against the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion. From Li Zixuan's point of view, the 1st Battalion of the 5th Battalion would most likely be able to make it to the knockout stage. The one he really needed to worry about was the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion, because the opponent of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion was too strong. But he had never expected that just as he neared the 2nd Battalion grounds, he would hear the sounds of quarreling over here. Li Zixuan hurriedly quickened his footsteps and walked into the crowd. Of course, Li Zixuan had also roughly heard the conversation between Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, Yuan Deshang, and Qiu Xingong earlier. From these few words, he could be considered to have a preliminary understanding of the ins and outs of the matter. What I mean is, whether this Yuan Deshang is guilty or not, General Qiu and I don't have the final say. Whether he intentionally harmed others or not, we need to investigate clearly before we can make a conclusion. General Qiu and I are the same. We didn't see what happened with our own eyes, so how can we make a conclusion so easily? Before the competition, General Qiu had ordered that the soldiers were not allowed to use the competition as an excuse to maliciously injure or even kill people. But in the first round of the competition, such a vile incident occurred in the 2nd Battalion. This incident must be investigated clearly. His own soldier was injured. Li Zixuan's chest was filled with anger. But he knew that he had to remain calm and not lose his rationality. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to seek justice for Lu Ming, he would also leave a weakness for Qiu Xingong to use against him. He took 2 deep breaths, looked straight at Qiu Xingong, and said mercilessly, "You." Qiu Xingong was extremely angry. If it was in the past, no one in the Black Armored Army would dare to speak to him like this. It had to be said that ever since Li Zixuan entered the Black Armored Army, he had been testing the limits of his patience time and time again. Li Zixuan didn't have the mood to continue wasting his breath on Qiu Xingong. He also didn't care how Qiu Xingong would react after hearing his words. After saying that, he walked directly towards Lu Ming, who was lying on the ground. Sergeant Li, when Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, and the rest saw Li Zixuan walking over, it was as if they had seen their pillar of support. Even though Qiu Xingong's words were harsh, they could only swallow it because of their status and environment. Now that Li Zixuan was here, they finally had a pillar of support. Although this young man in front of them was young and had only joined the Black Armored Army for a short period of time, he could support them and seek justice for the injured Lu Ming. Let me take a look at his injuries. Li Zixuan could see the grievances and anger in their eyes. He patted their shoulders as a form of consolation and said. The three of them immediately stepped aside. Li Zixuan squatted beside Lu Ming. Upon closer inspection, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that the latter's eyes were tightly shut. The corners of his mouth, chin, and chest were covered in blood and bloody foam. The ground around him had even sunk a little. From this, it could be seen how fast Lu Ming had fallen and how serious the impact was when he hit the ground. Medic, get out of the way. The medic is here. Just as Li Zixuan was about to remove Lu Ming's armor to check his injuries, a hurried voice came from outside the crowd. Li Zixuan stood up and saw two soldiers hurrying over with an old man in a scholarly robe and two young men in green robes. After being in a military camp for so many days, Li Zixuan knew this old man. His name was Si Kong Yi, and he was from the Imperial Medical Department. The Black Armored Army had more than a dozen medics under his management. Mr. Si Kong, please take a look at Brother Lu Ming. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said to Si Kong Yi. Although he had regained some of the memories of his predecessor, his medical experience was definitely far inferior to this old man in front of him. As the saying goes, brainstorming is beneficial. Now that Lu Ming's injuries were extremely serious, if the two of them could work together, the chances of successfully saving Lu Ming would be higher. Sikong, he looked like a very dedicated doctor. Without any nonsense, he squatted down and began to carefully examine Lu Ming's injuries. At this time, Li Zixuan looked at the referee who brought Sikong Yi over. Of course, he knew this person, so he asked, Deng Kong, what happened just now? Tell me the truth. Don't hide anything. Deng Kong didn't belong to any of the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. He was Duan Jishuan's personal guard. In fact, all the referees today were Duan Jishuan's personal guards. The reason for this was to ensure that these referees were fair and just. At this moment, the reason why Li Zixuan didn't ask Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, and the other members of the 4th Platoon of the 5th Battalion, but Deng Kong instead, was to shut Qiu Xingong's mouth in advance. Otherwise, that old bastard would say that Fang Yong and the others were deliberately adding fuel to the fire because of their own selfish motives. Yes, Adjunct Li. Deng Kong looked at Qiu Xingong hesitantly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made a decision. He cupped his hands and said to Li Zixuan, just now, while Li Zixuan was questioning Deng Kong, the news of Lu Ming being seriously injured by Yuan Desheng had already spread to the 5th Battalion. Cheng Chumo had just come down from the arena. After hearing the news, this idiot was instantly enraged. Fuck, those bastards from the 2nd Battalion are too much of a bully. They took advantage of the competition to attack Old Lu. Damn it, Old Lu was seriously injured in the 2nd Battalion. Brothers, follow me to the 2nd Battalion to F***CK up Yuan Desheng. Chapter 2023. Although Cheng Chumo had only joined the Wu Battalion for a short time, he was born with the personality of being able to get along well with anyone. In addition to his special identity as the son of Lu Guogong, many people in the Wu Battalion used to be Cheng Chumo's subordinates. Therefore, although Cheng Chumo had only joined the Wu Battalion for a short time, he was already very familiar with most of the soldiers in the Wu Battalion. As for Lu Ming, when Cheng Chumo was assigned by Li Zixuan to help in the kitchen, he had interacted with Lu Ming before. Lu Ming was a generous and straightforward person, which was very similar to Cheng Chumo's temperament. In addition, Lu Ming and his cook's army unit had contributed 3 meals a day to the soldiers in the Wu Battalion. To these soldiers, what was the most important thing? Filling their stomachs every day was the most important thing. Whether Cheng Chumo and the other soldiers could fill their stomachs or not was directly related to the cook's army unit. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, not only could Cheng Chumo not tolerate it, the other soldiers in the Wu battalion also couldn't tolerate it. What? Fire Master Lu had been severely injured by the 2nd Battalion? Mother asterisk her, those bastards in the 2nd Battalion. Let's go and take revenge for Fire Master Lu. Revenge? We must take revenge. Does the 2nd Battalion think that our brothers in the Wu Battalion are easy to bully? Mother asterisk her, how dare they injure Fire Master Lu? Isn't this destroying our jobs? Brothers, let's go to the 2nd Battalion and F*CK Yuan to Shang. Because Cheng Chumo's voice was loud, and because the first round of the competition had just ended, the soldiers here weren't cheering for their brothers like before. The surrounding environment was relatively quiet. So many people heard Cheng Chumo's loud roar. As a result, more and more soldiers in the Wu Battalion heard the news that Lu Ming was seriously injured. In a moment, the soldiers in the Wu Battalion were enraged, and they all wanted to go to the 2nd Battalion to settle the score with Yuan to Shang. All of you, stop right there. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Sun Jiping had no choice but to stand up and block the path of Cheng Chumo and the others, shouting loudly to stop them. He was also to blame for this. Just now, he was standing too close to Cheng Chumo. When the soldier came to report to him that Lu Ming was severely injured, Cheng Chumo heard everything clearly. Cheng Chumo was a hot-tempered person who would explode at the slightest touch. When he heard this news, he was instantly enraged. With his loud voice, more than half of the soldiers of the Wu Battalion knew about this news. Plus, Lu Ming's identity was special, and he had a good relationship with the people in the 5th Battalion. Therefore, Sun Jiping didn't find it strange at all that the soldiers were clamoring to avenge Lu Ming. Officer Sun, what do you mean by this? Why are you stopping us? Cheng Chumo was not afraid of anything. When he saw Sun Jiping blocking their way, Old Cheng immediately glared at him with displeasure. He had a look that said, "If you don't like what you say, I'll F*CK you up." Sun Jiping wasn't scared. Hearing this, he glared at Cheng Chumo and the soldiers behind him. He shouted in a deep voice, "Cheng Chumo, what are you doing? Are you trying to gather people to fight or mutiny? This is the military camp, not outside. The country has its laws, and the army has its rules. Whether Yuan to Shang is in the wrong or not, it's not up to you to cause trouble in the 2nd Battalion. Adjunct Li and General Duan will investigate and give Lu Ming justice." Seeing that Sun Jiping mentioned Li Zishuan, Cheng Chumo and the other soldiers of the 5th Battalion had no choice but to suppress the anger in their hearts. Because for now, Li Zishuan still had absolute prestige in the 5th Battalion. Then we can't just stand by and watch Firehead Lu get bullied, right? Cheng Chumo was not convinced, but his tone wasn't as aggressive as before. Sun Jiping said with a serious face, "Do you know why Lu Ming got injured?" Lu Ming knew that his opponent was stronger than him, but he didn't lose immediately, because he knew that he was representing the 5th Battalion in this battle, and he got injured for the honor of the 5th Battalion. If you rush to the 2nd Battalion to settle the score with Yuan to Shang, you'll make the 5th Battalion bear the crime of gathering people to fight. You will bring shame to the entire 2nd Battalion. All of you stay here and fight well. As for the 2nd Battalion, I will personally go there. This general will personally seek justice for Lu Ming." Sun Jiping's words were righteous, reasonable, and powerful. In addition, he had already mentioned Li Zishuan. Only then did the restless soldiers of the 5th Battalion calm down. Cheng Chumo said to Sun Jiping, "Lieutenant Sun, since I'm done with the battle, I'll go with you. If those bastards from the 2nd Battalion want to use violence against you, I can at least help them, right?" Cheng Chumo knew clearly that the 2nd Battalion was under Qiu Xingong's protection. Yuan to Shang might have been under Qiu Xingong's orders to injure Lu Ming. Even if that wasn't the case, Qiu Xingong would still side with the 2nd Battalion soldiers. If Qiu Xingong used his status to pressure Sun Jiping, then things wouldn't be good. Other people might be afraid of Qiu Shingong, but Cheng Chumo wasn't. Because his father was the devil incarnate, as long as he didn't violate the military rules, Qiu Shingong wouldn't dare to do anything to him. All right, then Chumo, you will follow me. Sun Jiping pondered for a moment and understood the crux of the matter. He nodded his head and replied. Soon, the two of them left the training grounds of the 5th Battalion and walked quickly towards the 2nd Battalion training grounds. Physician Sikong, how is his injury? On the other side, Li Zixuan saw Sikong stand up and quickly asked. It was worth mentioning that when Sikong was treating Lu Ming, Duan Jixuan also rushed over. Sikong looked at Li Zixuan and Duan Jixuan with a serious face, and then quickly said, his injury is very serious. His abdomen is severely injured. His liver, spleen, stomach, kidneys, and other organs were all displaced due to the huge impact. There are more than 10 fractures on his back. Luckily, this kid's body is strong and his spine wasn't broken. Otherwise, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. I need a few people to carry him to the tent and immediately treat him. Although he can be saved, but with such serious injuries, I'm afraid he won't be able to recover without 1 or 2 months. Hearing this, Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, and the other soldiers of the 5th Battalion all had red eyes and stared at Yuan Deshang with hatred. Li Zixuan secretly clenched his fist. Although his medical skills were good, he didn't have any special methods to treat Lu Ming's external and internal injuries. Sikong was confident that he could cure Lu Ming's injuries, which was already considered a blessing in disguise. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his chest, Li Zixuan didn't wait for Duan Jixuan's order and spoke first. Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, help physician Sikong carry Lu Ming away for treatment. Be careful. Lu Ming had already suffered such serious injuries. He definitely couldn't suffer any more injuries. Therefore, Li Zixuan could only let his own people handle this matter. Yes, join the army. The two cupped their fists and accepted the order. Very quickly, they brought over a door plank. With the help and guidance of the 2 military doctors, they carefully carried Lu Ming onto the plank. Then, they carried the unconscious Lu Ming and the door plank out of the drill ground. Now, General Qiu, do you still think that Yuan Deshang accidentally injured Lu Ming? After settling Lu Ming down, Li Zixuan directly looked at Qiu Shingong and said. His eyes were very calm, but this was only the calm before the storm. Behind the calm, there was endless anger. Chapter 2024. What are you talking about, Adjunct Li? The details of what had happened were very clear. Yuan Deshang was determined to win the competition. After he injured Lu Ming with one move, he didn't know if Lu Ming still had the strength to fight, so he took advantage of the situation to pursue an attack, causing Lu Ming to be seriously injured. This was an unintentional mistake caused by Yuan Deshang's desire to win. If this was considered a mistake, then who would dare to go all out in the following matches? What's the point of the Black Armored Army holding a martial arts competition? Moreover, Lieutenant Li, you have said before that you would rather the soldiers sweat more and get more injuries on the training ground than die on the battlefield. Why do you still want to pester us endlessly when the soldiers of the V Battalion are injured? In the Black Armored Army drill ground, Qiu Shingong had already thought of an excuse when faced with Li Zixuan's challenge. He looked at Li Zixuan and said, righteously, without any change in his expression. The old man's words didn't sound wrong at first. He even used Li Zixuan's words to attack Li Zixuan's shield with his spear. He was indeed a cunning old fox. In fact, it was easy to find the loopholes in Qiu Shingong's words. In a battle between warriors, as long as it wasn't a battle of life and death involving personal grudges, they would usually have a sense of propriety. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, it meant that Yuan Deshang not only didn't have a sense of propriety, but also wanted to kill Lu Ming on purpose. As for what Qiu Shingong said about accidentally injuring someone, that was even more nonsense and sophistry. As a Qi Transformation Realm martial artist, their control over their strength was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ordinary people might accidentally injure their opponent in a fight, But a chi transformation realm martial artist had a relatively accurate estimation of the power of their every move and the damage they could cause. As long as they didn't want to injure or kill their opponent on their own accord, it was basically very difficult for accidents to occur. Yuan Deshang's final attack, after injuring Lu Ming, was impossible to be an unintentional mistake. It was also not in line with the spirit of stopping when the time is right that Duan Jixuan said at the beginning of the martial arts competition. However, both Qiu Xingong and Yuan Deshang insisted that it was an accident, and there was no direct evidence to prove that Yuan Deshang did it on purpose. Therefore, it was hard to conclude this matter. Even though Duan Jixuan knew in his heart that Yuan Deshang might have been instructed by Qiu Xingong to use the martial arts competition as an excuse to harm the soldiers of the Wu Battalion, he still couldn't accuse Yuan Deshang of anything. This was because it would be easy for others to use this against him. Qiu Xingong might also use this as a pretext to make a fuss. When that time came, if everyone in the army was afraid of being punished for accidentally injuring someone during the competition, then there would really be no need for the martial arts competition to continue. What a good, wholeheartedly seeking victory. If I want to fight with General Qiu, will General Qiu be willing? For the remaining 4 matches in the first round, why don't I replace the 4th team of the Wu Battalion and General Qiu replace the 1st team of the Yi Battalion? Let's decide the winner in one match. What do you think, General Qiu? Li Zixuan sneered and looked straight at Qiu Xingong. Without any warning, he issued a challenge to Qiu Xingong. Hard. Li Zixuan's words could only be described with one word, and that was hard. The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. All the surrounding soldiers, no matter if they were from the Yi Battalion or the Wu Battalion, all turned their gazes towards Li Zixuan. The Tang people revered martial arts, and the Tang army was even more so. As soldiers, not only did they revere martial arts, they were even more competitive. Li Zixuan issuing a challenge to Qiu Xingong was like roasting Qiu Xingong on a fire. If Qiu Xingong didn't agree, then he wouldn't have the face to stay in the Black Armored Army anymore. After all, as a high-ranking officer of the Black Armored Army, if he didn't even have the courage to fight, how would he be able to command his subordinates in the future? In the army, strength was everything, and the strong were respected. However, if Qiu Xingong agreed, and if he couldn't win, or if Li Zixuan took the opportunity to injure him, then not only would he lose face, his body would also suffer. No one would have thought that Li Zixuan would issue a challenge to Qiu Xingong for an ordinary soldier. This was clearly offending Qiu Xingong to the point of death. At this point, some of the 2nd Battalion soldiers who were used to hearing bad things about Li Zixuan changed their impression of Li Zixuan. A good general who was respected by his soldiers, other than being strong and able to win battles. More importantly, he loved and protected his soldiers. Li Zixuan's action of challenging the second-in-command of the Black Armored Army to fight for justice for his subordinates. It was hard not to have a good impression of him. Qiu Xingong's face darkened as he stared coldly at Li Zixuan. He didn't think that Li Zixuan would act so unconventionally and challenge him to a duel. If this was outside, he could ignore it. However, this was the army camp, and there were so many soldiers watching. If he rejected Li Zixuan's challenge now, it wouldn't take more than 2 hours for all the soldiers of the Black Armored Army to find out about this and secretly mock him. Then, how would he have the face to stay in the Black Armored Army in the future? The Grand General organized the combat tournament for ordinary soldiers. Even the captains of the various battalions are not allowed to participate. How can this general and adjunctly break the rules? After hesitating for a moment, Qiu Xingong opened his mouth to speak. He didn't agree nor reject the challenge. Instead, he brought out Duan Jixuan and the rules of the tournament to reply to Li Zixuan. It wasn't that he didn't dare to accept the challenge, but that the rules of the tournament didn't allow it. In reality, Qiu Xingong really didn't dare to accept the challenge. No matter how much he looked down on Li Zixuan, there was one thing he had to admit. Li Zixuan's individual martial arts skills were indeed much higher than his. Not to mention his martial arts skills, just based on the fact that Li Zixuan was able to survive a head-on battle with the Grandmaster Wu Jia at the Longmen Pass. There weren't many people in the entire Great Tang who could do that. Naturally, Qiu Xingong couldn't do it. Thus, no matter what, Qiu Xingong wasn't willing to fight with Li Zixuan one-on-one. If he lost, he would be humiliated and injured. If he won, cough, it seemed like he had no chance of winning at all. Hearing Qiu Xingong mention himself, Duan Zixuan's eyes flickered. As the commanding general of the Black Armored Army, even if he stood on Li Zixuan's side, he couldn't completely kill Qiu Xingong. He needed to maintain a balance in the middle. After a moment of silence, Duan Zixuan was about to speak when a mocking voice suddenly sounded from outside the crowd. Huh, what do you mean by breaking the rules? Could it be that General Qiu doesn't dare to accept the challenge? Boom! A commotion instantly broke out among the surrounding soldiers. No one expected someone to be so bold as to humiliate Qiu Xingong in public. Everyone craned their necks, wanting to see who was the one who spoke such arrogant words. Chapter 2025. General Cheng Chumo pays his respects to General Duan, General Qiu, and Adjunct Li. Cheng Chumo cupped his fists and bowed to Duan Zixuan, Qiu Xingong, and Li Zixuan respectively. The Tang army had a strict hierarchy, and the crime of being disrespectful to a general could be serious or not. In order to shut Qiu Xingong's mouth, Cheng Chumo could only put on an act and bow to the 3 generals of the Black Armored Army. Then, he looked at Qiu Xingong and said, General Qiu, don't be so disrespectful. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to you. I just heard that Adjunct Li didn't know what was good for him and wanted to challenge General Qiu. I thought that since General Qiu's martial arts are unparalleled and your strength is the best in the 3 armies, you wouldn't be afraid of Adjunct Li. But I didn't expect, cough cough, it must be because General Qiu doesn't want to bully the weak, so you didn't agree to Adjunct Li's challenge. TSK, General Qiu is really noble and cunning. Cough cough, I mean scheming and calculating. As the saying went, one would only regret not having enough knowledge when it was time to use it. Cheng Chumo really wanted to use another method to tactfully humiliate Qiu Xingong, but he was not born to be good at using words, and he didn't have much knowledge in his mind. After saying a few idioms, he was already at a loss for words. But even so, Qiu Xingong was still angered by Cheng Chumo's sarcastic and obviously humiliating words. If there wasn't anyone else here, he would have killed Cheng Chumo to silence him. The surrounding soldiers all changed their expressions when they heard Cheng Chumo's words. Gradually, the way they looked at Qiu Xingong changed. For the past 10 years, Qiu Xingong had been able to maintain a high reputation in the Black Armored Army, not only because of his seniority and outstanding military exploits, but also because of his powerful strength. He was able to subdue all the soldiers in the Black Armored Army. But now, when faced with a challenge from a junior like Li Zixuan, Qiu Xingong had actually cowered and avoided the battle. Cheng Chumo's sarcastic words could be said to have completely stripped Qiu Xingong of his bright exterior. This caused the 2nd Battalion soldiers, who usually worshipped Qiu Xingong, to have a change of attitude in an instant. They became disappointed and looked at him with disdain. Shut up! Feeling the burning gazes of the surrounding people, Qiu Xingong's eyes were about to spit fire. He forcefully resisted the urge to chop Cheng Chumo into pieces and forcefully reproached him. Cheng, now it is the competition time for the various battalions. As a member of the team, one of the Wu Battalion, what are you doing here instead of staying in the competition? This old man was obviously enraged and wanted to use his status to avenge his personal grudge. Cheng Chumo rubbed his nose and was about to explain himself when Sun Jiping beat him to it. General Qiu, Cheng Chumo has already gone up for the competition. I heard that the main battalion soldier Lu Ming was severely injured in the competition, so I brought Cheng Chumo over to help carry Lu Ming to the military doctor. As a new general who had just joined the Black Armored Army, Sun Jiping didn't have any foundation here, and he had never thought of sucking up to anyone. But now that Li Zixuan had joined the Black Armored Army, he was on Li Zixuan's side. This meant that he was destined to be on the opposite side of Qiu Xingong sooner or later. So at this moment, he wasn't afraid of offending Qiu Xingong and took the initiative to help him out. That's right. We are here to save someone. Chung Chumo nodded in agreement. Then he quickly walked over to Li Zixuan and asked softly, "Little Xian, where's Lu Ming? Is his injury serious?" Li Zixuan glanced sideways at Chung Chumo and replied softly, "He has already been carried away by the military doctor. His injury is very serious, but it was treated in time, so his life shouldn't be in danger." "Phew, that's good." Hearing this, Chung Chumo heaved a sigh of relief. He was on good terms with Lu Ming and naturally didn't want him to lose his life because of a competition. But after hearing that Lu Ming's injury was very serious, Chung Chumo was still a little angry. He said softly, "Then what should we do now? We can't just let it go, right? I think that Yuan Desheng must have been ordered by Qiu Xingong. Little Xian, we have to avenge Lu Ming." Hearing this, Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. Of course, he didn't want to just let it go. He also wanted to avenge Lu Ming. But Yuan Desheng insisted that it was a slip of the hand, and Qiu Xingong was like a tortoise in its shell. He didn't accept his challenge at all. He couldn't just roll up his sleeves and beat up Qiu Xingong in front of so many people, right? That wouldn't be in line with the military rules and his principles as a person. He was a civilized person. All right, this matter ends here. The 1st team of the 2nd Battalion and the 4th team of the 5th Battalion will continue the competition. Chung Chumo was born with a loud voice. Although he tried his best to lower his voice, his words were still heard by Duan Jishuan, who was standing not too far away from Li Zixuan. Hearing that Chung Chumo wanted to encourage Li Zixuan to continue making a scene, Duan Jishuan had no choice but to stand up and speak sternly to the crowd. In the previous competition, regardless of whether Yuan Desheng did it intentionally or not, this general doesn't want the same thing to happen a second time. The Black Armored Army's martial arts competition was originally organized for the purpose of learning from each other and to increase the motivation of the soldiers during their daily training. It's not for you to use this opportunity to fight valiantly and secretly take revenge. Previously, this general has already said that I hope that you all will stop when the competition starts. If there are any more people who use underhanded means and injure their fellow soldiers in order to obtain victory, then Zhang Kongyan and the rest will serve as a warning to you all. Although from standpoint, Duan Jishuan was on Li Zixuan's side. However, with the current situation, there was no benefit to being entangled in the matter of Yuan Desheng injuring Lu Ming. Moreover, dragging this matter on wasn't a solution as it would delay the entire martial arts competition. Thus, he could only suppress this matter for now and quickly resume the martial arts competition. Of course, he still had to give out the necessary warnings. Otherwise, the members of the 2nd Battalion would only get worse. Understood. Military orders were like mountains. Since Duan Jishuan had personally spoken, no matter what the crowd thought, no one dared to disobey. They all cupped their fists and accepted the order. As for Qiu Xingong and the few members of the 1st team of the 2nd Battalion beside him. Chapter 2026. Second round. Ma Yong of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion against Su Zhenan of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion. This is a sparring match. Do not go overboard. Intentionally injuring others will be punished by military law. A quarter of an hour later, the 2nd Battalion's fighting competition resumed. Ma Yong and Zhou Erfu, who had previously sent Lu Ming to the tent for treatment, had also returned at this time. After both teams had decided on their members, the referee, Deng Kong, announced loudly with a serious face. Different from before, Deng Kong emphasized the principle of going overboard this time as a warning to the 2nd Battalion. Fight well. Don't think that you can't win just because your opponent's realm is higher than yours. Realm is not the only factor that determines victory. You guys have trained harder than anyone else, so your physical fitness and strength are your advantages. Perform well and deal with your opponent calmly. Then you'll have a chance to win. Before Ma Yong went on stage, Li Zixuan walked to the latter's side and patted his shoulder as he spoke in a low voice. These words are not only for Ma Yong, but also for the other 3 members of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion who had yet to go on stage. This was because their opponents were the elites of the 2nd Battalion. In terms of martial arts realm, the 5th Battalion was generally one level lower than the 2nd Battalion. However, in this world, it didn't mean that someone with a higher realm would be able to win against someone with a lower realm. There were many factors that influenced the outcome of a battle. As someone who had been through many battles, Li Zixuan was very clear that the level of a person's realm would only affect the amount of Jinqi and the degree of control over one's strength. These weren't insurmountable gaps and could be bridged with other advantages. The 5th Battalion was the first battalion to adopt the new training manual, and the various training contents in the new manual were highly targeted toward the training of the soldiers' arm strength, shoulder strength, physical strength, reflexes, and speed. Li Zixuan believed that after these few days of training, Ma Yong and the others would definitely have a certain advantage in these areas. Besides, even if they couldn't win, Li Zixuan didn't want Ma Yong and the others to miss out on this opportunity to challenge someone with a higher realm. To a martial artist, the process of challenging someone with a higher realm was often the most beneficial for him. Li Zixuan wasn't worried about the possibility of getting injured during the fight. He didn't believe that with him supervising at the side, the members of Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion would dare to do anything underhanded. Of course, this didn't mean that Li Zixuan wouldn't allow the members of the 2nd Battalion to injure the members of the 5th Battalion. Under normal circumstances, he could completely accept the injuries caused by the fight. Otherwise, there would be no point in continuing this fighting competition. What he couldn't accept was Yuan Desheng's fighting style of wanting to kill his opponent with every move. Little Xian was right. So what if he had a high cultivation level? Wei Xian's opponents in these 2 years. If you guys go all out, you will definitely have a chance to win. Cheng Chumo chuckled at this time and also chimed in. The corner of Ma Yong's mouth twitched. He had naturally heard of Li Zixuan's battle with Snake King, the annihilation of the 7 cultivators sect, and the battle with the great Grandmaster Wu Jie. It seemed that for Li Zixuan, challenging someone with a higher realm than him had become a common occurrence. But Li Zixuan was after all from a famous sect. How could he compare? Cheng Chumo, this idiot, really didn't know what to say. Thank you for joining the army. This subordinate will definitely do his best and not embarrass the 5th Battalion. Chapter 2027. Humph! What kind of monster is this Yuchi boy? In the arena of the Wu Battalion, Xiang Peng wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. He and Yuchi Baolin had already fought dozens of rounds, but there was still no clear winner. The true Qi in his energy center was already showing signs of depletion. But what about Yuchi Baolin? Other than some dust on his body and looking a little disheveled, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. His strength was still as great as before, and his reflexes were also as fast as before. After the two of them clashed again and knocked each other back, Xiang Peng panted and looked at Yuchi Baolin. He wasn't the only one who found it strange. Team 1 of the Wu Battalion also found it strange. Before the battle, they didn't think that Yuchi Baolin would win. They thought that it would be difficult for Yuchi Baolin to last more than 10 rounds against Xiang Peng. After all, the gap between the two of them was obvious. But they didn't expect Yuchi Baolin to last more than 30 rounds against Xiang Peng without showing any signs of defeat. Instead, it was Xiang Peng who was panting. It was obvious that he had overexerted himself. What the hell was going on? Next, it's my turn to attack. Be careful. Yuchi Baolin stood still, took a deep breath, and said to Xiang Peng. Xiang Peng was shocked when he heard that, because when he thought about it carefully, in the previous 30 rounds against Yuchi Baolin, he was the one who took the initiative to attack, and Yuchi Baolin was the one who passively defended. At first, he thought that Yuchi Baolin was weak and could only defend passively under his attacks. But now, he realized how laughable his initial thinking was. It wasn't that Yuchi Baolin was weak and couldn't attack, but he was waiting for the right moment, waiting for his true chi to run out before launching a counterattack. After Yuchi Baolin finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the ground and disappeared from where he stood. Then he charged at Xiang Peng at an extremely fast speed. Actually, speed wasn't Yuchi Baolin's strong suit. His current speed wasn't slow, but it definitely wasn't fast either. If Xiang Peng was at his peak, he wouldn't even care about Yuchi Baolin's speed. But the current Xiang Peng, Just what kind of monster is this Yuchi family's brat? In the arena of the Wu Battalion, Xiang Peng was determined to end the battle as soon as possible. He and Yuchi Baolin had already fought for dozens of rounds, but there was still no clear winner. The genuine Qi in his dantian was even showing signs of running out. But what about Yuchi Baolin? Other than a little dust on his body and a somewhat wretched appearance, he didn't seem to be injured. His strength was just as great as before, and his reactions were just as fast as before. After the two of them clashed again and knocked each other back, Xiang Peng panted twice. He looked at Yuchi Baolin and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. He wasn't the only one who found it strange. The other members of the 1st Unit of the 5th Battalion also found it strange. Before the battle, they didn't think much of Yuchi Baolin. They thought that would be difficult for Yuchi Baolin to last more than 10 rounds against Xiang Peng. After all, there was a huge gap between the two of them. However, they never expected that Yuchi Baolin would be able to last more than 30 rounds against Xiang Peng without showing any signs of defeat. Instead, it was Xiang Peng who was panting. It was obvious that he had exhausted himself. Chapter 2028. Victory! Baolin actually won. Huh. 2 consecutive victories. Our team, one of the Wu Battalion, will definitely enter the knockout round this time. After the referee announced that Yuchi Baolin had obtained the victory of the 2nd round, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion immediately let out a burst of wild cheers. Shen Mu, Wang Rong, and Xiao Ming, the 3 members of the Wu Battalion, quickly came to Yuchi Baolin's side. They patted on Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Huh, Baolin. Good job. I couldn't tell that you were hiding your skills. Not bad, not bad. Baolin, your skills are not bad. Now that our team has won 2 consecutive rounds, it is almost certain that we will enter the next round of the knockout round." Yuchi Baolin was flattered by the crowd's attention. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm just lucky, haha." The few of them laughed and joked for a while. Then Shen Mu began to plan the candidates for the 3rd round. He said, after Xiang Peng was defeated, the remaining 3 members of Team 4 of the Wu Battalion are not very strong. Logically speaking, no matter who goes up, they will be able to win smoothly. However, if we want to win the next round with the least exhaustion, I feel that you, Xiao Ming, are the most suitable. Your attacking style is the sharpest among us. If you go up and end the battle quickly, we will have more energy to face stronger opponents in the following knockout rounds. What do you think?" After saying that, Shen Mu looked at the most burly soldier among the 4 of them. The reason why he sent Xiao Ming, other than the latter's attacking style, was that Xiao Ming was the youngest among the 3 of them and had the most stamina. Although Wang Rong was strong, he was after all over 30 years old. In terms of stamina and explosive power, he was naturally not as good as Xiao Ming. Therefore, unless it was the most crucial moment, Shen Mu would not send Wang Rong, this trump card, to fight. The soldier nodded and said with a confident look, "No problem. Brother Baolin can defeat Xiang Peng. There is no reason for me to lose to the other 3 in the next round. Old Shen, don't worry. I will definitely win within 10 moves." Hearing that, Shen Mu patted Xiao Ming's shoulder and said, "Good. If we win the preliminary round with the least consumption, our chances of winning the knockout round will be even greater. In this fighting competition, our team's goal is to enter the finals. Otherwise, we'll disappoint Kan Junli and Field Officer Sun. That's right. We must enter the finals of this fighting competition." Xiao Ming, Wang Rong, and Yuchi Baolin nodded in agreement. At this moment, the referee walked over, looked at Shen Mu, and asked, "Shen Mu, who's on your team for this round?" Shen Mu naturally pushed Xiao Ming out and said, "Xiao Ming." The referee nodded and turned towards the direction of the 3rd Battalion. "Xiang Peng, who's going to fight in the next round?" Not long after, the same question was asked to Xiang Peng. Xiang Peng turned his head and exchanged glances with the other team members. Everyone nodded towards him. Then Xiang Peng took a deep breath, looked towards the referee, and replied in a deep voice, "3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion voluntarily admits defeat. There is no need to fight the 3rd round." Once these words came out, the referee's face instantly revealed a trace of astonishment. However, the few members of the 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion didn't have any expression of surprise on their faces. Evidently, before the referee arrived, they had already discussed and reached a consensus on this matter. The 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion, and the 5th Battalion, 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion weren't far apart. Xiang Peng's words naturally fell into the ears of Shun Mu, Wang Rong, and the rest. The four of them instantly cast their gazes towards Xiang Peng. At this moment, the referee finally recovered from his shock. He looked at Xiang Peng with a solemn face and said, "Are you sure?" Chapter 2029. 2nd Battalion of the Black Armored Army. Ma Yong of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion and Su Jinan of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion were engaged in a battle that didn't seem that intense. The reason why it wasn't that intense was because one of them was attacking with all his might, while the other was defending with ease. It wasn't like the previous battle between Lu Ming and Yuan Deshang, where every punch hit the flesh and was extraordinarily intense. Su Jinan's level of martial arts was much higher than Ma Yong's. Hence, with the advantage of the qi in his body, he was able to easily deal with Ma Yong's attacks. The two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows, but there wasn't any sign of a victor being decided. Actually, with Su Jinan's strength, if he were to focus all his attacks on Ma Yong, it would be very difficult for Ma Yong to defend himself. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he was casually dealing with Ma Yong's attacks while secretly observing the situation outside the arena from the corner of his eye. More accurately, he was observing Li Zexuan and Qiu Xingong, who were standing by the side of the arena. As Qiu Xingong's old subordinate, Su Jinan subconsciously obeyed Qiu Xingong's orders. However, the current situation didn't allow him to follow Qiu Xingong's orders. This was because Li Zexuan had been staring at him and Ma Yong from the side. How would he have the guts to attack Ma Yong? It was true that Qiu Xingong was his old superior, but he didn't dare to attack Ma Yong directly under Li Zexuan's nose. In that case, what awaited him would be severe military law, and it was even very likely that he would be executed directly. His loyalty to Qiu Xingong wasn't to the extent that he would die for him. Hence, Su Jinan had been waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for Li Zexuan to shift his gaze elsewhere. When the time came, he would take the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Ma Yong. This way, he would be able to complete Qiu Xingong's mission and not be discovered by Li Zexuan. As long as Li Zexuan didn't see him attacking Ma Yong, he wasn't worried that he would be punished. This was because the surrounding people were all from the 2nd Battalion. Even if the members of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion saw him attacking Ma Yong, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, after waiting for a long time, Su Jinan didn't wait for the opportunity that he had imagined. Li Zexuan's eyes didn't shift his gaze away from him. This made Su Zexuan's life was very difficult. Just like that, Su Jinan dealt with Ma Yong's dozens of attacks by multitasking. Su Jinan knew that things weren't going well, because he didn't have much true qi left in his body. On the other hand, Ma Yong lived up to his name. After attacking for dozens of times, not only did he not show any signs of exhaustion, he became more and more courageous. Of course, this was also due to the recent days of hard training and the increase in his physical strength. As he attacked for dozens of times, his blood was boiling, and he felt that every part of his body was much more flexible than usual. At this moment, Ma Yong saw Su Jinan looking out of the corner of his eye. He took a deep breath, then concentrated his qi in his dantian. With a loud roar, he waved his fist and smashed it towards Su Jinan's face. Hearing Ma Yong's loud roar, Su Jinan was shocked. He quickly gathered his true qi and subconsciously dodged to the right, trying to dodge Ma Yong's heavy blow. But who knew that Ma Yong was more cautious this time? Although his roar was loud, it was just a bluff. The punch just now was just a feint. When he saw Su Jinan dodging to the right, he retracted his right fist and jumped up to do a roundhouse kick, which swept towards Su Jinan's lower body. Bam! Su Jinan had just stood up and had no time to change his direction. He was immediately tripped by Ma Yong's sweep. Due to the strong inertia, he fell to the ground in front of him in a dog-eating-shit posture, splashing smoke and dust on the ground. Ma Yong didn't expect his attack to work, but at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly followed up with another attack. In a flash, he came in front of Su Jinan. Then he waved his right fist and smashed it towards Su Jinan's head. Of course, his fist stopped about 5 inches away from Su Jinan's head. Su Jinan felt a cold wind blowing towards the back of his head. He raised his head and saw Ma Yong's huge fist. Ma Yong said in a muffled voice, "You lost." Indeed, if this was a battlefield, Ma Yong's last punch would have been smashed. At that time, even if Su Jinan didn't die, he would be seriously injured. I lost. Hearing this, Su Jinan's eyes flashed with disbelief. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something terrible, his expression changed. He quickly turned his head to look at Xiao Xingong, who was outside the arena. Xiao Xinggong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. When he saw Su Jinan looking at him, Xiao Xinggong glared at him fiercely. Su Jinan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that he was completely finished this time. Not only did he fail to complete the mission that Xiao Xinggong secretly gave him, but he also lost a round of the competition and let the 4th team of the Wu Battalion get a small point. When the fighting competition ended, wouldn't Xiao Xinggong eat him alive? The second round of the preliminary round, Ma Yong of the 4th team of the Wu Battalion wins. Seeing that Su Jinan had lost, the referee Deng Kong was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses and announced, "Ha! Ma Yong, good job." Chapter 2030. Pooh! How could Su Jinan, who had already suffered some minor injuries from the battle, withstand the furious kick of Xiao Xinggong, who was at the Grandmaster realm? After landing on the ground, Su Jinan instantly felt the blood in his body churning. He tasted something sweet in his throat and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Just one kick, and Su Jinan was severely injured. It could be seen how furious Xiao Xinggong was at this moment. The surrounding second camp soldiers instantly fell silent. As for the other 3 second camp soldiers who had yet to enter the arena, after seeing Xiao Xinggong kick Su Jinan, all of them couldn't help but turn pale. Fear flashed across their eyes, because when they entered the arena later, if they couldn't complete the mission given by Xiao Xinggong, then they would have the same ending as Su Jinan. Thinking back to Li Zixuan's extremely protective behavior when he challenged Xiao Xinggong to a one-on-one battle due to his soldiers being injured, and then looking at Xiao Xinggong's kick because Su Jinan didn't complete the mission he secretly gave to him, those second camp soldiers who had yet to enter the arena felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. Was it because they didn't want to complete the mission given by Xiao Xinggong? They wanted to, but the conditions didn't allow it. They had all seen Su Jinan's previous performance on the field, and they could roughly guess Su Jinan's intentions. He wanted to wait for Li Zixuan's attention to shift away from the field before taking the opportunity to make a move. Unfortunately, Li Zixuan had been staring at the field the whole time, let alone Su Jinan. If it were anyone else in their team, they wouldn't dare to make a move under such circumstances. Although most soldiers weren't afraid of death, but that was on the battlefield. Now, they were only on the training grounds, and no one wanted to be executed for breaking military rules. Su Jinan was careless. "Please calm down." Second Camp Lieutenant Sun Tao, who was standing beside Xiao Xinggong, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw the situation. After that, he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed towards Xiao Xinggong. Xiao Xinggong's face was stern as he said angrily, "Humph. Careless? He couldn't even defeat someone weaker than him. If this was on a battlefield, wouldn't anyone be able to hack him to death? How can I have such a useless soldier under my command?" After saying that, Xiao Xinggong was still angry. He looked at Su Jinan, who was kneeling on one knee and spitting out blood, and said coldly, "Humph. Go and receive 30 strokes of the rod. 30 strokes of the cane." If it was any other time, Su Jinan would not care about a mere 30 strokes. However, he had been severely injured by Xiao Xinggong's kick. If he were to receive another 30 strokes, he would not be able to get out of bed for a few days. But in the face of Xiao Xinggong, who was in a state of rage, how could Su Jinan dare to say no? Enduring the pain, he gritted his teeth and stood up. He cupped his fist towards Qiu Xingong and said, "This subordinate obeys." After he finished speaking, he bent his waist and staggered out of the drill grounds. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to step forward to support him. This was the power and prestige of Qiu Xingong in the 2nd Battalion. General Qiu is really angry. It's just that in this martial arts competition, victory and defeat are inevitable. Why must you be so harsh on your subordinates? At this moment, Li Zixuan walked to the front of Qiu Xingong and could not help but frown. The reason why he stood out now was not to pretend to be noble to win people's hearts. It was because he could not stand the actions of this old fellow Qiu Xingong. Although reasoning with this group of rough men in the barracks was not as effective as punching and kicking, even when Li Zixuan was in the 5th and 3rd Battalions, he had also kicked some soldiers who had made mistakes. However, his kicks were more of a formality, and he did not use much strength. His purpose was only to make the other party realize their mistakes. However, Qiu Xingong's kick was filled with anger and was completely aimed at killing or crippling the other party. His attitude was so arrogant and his actions were so vile that people could not stand it anymore. Others might be afraid of Qiu Xingong's power and dared not speak out. However, Li Zixuan was not afraid. After all, the two of them had already fallen out with each other. Li Zixuan did not mind that the relationship between the two of them would worsen. Isn't Li Zixuan's meddling too much? I remember that the 2nd Battalion is not under Li Zixuan's jurisdiction yet. Li Zixuan should worry more about whether the 5th Battalion can make it to the end of this year's martial arts competition. Young people just like to rush for quick success and quick benefits. They come up with new exercises and don't know that things like strength rely on the accumulation of years and years. Want to achieve it quickly? Impossible. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong's old face darkened. He then mercilessly mocked Li Zixuan. After saying this, he turned his head and said to the referee Deng Kong, who was not far away, "Deng Kong, the next round of the competition is about to begin." Deng Kong quickly nodded and said, "General Qiu is right. The 3rd round of the competition is about to begin. The 2nd Battalion will first choose their members." Not long after, the members of both sides were decided. The 2nd Battalion would send out a person called Zhao Xuqing, an expert who had just reached the middle stage of the Qi transformation stage. The 5th Battalion would send out Zhou Erfu, who was only half a step into the Qi transformation stage. The gap between the two could not be said to be small. Before entering the arena, Qiu Xingong's cold gaze swept across Zhao Xuqing. He only heard a soft humph and said, "If you lose this round again, then you..." Chapter 2031. Under the watchful eyes of the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion, the 3rd round of the competition soon began. In the 2nd round, Ma Yong unexpectedly defeated the powerful Su Jinan. This gave Zhou Erfu a lot of confidence because Ma Yong's strength was similar to his. He believed that as long as he reacted calmly and performed well like Li Zixuan said, he would have a chance to win. Zhou Erfu's eyes were fixed on Zhao Xuqing as soon as he entered the arena. He didn't attack rashly because the enemy was stronger than him. He had never fought with Zhao Xuqing before and didn't know where Zhao Xuqing's weakness was. If he attacked rashly in this situation, not only would he have no chance of winning, he would also expose his weakness to the opponent. Therefore, Zhou Erfu decided to plan carefully before acting, adopting the strategy of gaining the upper hand after striking. On the other hand, Zhao Xuqing had already made up his mind in such a short time. He would win this round, but he wouldn't follow Qiu Xingong's order to severely injure Zhou Erfu. After the two people in the arena clasped their fists and greeted each other, Zhao Xuqing channeled qi into his toes and instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Zhou Erfu. He assumed the posture of a hungry wolf and fiercely punched Zhou Erfu's chest. Without probing or any fancy moves, Zhao Xuqing used all his strength right from the beginning, wanting to defeat Zhou Erfu with one move. Bam! Zhou Erfu's eyes were fixed on Zhao Xuqing from the moment he entered the arena. Therefore, facing Zhao Xuqing's all-out attack, Zhou Erfu was not unprepared. When Zhao Xuqing's fist was about 5 inches away from his body, he had already reacted. He quickly stepped back while clenching his fists and crossing them in front of his chest. Then, the audience heard a bang, and Zhou Erfu was directly sent flying. It couldn't be helped. The difference in strength between the two was too big. Plus, Zhao Xuqing used all his strength right from the beginning. It was very difficult for Zhou Erfu to set up a defensive formation in such a short time. Zhao Xuqing didn't stop. He flashed in the direction where Zhou Erfu was sent flying and quickly caught up with Zhou Erfu. He reached out his right hand like lightning and grabbed Zhou Erfu's ankle. Then he lifted Zhou Erfu's right leg and swung him up in the air and began to spin rapidly on the spot. Seeing this, Cheng Chumo and the other 3 members of the 5th Battalion's 4th team couldn't help but change their expressions. Because they seemed to be able to foresee Zhou Erfu's ending, he would probably be severely injured like Lu Ming, right? Li Zixuan, on the other hand, didn't change his expression. He was still watching the situation in the field without blinking. But if one were to observe carefully, one could see that his legs were tensed up. Presumably, as long as Zhao Xuqing on the field made any more outrageous moves, he would be the first to rush onto the field to save Zhou Erfu. On the other hand, Qiu Xingong at the side narrowed his eyes. From the slight curve of his mouth, he must be very satisfied with Zhao Xuqing's performance on the field. From his point of view, Zhao Xuqing was chasing Zhou Erfu so relentlessly. He must have taken the task given to him seriously. Then, Zhao Xuqing should be taking advantage of the situation to throw Zhou Erfu out of the field and take the opportunity to severely injure him, right? Everything was developing in the direction that he wanted. But soon, Qiu Xingong couldn't laugh anymore. Zhou Erfu, if I let go of my hands now, you will definitely fly out of the field and be injured. Do you admit defeat? Although both of Zhao Xuqing's hands were busy spinning, Zhou Erfu's leg, his mouth was still idle. At this moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked loudly, "Hey, this Zhao Xuqing is quite a virtuous person." Zhao Xuqing's voice wasn't very loud, but it definitely wasn't soft either. Almost all of the sergeants near the field could hear him. After Cheng Chumo heard it, he couldn't help but relax and grinned. After all, just a moment ago, he was worried that Zhao Xuqing would throw Zhou Erfu out of the field directly. Li Zixuan smiled, but didn't say anything. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Qiu Xingong inadvertently. He saw that the smile on Qiu Xingong's face had completely frozen. The old man frowned and stared at Zhao Xuqing on the field. He couldn't wait to swallow Zhao Xuqing alive. Obviously, anyone could see that Qiu Xingong was very unhappy now. He was even suppressing the anger in his heart. I admit defeat. Chapter 2032. Join the army. I've brought shame to our Wu battalion. Please punish me for my crimes. Black Armor Army Drill Ground, 2nd Battalion's field. Zhou Erfu, who had just lost, walked down from the field and came to Li Zixuan's side. He bowed and said with a face full of shame, "Speaking of Lu Ming and Ma Yong who went up before him, they both fought till the end." He was the first one to admit defeat. This made Zhou Erfu feel so ashamed that he couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. "Get up quickly." Li Zixuan stretched out his hand to help Zhou Erfu up and comforted him. It's normal to win or lose in a martial arts competition. Moreover, that Zhao Xuqing's strength is already stronger than yours. He attacked with all his strength right from the start. There was no way you could have withstood it. In that kind of situation, other than admitting defeat, you had no other choice. Everyone can understand. Speaking up to here, Li Zixuan looked at the other 2 soldiers of 2nd Battalion's 4th Battalion who hadn't gone up yet and said in a deep voice, "You guys don't have to feel pressure for the next 2 matches. The 5 of you in 2nd Battalion's 1st Battalion are all the top experts in 2nd Battalion. You guys just have to do your best and perform well. The result of a match is actually not important. What I hope to see is that you guys can recognize the difference between your own strength and the other experts from these matches. From there, you will be motivated to train harder in the future. Ever since our battalion changed to using the new drill, I believe that you guys can feel your strength improving day by day. Zhou Erfu, although you lost today, but as long as you continue to train according to the new drill, I believe that one day you will definitely be able to defeat Zhao Xuqing or even an opponent stronger than him. Zhou Erfu and the others had seen how Qiu Xingong treated the defeated Su Jinan. At this time, not only did Li Zishuan not reprimand Zhou Erfu, who admitted defeat, but he even comforted and encouraged him. As the saying goes, if there's no comparison, there's no harm. Under the comparison, everyone couldn't help but feel touched and respected Li Zishuan even more. Rest assured, join the army. I will definitely do my best in the following training. Zhou Erfu cupped his fists and said solemnly. At this moment, although Zhao Xuqing had just won the match, there wasn't a trace of complacency on his face. After he got off the stage, he naturally had to report to Qiu Xingong. He cupped his fists and bowed. General, yes. Although he was unhappy in his heart, Qiu Xingong couldn't say anything in front of everyone. After all, Zhao Xuqing had won the competition. He could only nod his head expressionlessly as a form of greeting. However, his face was as calm as water, and his gaze was as cold as ice, causing the people standing beside him to shiver uncontrollably. When Zhao Xuqing saw that Qiu Xingong did not reprimand him, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to walk further away, he suddenly heard Qiu Xingong speak again. What did I tell you before the competition? I want you to suppress your cultivation level and fight with the brothers of the Wu Battalion. Zhao Xuqing, what's wrong with you? Why do you have to rely on your profound inner strength to bully others? You are destroying the relationship between the Wu Battalion and the 2nd Battalion, affecting the unity of the soldiers. Although you won the competition, I still have to punish you. In a while, you will receive 30 strokes of the military rod. Zhao Xuqing, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, and the other 2 soldiers of the 2nd Battalion who had yet to enter the stage, upon hearing Qiu Xingong's words, their faces instantly changed and their hearts tightened. Everyone knew in their hearts that Qiu Xingong was abusing his position for personal revenge. He purposely found an excuse to punish Zhao Xuqing and used this as a warning to the people who were about to enter the stage. Chapter 2033. Today, in the first match of the 2nd Battalion, Yuan Deshang had heavily injured Lu Ming. At that time, Li Zishuan had already felt that something was amiss. From his point of view, Yuan Deshang himself shouldn't have the guts to publicly injure someone during the martial arts competition. Initially, Li Zishuan had guessed that Yuan Deshang had been instructed by someone else. However, from Qiu Xingong's words and actions, although he didn't directly admit it, anyone with a brain could see that the reason why Yuan Deshang was willing to take the risk of being punished by military law to injure Lu Ming was most likely because he had been coerced by Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong was using his own power to get rid of his dissidents. Therefore, after knowing Qiu Xingong's scheme, Li Zishuan decisively let the 2 remaining members of the 5th Battalion admit defeat. The reason why he had proposed the martial arts competition was to stimulate the competitive spirit of the soldiers, allowing them to learn from each other and increase their own strength. If it was just facing a strong opponent, Li Zishuan wouldn't have let the soldiers of the 5th Battalion admit defeat. Because as someone who had been through this before, he knew that crossing levels to challenge an opponent was the best way to hone one's own strength and increase one's own strength faster. However, the current situation was no longer a simple matter of crossing levels to challenge an opponent. The overall strength of the members of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion was not only higher than that of the 5th Battalion, but the other party had also received Qiu Xingong's orders to kill the soldiers of the 5th Battalion. Therefore, Li Zishuan felt that there was no need to continue with the remaining 2 matches. Although increasing one's strength was important, it wasn't as important as one's life. Withdrawing from the competition and admitting defeat was not only to protect the participating soldiers of the 5th Battalion, it was also a form of mercy to the participating soldiers of the 2nd Battalion. Although Qiu Xingong had led the 2nd Battalion astray, Li Zishuan didn't think that everyone in the 2nd Battalion was as selfish and evil as Chioshingo. Most of them still harbored the dream of killing the enemy to serve the country and building their career. Today, in the first match of 2nd Battalion, Yuan Deshang had heavily injured Lu Ming. At that time, Li Zixuan had already felt that something was amiss, because from his point of view, Yuan Deshang himself should not have had the guts to publicly injure someone during the combat tournament. At first, Li Zixuan had guessed that Yuan Deshang had been instructed by someone else, and from Qiu Xingong's words and actions just now, although he did not directly admit it, anyone with a bit of intelligence could see that the reason Yuan Deshang was willing to take the risk of being punished by military law to heavily injure Lu Ming was very likely because he had been coerced by Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong was using his power to get rid of his opponents. Therefore, after knowing Qiu Xingong's plan, Li Zixuan decisively made the remaining 2 members of the E Battalion admit defeat. The reason why he had proposed the combat tournament was to arouse the competitive spirit of the soldiers, so that they could learn from each other and increase their own strength. If it was just a simple encounter with a strong opponent, Li Zixuan wouldn't have let the soldiers of the E Battalion admit defeat, because as someone who had experienced it before, he knew that the best way to train one's strength was to fight against an enemy who was of a higher level, and to increase one's own strength faster. But in this situation, it was no longer a simple matter of fighting against an enemy who was of a higher level. The overall strength of the members of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion was not only higher than the members of the E Battalion, but also, Chapter 2034, Li Zixuan led the 4 members of the 4th team of the 5th Battalion away. One of them had to be carried away for treatment. The first round of the preliminary round of the Black Armored Army had basically ended. The 5th Battalion had 1 win and 1 loss. Team 1 of the 5th Battalion had defeated Team 4 of the 3rd Battalion, while Team 4 of the 5th Battalion had lost to Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion. Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion also had 1 win and 1 loss. They won against Team 4 of the 5th Battalion, while Team 3 of the 2nd Battalion had lost to Team 1 of the 1st Battalion without any suspense. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous for the 2nd Battalion. In the second round of the preliminary round, Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion had to face Team 3 of the 1st Battalion, while Team 4 of the 2nd Battalion had to face Team 2 of the 4th Battalion. In terms of overall strength, Team 3 of the 1st Battalion was obviously stronger than Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion, while Team 2 of the 4th Battalion was slightly stronger than Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion. Hence, the 2nd Battalion didn't have a 100% chance of winning the second round of the preliminary round. The best outcome was to win 1 round. Of course, the worst outcome was that they wouldn't win a single round, and the probability of that happening was very high. If that was the case, then only 1 team from the 2nd Battalion would be able to enter the knockout round. To the 2nd Battalion, it would really be a bloodbath at the start of the second round. After the 5th Battalion had left, the match between Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion and Team 3 of the 1st Battalion began very quickly. It was worth mentioning that when Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion and Team 4 of the 5th Battalion were competing, the 5 members of Team 3 of the 1st Battalion had already been watching from the side. The actions of Qiu Xingong, Yuan Deshang, and the others had all been witnessed by the members of the 1st Battalion. Furthermore, the 1st Battalion was currently using Li Zixuan's new drill code. Hence, if the Black Armored Army were to be divided into factions, the 1st Battalion would be considered as Li Zixuan's faction, while the 2nd Battalion would be considered as Qiu Xingong's faction. Hence, the moment both sides entered the arena, they immediately got into a fight. The members of Team 3 of the 1st Battalion couldn't stand the despicable actions of Qiu Xingong, Yuan Deshang, and the others. Hence, they immediately started beating up the members of Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion. "How dare you?" Li Zixuan left with 4 members of the 4th team of the Wu Battalion. One of them had to be carried away for treatment. The first round of the Black Armored Army's preliminary round had basically ended. On the Wu Battalion side, there was 1 win and 1 loss. The first team of the Wu Battalion defeated the 4th team of the 3rd Battalion, while the 4th team of the Wu Battalion lost to the 1st team of the 2nd Battalion. The second team of the 2nd Battalion also had 1 win and 1 loss. They won against the 4th team of the 5th Battalion, while the 3rd team of the 2nd Battalion lost to the 1st Battalion of the 1st Battalion without any suspense. The current situation was actually extremely disadvantageous for the 2nd Battalion, because in the second round of the preliminary round, the 2nd Battalion's, 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 2nd Battalion. In terms of overall strength, Team 3 of the A camp was obviously stronger than Team 2 of the B camp, whereas Team 2 of the D camp was slightly stronger than Team 2 of the B camp. Therefore, the 2nd Battalion did not have 100% confidence in winning the second round of the competition. The best result would be to win 1 round. Of course, the worst result would be to not win a single round. Furthermore, the possibility of the worst result happening was very high. If that was the case, then there would only be 1 team from the 2nd Battalion entering the elimination round. To the 2nd Battalion, it would be a bloodbath at the start of the competition. After the members of the 5th Battalion left, the 2nd team of the 2nd Battalion and the 3rd team of the A camp began very quickly. It was worth mentioning that when the 1st team of the 2nd Battalion and the 4th team of the E Battalion were competing, the 5 members of the 3rd team of the A camp were already watching from the side. Chapter 2035. Team A has won 3 matches in a row and has advanced to the knockout round. Team B has been eliminated. As Min Jian of 2nd Battalion had no choice but to admit defeat, 2nd Battalion's 2nd Battalion lost completely and was directly eliminated, bidding farewell to the fighting competition. Qiu Xingong clenched his fists tightly and stared at Deng Kong, who was loudly announcing the results at the side of the arena. His gaze was cold and his face was ashen. Actually, Qiu Xingong had already expected that 2nd Battalion's 2nd team would lose this round. However, he didn't expect 2nd Battalion's 2nd team to be defeated so thoroughly. Being defeated by a battalion's 3rd team with a score of 3-0, where would he put his face? Secondly, not only did Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion lose the competition, there were also 3 members who were beaten black and blue by Team 3 of the 1st Battalion. They would need at least 3 to 5 days to recover from their injuries. This would directly affect the battle between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion in 2 days. Therefore, Qiu Xingong felt like he had gone for wool and come home shorn. How's Team 4? Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Qiu Xingong asked in a deep voice. Naturally, he was asking Sun Tao, who was standing beside him. Hearing this, Sun Tao's expression changed. After hesitating for a moment, he still cupped his fists and replied, "Reporting to General, Team 4 has won 2 matches, and Team 2 of Ding Battalion has also won 2 matches. They should be fighting the last match now, and the results will be out soon." What? They're actually fighting in such a stalemate. Qiu Xingong's hair stood up in anger. He said with a displeased expression, "According to what you said, we might still lose the match against Team D. What trash. Look at the soldiers you trained. What did you tell me before the match? Weren't you very confident? Where did your confidence go?" Qiu Xingong's current mentality had undergone a subtle change. Before today, the old man's greatest hope for today's combat tournament was to let the B Battalion take advantage of the tournament to injure as many experts as possible. However, things didn't go as he wished. They only drew 1 team from the E Battalion, and that was the E Battalion 4th team. Furthermore, during the battle with the E Battalion 4th team, the B Battalion only managed to injure 1 member of the E Battalion 4th team, Lu Ming. The rest of the members of the E Battalion almost all escaped unscathed. Now that the preliminary round was nearing its end, Qiu Xingong knew that his initial wish could no longer be realized. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing, which was to hope that as many teams as possible from the B Battalion could advance into the knockout round. On one hand, it would boost the morale of the B Battalion, and on the other hand, the more teams from the B Battalion could advance into the knockout round, the higher the possibility of encountering the E Battalion in the later rounds. At that time, he would have the opportunity to settle all his grudges at once. However, it seemed that everything was predestined. The heavens had played a huge joke on him. Not only did his first wish not come true, even his second wish was about to be ruined. The B Battalion 4th team actually fought the D Battalion 2nd team with a score of 2-2. If the B Battalion 4th team lost in the last round, then they would be directly disqualified, and there would only be one team from the B Battalion advancing into the knockout round. Actually, such a result might seem inconceivable, but there was a certain degree of inevitability. Although in terms of overall strength, the B Battalion was obviously stronger than the D Battalion due to having more veterans, but the recruits of the D Battalion were all elites from the various battalions in the capital. Perhaps they might be lacking in the ability to coordinate in battle formations, but in terms of individual combat ability, they were not much weaker than those veterans in the B Battalion. On top of that, the second team of the D Battalion was the second strongest team of the 4 teams of the D Battalion, while the 4th team of the B Battalion was only the 4th strongest team of the B Battalion. Thus, if the two teams were to fight, the chances of victory and defeat would be about 50%. In fact, the second team of the D Battalion was slightly stronger than the 4th team of the B Battalion. If the B Battalion 4th team lost to the D Battalion 2nd team in the end, it would not be an injustice at all. Chapter 2036. How could there be such a coincidence? Is it a coincidence, or was it done on purpose? After seeing the results of the draw, Li Zixuan couldn't help but mutter to himself in his heart. From the preliminary round to the knockout round, the B Battalion had always drawn the E Battalion. From the perspective of probability, the probability of this happening was extremely low, but it still happened. In addition to that, Yuan Deshang from the B Battalion had accidentally injured Lu Ming during the competition. This made Li Zixuan suspect that Xiao Xinggong was secretly plotting against the E Battalion. It wasn't that he was measuring the stature of a gentleman with his own yardstick, but the fact that Lu Ming was accidentally injured by Yuan Deshang today was a little out of the ordinary. Logically speaking, in a normal competition in the military, no one would use every move to kill their opponent. Even if there was a deep grudge between them, they wouldn't use the competition to get rid of their opponents, because that would be too obvious. After the event, not only would they be severely punished if they were executed or expelled from the military camp, it would also bring shame to their ancestors, and they wouldn't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Yuan Deshang and Lu Ming didn't have any grudges, but he used the competition as an opportunity to secretly kill Lu Ming. In addition to Xiao Xinggong's abnormal behavior earlier, Li Zixuan was almost certain that Yuan Deshang must have been instructed by Xiao Xinggong to kill Lu Ming. It was also fortunate that he had arrived at the B Battalion's competition grounds in time, or else the other members of the E Battalion, after Lu Ming, would have been seriously injured by the B Battalion. Of course, these were all conjectures that Li Zixuan made based on the actual situation. He didn't have any concrete evidence, or else he would have directly reported Xiao Xinggong. Other than that, the most crucial point, and the one that Li Zixuan couldn't understand the most, was that if Xiao Xinggong really intended to use the combat competition to make things difficult for the E Battalion, then why was he so sure that the B Battalion would definitely be able to draw the E Battalion as their opponent during the drawing of lots? One had to know that drawing lots was a completely uncontrollable and random event. Could it be that Xiao Xinggong was able to control the results of the drawing of lots? Thinking up to this point, Li Zixuan looked suspiciously at Xiao Xinggong, who was standing at the side. The latter's gloomy face didn't reveal anything, but Li Zixuan clearly caught a flash of pride in the corner of Xiao Xinggong's eyes when he heard that Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion would be going up against Team 1 of the 5th Battalion in the elimination round. His heart skipped a beat, and he secretly wondered if Xiao Xinggong had really tampered with the drawing of lots. But how was that possible? The entire lot drawing process had been carried out under his and Duan Jixuan's eyes. How could any of the 2nd Battalion's little tricks escape his and Xiao Xinggong's eyes? Could it be that there was a problem with the name tag? Thinking up to this point, Li Zixuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He subconsciously turned his gaze towards the pot that contained the bamboo lots. He secretly thought that if Qiu Xingong had tampered with the E Battalion's bamboo lots beforehand, then it wouldn't be strange for the B Battalion to be able to draw the E Battalion as their opponent every time. Just as Li Zixuan was about to step forward to check the bamboo lots, he heard Duan Jixuan beside him say, "Adjunctly, since the elimination round has already been decided, then let's start as soon as possible. Let's try to finish the combat competition before noon, so that it doesn't affect the soldiers' afternoon training." Yes. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and replied subconsciously. He knew that now wasn't the time to investigate if Qiu Xingong had tampered with the bamboo lots. The most important thing now was to hurry up and start the elimination round. Chapter 2037. Revenge is one thing, but we must first ensure that we can win the competition. Li Zixuan looked towards Cheng Chumo, Wang Rong, and the rest, and said in a low voice, "It was the 2nd Battalion's team one who intentionally injured Lu Ming first. We must avenge them." Hearing Li Zixuan support them to avenge Lu Ming, Cheng Chumo and Wang Rong's eyes lit up. They had thought that Li Zixuan would reprimand them. After all, Li Zixuan was still a lieutenant of the Black Armor troops and would not condone his subordinates fighting each other over personal grudges. But very quickly, they heard Li Zixuan's tone change. "However, you all should know the abilities of those 5 from the 2nd Battalion's Team 1. Just based on their abilities on the surface, it will be difficult for you all to win against them. But it is not impossible. In the previous round of the competition, Su Jinan and Zhao Xuqing of the 2nd Battalion's Team 1 were not injured during the fight, but after the fight, they were both beaten with the military rod. Amongst them, Su Jinan even received a kick from General Qiu, so his injuries should be the most serious. So in the next round of the elimination round, these two should not be able to display their full abilities. Only 3 of their opponents are at full battle strength, so I'm guessing that they will definitely let the 3 who are not injured go up first. 3 out of 3 rounds will directly take the competition. This way, the injured Su Jinan and Zhao Xuqing won't need to go up. As for you all, as long as you can win one of the first 3 rounds and drag the competition to the 4th, or even the 5th round, then you will have a chance of winning. As for the specific arrangements, it will be up to you, Shenmu, as the leader to decide. But I still have to emphasize to you all that you can avenge Lu Ming, but you must know your limits. Do not harm anyone's life. This is the military camp. No one is allowed to break the military rules. Otherwise, if something happens, no one will be able to save you. After giving a simple analysis of the situation to Shenmu and the other members of the E Battalion, Li Zixuan didn't forget to give a stern warning to everyone. To be honest, he also wanted to avenge Lu Ming. If the rules allowed it, he even wanted to personally fight Yuan Deshang, who had seriously injured Lu Ming. However, this was the military camp of the Black Armor troops. The military rules here were stricter than anywhere else. He was worried that Cheng Chumo, Wang Rong, and the rest would go overboard during the competition and violate the military rules. Don't worry, Lieutenant Li. We'll do our best to win this match and avenge Firehead Lu. We won't break any military rules. Shenmu solemnly cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan and promised. Li Zixuan's analysis of the situation in the next round was exactly what he was thinking, and he agreed with Li Zixuan's final warning. Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and whispered, "Revenge is revenge. When the time comes, who cares so much? If we only think about not breaking the military rules, how can we avenge old Lu?" This idiot had Cheng Yaojin as his backer, so even though he was in the Black Armored Army, he was not afraid of anything. In fact, he had nothing to be afraid of. As long as he did not commit murder, arson, or revolt in the camp, no one would take his life on account of Cheng Yaojin's face. At most, he would be given corporal punishment. All right, you guys prepare a little, and then go to the 2nd Battalion to prepare for the competition. Li Zixuan glared at Cheng Chumo, and then said to Shenmu, Wang Rong, and the rest. Li Zixuan trusted Shenmu's character and ability to handle matters. This person was quite talented and worth nurturing. Chapter 2038. As the home team, Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion naturally had to send someone out for the first round. Yuan Deshang laughed coldly and stood out from the crowd. First round, I'll go. Which one of you from the opposing team dares to fight? Arrogant. Although every member of Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion seemed to be very strong, but just like what Lisa Schwann had analyzed, they were also facing some unfavorable factors. The most direct unfavorable factor was that they didn't have enough members. Su Jinan was heavily injured and couldn't fight. Although Zhao Xuqing could still fight, he had just suffered 30 strokes of the military rod. This would definitely affect his performance in the competition. Yuan Deshang understood that if they wanted to win against the relatively strong E Battalion, the best way was to send out their elites in the first 3 rounds and send out 3 of their members who were in peak condition. That way, they would be able to give the opponent a score of 3-0. If they couldn't take down the opposing team in the first 3 rounds and the competition dragged to the 4th or even the 5th round, then they would be in trouble. As the leader of Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion, Yuan Deshang felt that he had to stand out in the first round. After all, he was the strongest person in this team. He wanted to get a perfect start to the competition to boost the morale of the team. In the previous round, Li Zixuan had said those words in front of Qiu Xingong and the other 2nd Battalion soldiers. It could be said that it had dealt a huge blow to the morale of the 2nd Battalion. Now that the morale of the soldiers was low, they needed a great victory to shake off their low spirits and get excited again. Therefore, Yuan Deshang stood out with a face full of arrogance. "Chow, it's Yuan Deshang." Cheng Chumo's face was ugly as he muttered to himself in a low voice. On the side of Team 1 of the 5th Battalion, the other 4 people's faces all changed when they heard this. Because who didn't know that Yuan Deshang was the only person from the 2nd Battalion who was heavily injured in the preliminary round. This person's vicious and merciless personality was already deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't continue to maliciously injure people in this round. After all, Lu Ming was still lying in his tent. Shenmu's face was gloomy as his mind spun rapidly. He began to plan who he should send out in the first round. Speaking of which, the first person to fight not only had to withstand Yuan Deshang's attack, but even if he lost, he couldn't lose too badly. Otherwise, it would hurt the morale of his team. On the other hand, which was also the most important thing, the first person to fight on their side had to be able to protect himself against Yuan Deshang. After all, Yuan Deshang had a dark history of maliciously injuring people. Those who fought against him were likely to be seriously injured if they were not careful. In this way, even if they won the competition, it would be very difficult for them to obtain a good ranking in the following knockout stages with their team members missing. Therefore, in short, the first person to go on stage had to be able to control the situation and not lose too badly. Secondly, he had to be able to take a beating and not be seriously injured by Yuan Deshang. 2nd Battalion First Team, Yuan Deshang. Who will the Wu Battalion send out? Referee, Deng Kong looked at Shenmu and asked loudly. Shenmu couldn't help but look at Wang Rong and Yuqi Baolin. His gaze wavered between the two because the former was the strongest person in the Wu Battalion First Team on the surface, while the latter was the most resistant person on their side. If they sent Wang Rong up, if they were lucky, Wang Rong might even have a chance to win against Yuan Deshang. But if they were unlucky, Wang Rong might be seriously injured by Yuan Deshang. After all, Wang Rong's specialty was offense and not defense. As for Yuqi Baolin, although this child could take a beating, Shenmu wasn't sure if he could withstand Yuan Deshang's vicious beatings. No matter what, Yuan Deshang was many levels higher than Yuqi Baolin. Moreover, although Yuqi Baolin's defense was outstanding, he lacked some offensive means. If he were to go up against Yuan Deshang, the situation would definitely not be good. Old Shun, send me up for the first round. Just as Shun Mu was hesitating, Cheng Chumo, the little clever kid, suddenly volunteered himself. Chapter 2039. Regardless of which dynasty or generation one was in, the phenomenon of relying on one's father existed more or less. Although the Great Tang had a relatively perfect imperial examination system, allowing students from humble backgrounds to stand out and have the possibility of entering the imperial court, generally speaking, those from humble backgrounds and those from noble clans had a completely different political starting point. Take Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other important officials, for example. These second-generation scions didn't need to participate in the imperial examinations and were able to hold official positions in the Yamen. This wasn't something that those from humble backgrounds could compare to in the Tang Dynasty army. The promotion of an officer didn't rely on relying on one's father, but on military merits. However, if one had a good father like Cheng Chumo, there wouldn't be anyone who dared to bully him in the army. If Yuan Desheng were to injure Cheng Chumo like how he injured Lu Ming, given Cheng Chumo's temper and prestige in the army, Yuan Desheng was certain that even if he were to survive, he wouldn't be able to survive in the army anymore. Not only the Black Armored Army, he wouldn't be able to survive in any of the barracks in the capital. This meant that his military career would come to an end, and he could only retire. Could it be that just because of a mission given by Qiu Xingong, he would have to end his military career? Yuan Desheng couldn't help but feel conflicted. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn a look at Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong seemed to have thought of this as well. Seeing Yuan Desheng looking over, Qiu Xingong shook his head lightly. Yuan Desheng instantly understood and heaved a sigh of relief. He understood that Qiu Xingong wanted him to hold back and not injure Cheng Chumo too severely. He could win this match, but he couldn't use underhanded means. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about Cheng Chumo taking revenge on him. How can you be distracted in a duel? Aren't you looking down on me too much? After the referee Dang Kong announced the start of the match, Cheng Chumo said, regardless of which dynasty or generation one was in, the phenomenon of relying on one's father existed more or less. Although the Great Tang had a relatively perfect imperial examination system, allowing students from humble backgrounds to stand out and have the possibility of entering the imperial court, generally speaking, those from humble backgrounds and those from noble clans had a completely different political starting point. For example, the descendants of Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and other important officials in the imperial court did not need to participate in the imperial examinations at all. They could hold official positions in some government offices, which was far from what the children of poor families could compare with. In the Great Tang Army, the promotion of a non-commissioned officer did not depend on one's father, but on one's military achievements. However, if one had a good father like Cheng Chumo, there would be very few people who would dare to bully him. If Yuan Desheng were to seriously injure Cheng Chumo like he did to Lu Ming, with Cheng Chumo's temper and prestige in the military, Yuan Desheng was certain that even if he were to survive, he would not be able to stay in the military anymore. Not only the Black Armored Army, he wouldn't be able to stay in any of the barracks in the capital. This meant that his military career would come to an end, and he would have to retire. Could it be that just because of a mission given by Qiu Xingong, he would have to end his military career? Yuan Desheng couldn't help but feel conflicted. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn a look at Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong seemed to have thought of this as well. Seeing Yuan Desheng looking over, Qiu Xingong shook his head lightly. Yuan Desheng instantly understood and heaved a sigh of relief. He understood that Qiu Xingong wanted him to hold back and not injure Cheng Chumo too severely. Chapter 2040. After a few rounds, the situation in the arena was completely different from what the spectators had expected. Before the start of the fight, most people thought that Cheng Chumo wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds under Yuan Desheng's hands. Who would have thought that after a few rounds, Yuan Desheng would actually be forced to flee by Cheng Chumo? What kind of situation was this? Where did the previously invincible Yuan Desheng go? Or could it be that Cheng Chumo's strength was truly unfathomable, and that he had always been hiding his true strength? But Cheng Chumo's last move of gouging out people's eyeballs still provoked public anger. Some of the spectating 2nd Battalion soldiers all began to shout loudly. Extremely shameless. How is this a martial arts competition? This is clearly a Jianghu brawl. That's right. Who would gouge out people's eyeballs in a martial arts competition? Isn't this move too despicable? Does he even care about martial arts ethics? Where's the judge? Does Cheng Chumo count as breaking the rules? Of course, due to Qiu Xingong's actions in the preliminary round, It had already caused the majority of the 2nd Battalion soldiers to feel a chill in their hearts. Therefore, in the elimination round, the morale of the 2nd Battalion soldiers was also relatively low. At this moment, there weren't many 2nd Battalion soldiers who were making a ruckus at the side of the arena. There were only about 10 people, and their momentum wasn't very great. Hey, I'm shameless. In the previous round, someone clearly knew that the opponent had no power to retaliate, but still purposely tried to kill him. Then what is this? Is this talking about martial arts ethics? Hearing Yuan Deshang and the 10th Battalion soldiers outside the arena criticizing him, Cheng Chumo laughed coldly and said, once these words were spoken, the noisy 2nd Battalion soldiers instantly became silent. Yuan Deshang also didn't say anything, not daring to continue on this topic. As for the referee, Deng Kong, he just looked at the situation with cold eyes. He had no intention of stopping the game. Obviously, he did not think that Cheng Chumo had violated the rules of the game. Shen Mu, Wang Rong, and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although they also felt that Cheng Chumo's move of gouging his eyeballs was somewhat disgraceful, it was just as Cheng Chumo had said. It was Yuan Deshang who did not care about martial ethics and deliberately injured Lu Ming first. Then, there was no need for Cheng Chumo to care about martial ethics. Presumably, Cheng Chumo was now thinking about avenging Lu Ming. After listening to Cheng Chumo's words, Yuan Deshang's expression suddenly changed, becoming somewhat gloomy and cold. Cheng Chumo was too lazy to care about this. He raised his true chi, stomped his right foot, and once again flashed in the direction of Yuan Deshang. He wanted to continue the close combat with Yuan Deshang. Obviously, Cheng Chumo had already understood the situation. He knew that in terms of moves and quantity of true chi, he would definitely not be able to compete with Yuan Deshang. His only advantage was his physical strength and close combat skills. Furthermore, he was confident that Yuan Deshang wouldn't dare to seriously injure him. Therefore, he could completely let go of his hands and feet and attack with all his might. And to attack with all his might, one had to pay attention to the effectiveness of the attack. If it was a normal duel, Yuan Deshang could completely rely on his realm and true chi advantage to easily dodge his attack. But in close combat, due to the close distance between the two, it was more difficult for Yuan Deshang to easily dodge his attack. You really think that I won't dare to hurt you? Seeing that Cheng Chumo took the initiative to attack again, Yuan Deshang couldn't help but feel a little angry. Speaking of which, even a clay figurine would have some anger, let alone an expert like him. He only heard a cold snort, then flashed in the direction that Cheng Chumo was coming from to meet him. Chapter 2041. Take advantage of the situation. Borrow strength to fight strength. This was Tai Chi. During the military training at Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan personally demonstrated Tai Chi in front of all the teachers and students and advocated for all the teachers and students to learn Tai Chi. Martial artists could enhance their combat power and scholars could strengthen their bodies. Therefore, almost everyone who graduated from the Yanhuang Academy knew Taiji Fist. However, the teachers and students of the academy had different levels of mastery of Taiji Fist. This was because Taiji Fist focused on fist intent and personal understanding. Among 100 people, there were 100 different understandings of Taiji Fist. However, only one or two of them could go a little further on the path of Taiji Fist. This was a reflection of the saying, "The master leads the way, but the cultivation is up to the individual." However, due to his personal friendship with Li Zixuan had given Cheng Chumo many special lessons. In Tai Chi, the most important lesson was on the afternoon when Li Zixuan taught Tai Chi for the first time in the academy. At that time, Li Zixuan called Cheng Chumo an iron egg to a place alone and let Cheng Chumo attack him with all his strength. He didn't use any genuine chi, but only the fist intent of Tai Chi, and easily resolved Cheng Chumo's fierce attack. For Cheng Chumo, the situation at that time was very similar to the situation now. The only difference was that the attacker was Yuan Deshang, and the one who used Tai Chi to defend and counterattack was him. Thanks to Li Zixuan's special lessons, Chung Chumo's understanding of the fist intent of Tai Chi was one of the best among the teachers and students of the academy. What Li Zixuan said to him at that time left a deep impression on him, and he could even recite it fluently until now, although he wasn't good at reciting. Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to conquer strength, borrowing strength to fight strength, and Taoism emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. Your brute force is the yang of Tai Chi. What you lack now is the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, what you lack is the knack of using strength. After you understand all this, go and learn Tai Chi fist. I believe you will definitely gain a lot. Chung Chumo, who was born in a family of generals, had been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Not only had he taken medicinal baths, but he had also been personally trained by Chung Yaojin. His muscles and bones had been polished, so in terms of martial arts foundation, he was not weaker than anyone else. Moreover, because of all these, he had a body of brute strength since he was a child. His strength was far greater than other martial artists of the same realm. However, having great strength did not mean that he was powerful. Just as Li Zixuan had said, he lacked the knack of using his strength in the past. When he fought, although he had strength all over his body, he did not use any strength at all. In the past year or so, Chung Chumo had gradually grasped the knack of exerting force and the profound meaning of Tai Chi fist after being taught by Li Zixuan and the curly-bearded guest. In his opinion, the core of Tai Chi fist was to borrow strength. If Tai Chi fist could not borrow strength, they would not be able to move 1,000 caddies with 4 tails. Borrowing force to fight force. Tai Chi fist without borrowing force is not Tai Chi fist. The premise of borrowing strength had to be smooth. Only by going with the flow could it be effortless. Only then could the effect of moving 1,000 caddies with 4 tails be reflected. Previously, when Chung Chumo's hand were wrapped around Yuan Deshang's fist, he followed the direction of Yuan Deshang's strength and pulled Yuan Deshang forward. At the same time, he took the opportunity to strike Yuan Deshang's chest with his elbow, making it impossible for Yuan Deshang to defend himself, because the distance between the two of them was too close. Moreover, from a physical point of view, at this moment, Yuan Deshang's body and Chung Chumo's elbow were moving towards each other. Chung Chumo's elbow strike would move closer to Yuan Deshang's body at a faster speed. Although the effect of force was mutual, the elbow was the hardest part of a person's arm, and the area near the armpit was a person's soft spot. Chung Chumo's elbow hit Yuan Deshang's left side near the armpit without any suspense. With a kacha sound, Yuan Deshang could even faintly hear the sound of his left shoulder blade cracking. Following that, he felt an intense, heart-wrenching pain from his right shoulder blade. Yuan Deshang's old face instantly turned purple. Then his entire body was directly sent flying by Chung Chumo's elbow strike. Bang! Yuan Deshang landed heavily on grass. If he could still feel the heart-wrenching pain just now, he could no longer feel any pain now because his left arm had lost all feeling. At the same time, Yuan Deshang could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Not only did Chung Chumo's strike just now cripple his left arm, but it also caused him to suffer a serious internal injury. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar everywhere. Speaking of which, the situation in the arena changed too quickly, right? Previously, Yuan Deshang's rolling on the ground could be said to be a move he had no choice but to use in the face of Chung Chumo's shameless fighting style. But what was the situation now? Was Yuan Deshang sent flying and seriously injured by Chung Chumo in one move? How is this possible? Wasn't Yuan Deshang's strength much stronger than Chung Chumo's? How did Chung Chumo do it? Yuan Deshang was injured by Chung Chumo? How is this possible? It must be that Chung Chumo used some underhanded trick again. Otherwise, how could he injure Yuan Deshang? That's right. What's the referee doing? Chung Chumo violated the rules of the competition. Why didn't he kick him out of the competition? A few 2nd Battalion soldiers saw Yuan Deshang fall to the ground and subconsciously thought that Chung Chumo had used a similar underhanded trick like when he had gouged out Yuan Deshang's eyeballs. One after another, they clamored for the referee to kick Chung Chumo out of the arena. Some of these people really didn't see clearly what had just happened. After all, Cheng Chumo and Yuan Desheng were extremely close to each other just now. Due to the angle, most of the spectators didn't see Cheng Chumo's elbow strike that borrowed force to strike Yuan Desheng. Referee Deng Kong stood in the same spot without moving and didn't have any intention of stopping the match. Just now, others didn't see Cheng Chumo's move clearly, so he knew that Cheng Chumo didn't violate the rules of the competition. But then again, he couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart that Cheng Chumo's move just now was indeed brilliant. It wasn't an underhanded trick. Cheng Chumo's move is too miraculous. How come I've never seen it before? Shenmu shook his head at this time and muttered to himself with slight doubt. I've also never seen it before. I just saw Cheng Chumo push an elbow strike and Yuan Desheng flew out. This move is too miraculous. Wang Rong scratched his head and said with bright eyes. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. That's Tai Chi. At this time, a young and magnetic voice sounded in their ears. The few of them turned around and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, adjunct. The person who came was Li Zishuan. Chapter 2042. After the start of the elimination round, Li Zishuan didn't follow Cheng Chumo, Shenmu, and the rest to B Battalion. He first went to inspect the other battalions before coming over. After all, he was the Black Armored Army's adjutant, and not just the Wu Battalion's adjutant. After inspecting the other battalions, Li Zishuan didn't waste any time and went straight to B Battalion. This was because he was worried that the B Battalion's Team 1 would do the same thing as the preliminary round and attack the Wu Battalion's people. But what he didn't expect was that the reality was the exact opposite of what he expected. Not only did the B Battalion's Team 1 not attack the Wu Battalion's people, they were actually beaten up by the Wu Battalion's people, and the violent person was actually Cheng Chumo. Coincidentally, Li Zishuan saw Cheng Chumo's last move of Tai Chi pushing hand and borrowing force to attack force. With regard to Cheng Chumo's improvement in Tai Chi, as his master, he was rather pleased. However, Li Zishuan didn't expect that Cheng Chumo could use Tai Chi to defeat Yuan Desheng. After all, the difference between the two of them was obvious. Although Cheng Chumo was born with superhuman strength, it wasn't easy for him to cross the gap between the two of them. Tai Chi? Join the army. What is Tai Chi? After bowing to Li Zishuan, Shenmu couldn't help but ask. Of course, while he was asking, he kept glancing at the arena from time to time. Because Yuan Desheng hadn't admitted defeat, this round of the competition wasn't over yet. Tai Chi. Tai Chi has Tai Chi, which gives birth to Yin and Yang. Tai Chi has Yin and Yang, which can borrow force to attack force, using softness to overcome hardness. Just now, Cheng Chumo took advantage of the situation and used a push hand to neutralize Yuan Desheng's fierce and overbearing fist force. Then, using the momentum of Yuan Desheng's body falling forward, he used his elbow to heavily injure Yuan Desheng. This is Tai Chi. Li Zishuan also didn't take his eyes off the arena. Hearing Shenmu's question, he thought for a while and explained. So that's how it is. When Shenmu heard this, he first fell into deep thought. Then, he seemed to have realized something, and a trace of shock flashed in the corner of his eyes. Huh, who would have thought that the Cheng family's kids' martial arts would improve so quickly? If I remember correctly, this Yuan Desheng's martial arts should be much higher than that brat from the Cheng clan. I never thought that he would be defeated by that brat from the Cheng clan. It seems that the Black Armored Army's camp is really a good place to train people. Just as Li Zishuan and the others were focused on the arena, a dignified and surprised voice suddenly came from behind them. Li Zishuan instantly recognized the owner of the voice. He quivered and hurriedly turned around, only to see a middle-aged man in his 30s wearing a white round-neck shirt standing behind him. Who else could it be but Lier? This subject, General Li Zishuan greets your majesty. At this moment, Li Zishuan didn't have time to wonder why Lier would suddenly appear in the Black Armored Army's camp. He was only stunned for a moment before he hurriedly bowed and greeted. Speaking of which, he was used to greeting Lier as this subject and little subject. Now that he was in the army, he wasn't used to using the title this subject. His voice wasn't loud, but Shun Mu, Wang Rong, Xiao Ming, and Yuchi Baolin, who were standing beside him, heard it clearly. Hearing this, the four of them hurriedly turned around. When they saw Li Zixuan standing in front of Li Er, the four of them instantly trembled and hurriedly bowed down to pay their respects. All right, there's no need for formalities. This time, I'm leaving the palace in plain clothes. Do what you need to do. There's no need to bother about me. Without waiting for them to speak, Li Er rushed to wave his hand and said, Chapter 2043. Seeing Cheng Chimo beat up Yuan Deshang on the arena, the soldiers of the 5th Battalion who came along with Wang Rong and Shun Mu to watch the fight naturally cheered. Because Yuan Deshang injured Lu Ming first, Cheng Chimo could be considered to have avenged Lu Ming. On the other hand, Xiao Xinggong and Sun Tao's faces were as dark as they could get. The rest of the 6th Battalion soldiers all had gloomy expressions and low morale. Some of them had even turned their gazes elsewhere as they couldn't bear to continue watching. Li Er's face was a little pale at this moment. From his point of view, the original intention of the fighting competition was to stimulate the competitiveness of the soldiers and make them work harder in their daily training to increase the overall combat power of the entire army. But now, Cheng Chimo was using the competition as an opportunity to beat up Yuan Deshang. This completely went against the original intention of the fighting competition. Thinking up to this point, Li Er couldn't help but turn his gaze to Li Zixuan, who was standing beside him. After all, this kid was the instigator. As if he felt Li Zixuan's cold gaze, Li Zixuan's heart quivered. He subconsciously turned around to look at Li Er. After seeing Li Er's dark expression, Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Li Er was angry because of Cheng Chimo's actions. I admit. On the arena, Yuan Deshang opened his mouth again and was about to admit defeat. Cheng Chimo's fist came as promised, and once again smashed into Yuan Deshang's mouth. At the same time, Yuan Deshang's words of surrender were smashed back into his mouth. It seemed like a one-sided beating was about to take place once again. Cough, cough. At this moment, Li Zixuan coughed loudly. Cheng Chimo, who was about to continue showing off his skills on the arena, heard this cough. He couldn't help but stop and turn his head to look at Li Zixuan. He saw Li Zixuan lightly shaking his head at him. Cheng Chimo was beating up Yuan Deshang on the arena. The 5th Battalion soldiers who came along with Wang Rong and Shun Mu to watch the fight naturally cheered. Because Yuan Deshang injured Lu Ming first, now Cheng Chimo could be considered to have avenged Lu Ming. On the other hand, Xiao Xinggong and Sun Tao's faces were as dark as they could get. The rest of the 6th Battalion soldiers' faces were gloomy and their morale was low. Some of them even looked away as they couldn't bear to continue watching the fight. Li Er's face was a little ashen at this time. In his opinion, the original intention of the fighting tournament was to stimulate the competitiveness of the soldiers and make them work harder in their daily training, thus increasing the overall combat strength of the army. But now, Cheng Chimo had used the tournament as an opportunity to beat up Yuan Deshang. This completely deviated from the original intention of the fighting tournament. Thinking of this, Li Er couldn't help but turn his gaze to Li Zixuan, who was standing beside him. After all, this kid was the instigator. As if he felt Li Zixuan's cold gaze, Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously turned to look at Li Er. After seeing Li Er's dark face, Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Li Er was angry because of Cheng Chimo's actions. I admit. On the arena, Yuan Deshang opened his mouth again. Just as he was about to admit defeat, Cheng Chimo's fist came as promised and once again smashed into Yuan Deshang's mouth. At the same time, Yuan Deshang's words of surrender were smashed back into his mouth. It seemed like a one-sided beating was about to take place once again. Cough, cough. At this moment, Li Zixuan coughed loudly. Cheng Chimo, who was about to continue showing off his skills on the arena, heard this cough and couldn't help but stop. He turned to look at Li Zixuan and saw Li Zixuan lightly shaking his head at him. Chapter 2044. In a martial arts competition, you should stop when the fight is over. Why did you injure him so heavily? On the drill ground of the Black Armored Army, Li Er pointed at Yuan Desheng's bloody face and shouted at Cheng Chumo. Today's incident could be big or small. The key was how Cheng Chumo would explain himself. If he couldn't give Li Er a convincing reason, then Cheng Chumo wouldn't be able to escape a beating. If it was more serious, he might even be kicked out of the military camp. The corners of Qiu Xingong's mouth curled up into an almost undetectable smile. To him, this was the last bit of value left on Yuan Desheng after his heavy injuries. If this could cause Cheng Chumo to suffer misfortune or even be expelled from the military camp, then Yuan Desheng's sacrifice would be worth it. Your Majesty, I didn't intentionally injure him. It's just that Yuan Desheng didn't admit defeat. His martial arts are better than mine. Although I accidentally gained the upper hand, I didn't dare to wait for him to recover. So I kept on attacking him until he admitted defeat. This didn't violate the rules of the competition. At the crucial moment, Cheng Chumo learned from his father, Cheng Yaojin's usual and scrupulous personality. He directly pushed the blame away and pretended to be stupid, refusing to admit defeat no matter what. During the competition, just now, he did intend to take the opportunity to beat Yuan Desheng up. However, this kind of thing couldn't be admitted in front of Li Er. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer another round of physical pain. Qiu Xingong was furious. He pointed at Cheng Chumo and shouted, "T. You obviously did it on purpose. Your Majesty." Seeing that Qiu Xingong was about to start spouting nonsense, Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't keep silent anymore. He cut in and cupped his fist towards Li Er. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Chumo did hit Yuan Desheng a little too hard just now. However, I implore your Majesty to forgive him on account of his eagerness to win and the fact that he only caused some superficial injuries to Yuan Desheng." Are you pleading for mercy on his behalf? Li Er narrowed his eyes. Seeing these people fighting on the field, he thought about how his most beloved son had been kidnapped by a foreign tribe in the north, and his life and death were unknown. A ball of anger inexplicably ignited in his heart. He said coldly, "I'll let you join the Black Armored Army to raise the fighting power of the soldiers and to unite the army. But what about you? Just look at it. What was supposed to be a good martial arts competition had now turned into a battlefield for the soldiers of the different battalions to fight and vent their anger. If this continued, would the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army fall apart and fall apart? If you go to the battlefield in the future, will you still be able to trust your backs to your comrades?" Li Er's words could not be said to be light. Everyone present, regardless of their standpoint, did not dare to say another word after hearing these words. Although Li Zishuan felt a little aggrieved in his heart and did not understand where Li Er's anger came from, he did not choose to go head-to-head with Li Er at this time. There was no need. He was not alone now. He still had a family in Lantian County. More importantly, he had a clear conscience towards this country and the Black Armored Army. Li Er's deafening words of warning would soon be slapped in the face. Your Majesty is right. I also believe that since we are in the Black Armored Army, we are comrades and can entrust our lives to each other on the battlefield. However, before you came, there was someone who wanted to use the martial art competition to kill his comrade. Your Majesty, please judge clearly." After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan cupped his fist and said to Li Er, Chapter 2045. In the previous round, I was too eager to win and did not control my strength at the crucial moment. That was why I accidentally injured Brother Lu Ming. I did not do it on purpose. Please investigate, Your Majesty. In the Black Armored Army drill ground, in front of the 2nd Battalion arena, Yuan Desheng's entire body was in pain. However, he still endured the pain and explained to Li Er. He had no choice but to explain. If he did not try his best to explain, Li Er would charge him with the crime of intentionally injuring a fellow soldier. Then, he would not only suffer some superficial injuries, but might even lose his head. You dare to spout nonsense in front of His Majesty? As everyone knows, Lu Ming is only at the initial stage of qi transformation while you, Yuan Desheng, are at the intermediate stage of qi transformation. Whether it is martial ability or actual combat experience, you completely surpass Lu Ming. Under such circumstances, it would be a piece of cake for you to win. How could you not control your strength? Are you treating all of us as fools? Or are you deliberately deceiving His Majesty? Hearing this, Li Zishuan could not help but rebuke angrily. Actually, Li Zishuan did not intend to make a fuss out of this matter because there was no direct evidence to prove that Yuan Desheng had intentionally injured Lu Ming. As the evidence was not enough to hammer Yuan Desheng and the people behind him to death, Li Zishuan could not be bothered to deal with this fellow. However, things were different now. Because of Li Er's sudden arrival, Cheng Chumo and Yuan Desheng had been placed on the PK stage. If Yuan Desheng could not be convicted, then Cheng Chumo would be guilty of intentionally injuring a fellow soldier. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Li Zishuan had to stand out and hammer Yuan Desheng to death. Li Er was also a martial artist. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, he also felt that Li Zishuan's analysis was reasonable. After all, in a martial arts competition, strength was the most important factor. Yuan Desheng was originally much stronger than Lu Ming. In theory, Yuan Desheng should have been able to handle the battle with ease and without any pressure. The one who should have given it his all was Lu Ming. However, in the end, it was the effortless Yuan Desheng who could not control his strength at the crucial moment and injured Lu Ming, who was giving it his all. Who would believe such a thing? Anyone with a bit of common knowledge about martial arts would not believe it, especially Li Er. Therefore, Li Er could not help but narrow his eyes, and his gaze towards Yuan Desheng gradually turned cold. Being stared at by Li Er's cold eyes, Yuan Desheng suddenly panicked. His mind raced as he tried to defend himself while thinking of countermeasures and wording. Your Majesty, this general is not lying to you. What this general said just now is the truth. What Adjunctly said is wrong. This general's strength does seem to be stronger than Lu Ming's, but this general is not as young as Lu Ming. In order to win the competition, this general does not dare to be careless and has to go all out. And you see, Cheng Chumo's strength is about the same as Lu Ming's. Didn't I lose this match as well? This guy really had a quick-witted mind to be able to use this loss to Cheng Chumo as an argument to his advantage, to prove to Li Zishuan and Li Er that it is not certain that one can win the competition just because one is stronger than the opponent on the surface, and there is no need to go all out. As long as this point could be explained, then the accident of him accidentally injuring Lu Ming could also be explained. Hearing him say this, Li Zishuan almost laughed out of anger. He thought to himself that this guy looked like a burly man, but he did not expect him to be a genius debater. With such eloquence, he did not go to the imperial court to be an imperial censor, but was here to be a soldier. What a waste of talent. At this time, Cheng Chumo said angrily, F***ck your mother's fart. How can Lu Ming be the same as me? I can beat you because of Tai Chi. Do you know what Tai Chi is? Tai Chi is to use softness to overcome hardness, to defeat the strong with the weak. Lu Ming does not know Tai Chi. How can he beat you in a normal fight? At that time, all the brothers who were present saw it. Lu Ming was beaten up by you until he was dodging everywhere. Yet every move you made was fatal. You still say that you did not do it on purpose? After being exposed by Cheng Chumo, Yuan Desheng naturally had a stomach full of anger. However, he did not dare to vent it out at this time. He could only suppress it in his stomach. After looking at Cheng Chumo with hatred, Yuan Desheng once again tried to explain himself. Yuan will go all out against any opponent. Could it be that I am wrong to want to win the competition? Speaking till here, he quickly looked at Xiao Xingong. The meaning of asking for help was obvious. Obviously, Yuan Desheng also realized that with his strength alone, he would definitely not be able to win against Cheng Chumo and Li Zishuan. Most importantly, Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo held a much higher position in Li Er's heart than him. At this time, he needed someone with enough weight to stand out and speak up for him. Otherwise, he would only have a dead end. And Xiao Xingong was the most suitable candidate. After all, the two of them were on the same side. Xiao Xingong also knew that he had to stand out at this time. Otherwise, it would be over if Yuan Desheng betrayed him when he knew that he was going to die. He coughed lightly and first frowned at Chung Chumo as he reprimanded. In front of his majesty, you dare to speak such filthy words. What scandal? After saying that, he cupped his fist towards Li Er and said, Your Majesty, Yuan de Shang is a very competitive person. Moreover, he will go all out against any opponent. Many soldiers know his character. This time, Lu Ming was heavily injured. This Chiu believes that he did not do it on purpose. Your Majesty, please judge clearly. Li Er glanced at Chiu Xingong indifferently. Actually, his heart was like a mirror. Seeing Chiu Xingong jump out to plead for mercy for Yuan de Shang. How could he not guess that Yuan de Shang's heavy injury to Lu Ming today was very likely due to Chiu Xingong's instructions? But guessing was just guessing. Li Er would not say it out loud. As the emperor, how could he not have such shrewdness? However, the matter of Lu Ming being heavily injured and almost dying was also a wake-up call for Li Er. Now that Chiu Xingong was actually able to secretly instruct his subordinates to kill someone, it meant that within the black armored troops, the battle between Chiu Xingong and Li Zishuan had already reached its climax. He had to face this problem head-on and solve it as soon as possible. He could not allow this vicious internal battle to continue. Li Er remained silent. Chiu Xingong instantly felt a sense of pressure, because when Li Er looked at him just now, he felt as if he had been seen through. Fortunately, he had been in the imperial court and the military for many years and had trained some shrewdness. Otherwise, at this moment, his expression would definitely have revealed something. Regardless of whether Yuan de Shang did it intentionally or not, it is an indisputable fact that he was heavily injured and almost killed Lu Ming. In the military, meritorious service should be rewarded, and wrongdoings should be punished. This is also an indisputable iron law. Therefore, Yuan de Shang shall be whipped 50 times, demoted by 1 rank, and tied to the gate in public for 3 days as a warning to others. In addition, all of the following matches of the 2nd Battalion will be judged as a loss as punishment. If the same situation occurs in the other battalions, they will all be punished according to this example. As such, does anyone have any objections? Li Er was silent for a long time. Just as Yuan de Shang was about to collapse under this invisible pressure, he finally opened his mouth to speak. 50 lashes, demoted by 1 rank, tied to the gate in public for 3 days, and all of the remaining matches of the 2nd Battalion will be judged as a loss. Yuan de Shang and Chiu Xingong could not help but tremble. This punishment could not be said to be light, but compared to being beheaded for the crime of killing fellow soldiers, these punishments were not as heavy. Furthermore, Li Er's tone did not allow for any objections. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind. Even if Yuan de Shang and Chiu Xingong had objections, they did not dare to voice them out at this moment. They could only cup their fists and say, This general is willing to accept the punishment. Your Majesty is wise. This general has no objections. Li Zishuan and Chang Chumo looked at each other and also cupped their fists and said, Your Majesty is wise. This general, has no objections. Although compared to the sins that Yuan de Shang had committed, this punishment seemed a little light. But at that time, Li Er did not see the situation with his own eyes. In this era, there were no cameras or anything. They did not have any direct evidence to hammer Yuan de Shang to death. For Yuan de Shang and the 2nd Battalion to end up like this, it was already a relatively good result. Duan Jishuan also said, This general has no objections. Your Majesty is wise. Li Er said expressionlessly, All right, do what you were supposed to do. Li Zishuan, Duan Jishuan, the 2 of you follow me to take a look. After saying that, Li Er turned around and left with Zhao Song. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan and Chiu Xingong responded and hurriedly followed after him. Chapter 2046. According to Li Er's orders, Yuan de Shang was to be whipped 50 times, demoted by 1 level, and be bound to the gate of the Yuan camp for 3 days. Furthermore, all of the following matches of the 2nd Battalion were judged to have lost. Therefore, there was no need for the 2nd Battalion to continue with the competition. The Wu Battalion could be said to have won this round of competition without shedding any blood and directly advanced to the finals. This meant that the E Battalion had already secured a spot in the top 5 of this martial arts competition. Even though there were many accidents along the way, this result was still considered a rather good one for the E Battalion. As for Li Zixuan, he didn't have to worry about the B Battalion playing any tricks in the following matches. As long as the E Battalion went all out and displayed their brilliance, Li Zixuan's initial goal would be achieved. How is the training of the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army? How long will it take for them to return to their peak combat strength? Li Zixuan and Duan Zixuan followed Li Er to the side of the drill ground. Li Er looked at the soldiers of the various battalions who were engaged in intense competition and asked expressionlessly. Although Li Er didn't specify who he was asking about, as the general of the Black Armored Army, Duan Zixuan naturally had to take the initiative to answer this question. He clasped his fist and said, "Your Majesty, the expansion of the Black Armored Army has only been going on for about 10 days, and the implementation of the new drill code has only been a few days. Furthermore, there is still the 2nd Battalion that hasn't adopted the new drill code. The familiarity of the soldiers with the new equipment and their coordination in battle is still far behind that of the previous Black Armored Army. Based on the results of my inspection these few days, I can see that the A Battalion is currently the strongest in terms of combat power. The coordination between the soldiers in the A Battalion is also the most tacit. The V Battalion is the most disciplined, and their coordination is slightly inferior to the A Battalion. However, they are more familiar with the new equipment than the A Battalion. As for the other 3 battalions, their strength is about the same. It will take some time for these 3 battalions to become a fighting force. Time? I'm afraid I can't give you much time." Li Er furrowed his brows and sighed softly. Duan Zixuan was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "What does your Majesty mean? Could it be that the Northern Turks have made some strange movements recently?" Over the past few days, the Black Armored Army had been undergoing close training. Everyone, from the commanding general to the ordinary soldiers, was staying in the barracks. If there was no special summons, Duan Zixuan would not attend the morning court. Thus, he did not know much about the situation on the Great Tang's borders. At this time, Li Er stopped and turned around to look at the two of them. A few days ago, Qin Ke and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College went north to Taiyuan to build a telegraph relay station for the northern expedition against the Turks. However, we did not expect that there would be a group of Turk spies hiding in Taiyuan City. Last night, we received news that Qin Ke had been kidnapped by Turk spies. Moreover, according to reliable information, in the next few days, it is very likely that a group of Turk wolf riders will sneak into our Great Tang territory to receive the Turk spies in Taiyuan City. The Northerners are even more anxious than us. What? The King of Wei was kidnapped by Turk spies in Taiyuan? Hearing this, Duan Zixuan could not help but be shocked. Of course, he knew how importantly Tai was in Li Er's heart. He could also imagine how fearful the local officials of Taiyuan City would be now that the Turk spies had Li Tai as their trump card. Taiyuan City was in danger. Chapter 2047. Brat, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me everything you know. On the sidelines of the Black Armor Military Academy, Li Er could not help but frown when he saw Li Zixuan's hesitant look. It wasn't just Empress Zhang's son who was forcing him into a corner. He was also extremely worried about Li Tai's safety. Alas, Taiyuan and Chang were separated by several hundred li, and now that Li Tai had been kidnapped, it would be too late to send an army to rescue him. After all, the enemy had hostages. As an emperor, all he could do in the capital after learning that his son had been captured was a form of torture for Li Er. Li Zixuan's ambiguous words seemed to have given Li Er a sliver of hope. Li Zixuan looked at Duan Zixuan and Li Er hesitantly and finally replied, "Your Majesty, this time the teachers and students of the academy went north to build a telegraph relay station. Before they set off, I was worried that the Turk spies lurking in the Tang Empire would hinder them after knowing the purpose of their trip. Therefore, I asked Qin Ke to ask Your Majesty to send elite troops to escort them all the way. At the time, this subject was worried that the Turkic spies would strike in Yinzhou, as that place was on the border where the Turks could easily infiltrate. I did not expect these Turkic spies to be so bold as to strike in Taiyuan City. At present, Taiyuan City has not only 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers, but also 100 cavalry that your majesty has secretly dispatched, as well as tens of thousands of local soldiers. This subject is confident that someone of Li Juanxian's ability will not allow the Turkic spies to take Qingke out of the city. Even if the Turkic wolf cavalry that have infiltrated the Great Tang arrive outside Taiyuan City, your majesty does not need to worry. Taiyuan is not the border, but the heartland of the Great Tang. If the Turkic wolf cavalry really dares to enter Taiyuan, all the soldiers of the surrounding provinces will come out and surround them, and they will not be able to return. Lier was somewhat dissatisfied. We understand everything you say, but now that Qingke is in the hands of the Turkic spies, no matter how many soldiers there are in Taiyuan City, if they use Qingchua's life to threaten us, what use will it be? Just now, you said that Qingke would definitely be able to escape safely. What exactly are you relying on? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty is wise. Now, if they wanted to rescue Qingke, it was not certain that they would succeed even if they had more people. They could only use ingenuity and not brute force. A few days ago, I suddenly felt uneasy because I was worried about the safety of Qingke and the others in Taiyuan. I sent a telegram from the military camp and sent a very special expert to secretly protect Qingke and the others in Taiyuan. I believe that with that person's abilities, he will definitely be able to safely rescue Qingke from the hands of the Turkic spies. A very special expert. Upon hearing this, Li Er was puzzled. He knew that Li Zishuan's martial arts realm was very profound, and someone who could be called a master by Li Zishuan should at least be in the realm of the Grandmaster. Moreover, from Li Zishuan's words, it was not difficult to feel his confidence in the master's ability. This made Li Er very puzzled for a moment, because there were only a few Grandmaster-level masters in Chang'an. He had not heard of anyone who had been sent to Taiyuan by Li Zishuan recently. Therefore, Li Er could not help but ask, Who is he? How could he make you trust him so much? Li Zishuan glanced at Duan Jishuan and then at Li Er. He was somewhat hesitant, not knowing if he should reveal that person's identity in front of Duan Jishuan. After all, that person's identity was very special. If he revealed it, it might cause a certain amount of trouble. If he did not speak, Duan Jishuan would probably hold a grudge against him, and Li Er would also get to the bottom of it. Chapter 2048. Haya, Haya, Haya. On the plains 15 li north of Xiakou Mountain, 2,000 some valiant Turkic cavalry, 100 men in a row, were madly galloping. In 100 zhang in front of them, a mysterious man in a black robe was also galloping. Moreover, that mysterious man would occasionally turn his head to look behind him. It seemed that this was yet another play between the pursuer and the hunted. The mysterious man in the black robe was clearly the hunted, and the 2,000 cavalry were the pursuers. But just who was this man in the black robe to be pursued by a 2,000 Turkic cavalry? Presumably, his identity was extraordinary. Thwish, thwish, thwish. The Turkic cavalry in the front row clamped down on their war horses to stabilize themselves, and at the same time, they knocked arrows with both hands and began to madly fire at the man in the black robe. Arrows rained down from the sky, but the vast majority of them lost their momentum before they could reach the man in the black robe. After all, there was a distance of 1 to 200 zhang between them. Even if a few arrows managed to fly a little farther, they would either miss their mark or be dodged by the man in the black robe. Thus, after several volleys of arrows, the man in the black robe was completely unharmed. Shoot the horse's legs. All of you, aim at the horse's legs. The Turkic commander's eyes darkened when he saw the man in the black robe's sharp senses and nimble movements. This was an extremely correct decision. This was because the black-robed man could rely on his body movement and his abundant inner Jin Qi to perform all kinds of super difficult movements on horseback to dodge the arrows flying towards him. However, he had no way to make his warhorse dodge the arrows. As long as his warhorse was crippled by the arrows, the black-robed man would fall off his horse and be caught up by them. Yes, the soldiers replied, and then they knocked arrows on their bows and began to fire at the legs of the man's horse. Thwish, thwish, thwish. More than 100 arrows flew towards the black-robed man's warhorse like meteors. Although the arrows were shot from such a long distance and from the back of a horse, the general direction of the arrows was not a problem. Nearly 80% of the arrows were aimed at the black-robed man's warhorse. At this moment, no matter how good the black-robed man's movement technique was, he would not be able to help his warhorse avoid this round of arrow rain. At this critical moment, the black-robed man placed his left hand on the horse's back and made a 180-degree turn. At the same time, his right hand reached behind his back and pulled out a pitch-black mace. At this moment, he was facing the 2,000 Turkic soldiers. If someone who didn't understand the cause and effect of the matter saw this, they would think that the black-robed man was riding a horse backwards. After turning around on his horse, the black-robed man pressed his legs against the horse's belly and propped himself up. He leaned toward the Turkic army, his body at a 45-degree angle from the horizon. The black-robed man's right hand quickly swung his mace, creating an impenetrable defensive wall behind his horse. Although it took a long time to describe, the black-robed man's series of actions were completed in the blink of an eye. Ding, 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 ding. With a series of tinkling sounds, the hundreds of arrows failed to hit the horse's legs and hit the defensive wall that the black-robed man had built with his maces before they bounced off in all directions. Chapter 2049. On the steppe, the black-robed man was facing the opposite direction of the warhorse. He was in an extremely difficult position, standing diagonally on the horse's back. He looked like he was about to fall, but no matter how the horse bumped, he did not move an inch on the horse's back. With his current posture, he could use the weapon in his hand to block the arrows behind him. However, there were hundreds of arrows flying towards him from 3 different directions. To be more precise, they were all aimed at his horse. Unless he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be very difficult for him to block the arrows from 3 different directions for his horse. The black-robed man's eagle eyes scanned his surroundings. In truth, he didn't have any better ideas. Although he was unparalleled in strength and was revered as a god by the warriors of the steppe, he was not a god. He was a man, and he was not omnipotent. White Shadow, you go first. However, it was not his style to sit and wait for death. After pondering for a moment, the black-robed man instantly made a decision. Both of his legs slightly exerted force, and his entire body leaped up from the horse's back. The moment he got up, he used his right leg to instantly kick the horse's buttocks and growled. The horse, White Shadow, was no ordinary horse. It had once been the king of horses of the steppe, and the black-robed man had spent a great deal of effort to tame it. Moreover, this horse had accompanied him for 7 or 8 years. He naturally couldn't bear to see his beloved steed die like this. Thus, at this crucial moment, the black-robed man decisively left the horse's back and had his beloved steed suddenly accelerate to escape the range of the arrows. The sudden kick to its rear caused the warhorse to crazily accelerate, and in the blink of an eye, it had traveled a great distance. The black-robed man was in the air, and the sudden acceleration of the warhorse had allowed it to escape the range of the arrows. As a result, the volley of arrows from the Turkic cavalry had all missed. However, although the Turkic soldiers had failed to shoot the horse, they had achieved their goal. The black-robed man had no horse to ride. A 2-legged horse could not outrun a 4-legged horse. Once the black-robed man landed, he would immediately be surrounded by the 2,000 cavalry. Charge! Everyone, surround him. Don't let him escape. The Turkic commander was first taken aback by this sight, and then he rejoiced and loudly ordered. Yes, the 2,000 cavalrymen accepted the order and put away their bows and arrows. Then they urged their war horses to the fastest speed possible and charged towards the black-robed man. Previously, the black-robed man was around 1,500 meters away from them, but after the black-robed man landed on the ground, the distance between them was only around 1,300 meters. With the current speed of the cavalry, They would only need a few breaths to cover this distance. The black-robed man did not want to be surrounded by the cavalry. After landing, he did not stop. He quickly turned around and activated his light body technique to the extreme. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he dashed in the direction of his warhorse. Quick! It was really too fast. The speed of the black-robed man at this moment was more than twice the speed of the cavalry. The distance of 130 feet had been widened to more than 160 feet in a breath's time, and it seemed to be getting further and further away. Chapter 2050. As noon approached, a white horse wearing a black robe was unhurriedly traversing the grasslands to the north of Shako Mountain. This black robe was naturally Wu Jie. Earlier, after escaping from the 2,000 wolf cavalry led by Ashina Shur, he had traveled another 2 or 3 leagues. Seeing that Ashina she had not pursued him, he had ordered his white horse to slow down. After all, although this horse had once been a king of horses, it was now an old horse and could not maintain its top speed for long periods of time. It was now close to noon, but there was no sign of a scorching sun. The sky was still rather overcast, but the further south one went, the brighter it became. From this, it could be seen that the frost this morning had probably only occurred in the heart of the grasslands. South of the grasslands, near the border of the Great Tang, there should not have been any frost. The subtle changes in the weather did not attract Wu Jie's attention or interest. His face was as calm as water, his head lowered as if he was seriously pondering something. In truth, Wu Jie had left Shili Royal Court a long time ago. In terms of departure time, he had left Shili Royal Court nearly 4 hours earlier than Ashina Shur's pursuers. With the speed of the White Shadow, Wu Jie would never have been able to catch up to Ashina Shur's group. The main reason he had almost been caught was because after leaving Shili Royal Court, Wu Jie had not directly ridden south to the Central Plains. Instead, he had gone to a certain place, the tomb of the previous Turkic state teacher. The previous Turkic state teacher had been buried at the foot of Wushan, and Wushan was located to the northwest of the Turkic royal court, nearly 100 li away. Wu Jie had insisted on going to the tomb of the previous Turkic state teacher because he felt that this trip to the Central Plains would bring about a massive change in his life. There was a high chance that he would never return to the grasslands again. In his memories, his life had been saved by the previous Turkic state teacher. So before leaving, he naturally wanted to take one last look at the old Turkic state teacher. However, he had not expected that Shili would send 2,000 wolf cavalry to pursue him. Although Ashina had not said who had ordered him to do so, Wu Jie didn't even need to think to know who it was, because in the entire grasslands, there was only one person who could command wolf cavalry, Shili. In his view, if he had left without saying goodbye, Shili would at most verbally blame him. No matter what, he would not be so decisive as to send soldiers to pursue him. After all, although he had not been at Shili's beck and call, he had still done many things for Shili. At the very least, Shili's position as Great Khan had been so stable over the years, and this was partly due to his efforts. After going to the tomb of the previous Turkic state teacher in the northwest of the royal court, he had turned back and headed south to the Central Plains. It was precisely because of this detour that Ashina had the chance to catch up. Shili, why do you not want me to go to the Central Plains? Yinner, how many things are you hiding from me? Who am I? At this moment, Wu Jie's face was somewhat blank. The pursuit of 2,000 wolf cavalry and the concealment of his lover had made him more and more aware that his identity was not as simple as he had imagined. Otherwise, why would Shili send 2,000 wolf cavalry to pursue him when the grasslands were on the verge of falling into turmoil? After a moment of confusion, Wu Jie's eyes slowly became firm. Since so many people were trying to stop him from finding the truth, from finding his identity, then he would find the truth. No one could stop him. Chapter 2051. Black Armored Army's Camp. The finals of the fighting competition were about to begin. As the strongest battalion in the Black Armored Army, the A Battalion naturally became the champions of the arena. More accurately, it was the A Battalion's 2nd Battalion who became the defending team of the arena. According to the rules of the competition, The defending team would be at a disadvantage if they had to face all the challenges from the other teams. However, if they wanted to be the champion, they would have to defeat all their opponents. Only then would they be worthy of the title. The A Battalion was the strongest among the 5 battalions. Not only did they want the competition to be transparent, they also wanted to win fair and square. They wanted to win so that everyone would be convinced. Hence, the A Battalion's second team took the initiative to be the ringmaster. As for why they didn't let the A Battalion's first team be the ringmaster, they had their own selfish motives. After all, they were all from the same battalion. The A Battalion's second team felt that they were not as strong as the A Battalion's first team, so they willingly led the charge to deplete the strength of the other teams and help the A Battalion's first team to be the champion. The A Battalion's second team will be the ringmaster. Which team is willing to go up on stage to challenge? After Li Zixuan announced the start of the finals, the referee saw the B Battalion's second team going up on stage to be the ringmaster. He shouted to the other 4 teams below the stage. The A Battalion's first team was naturally indifferent. After all, the reason why the A Battalion's second team was the first to be the ringmaster was to help them deplete the strength of the other teams. On the E Battalion's side, Chung Chumo was eager to give it a try. He thought that even if they couldn't beat the A Battalion's first team, they could still beat the A Battalion's second team. Just as the eager Chung Chumo was about to encourage Shunmu to lead them up the stage to challenge the ringmaster, someone from the D Battalion's first team stood up and said, "The D Battalion's first team is willing to challenge." After saying that, that person glanced at Shunmu, then led a few of his team members to the stage to call out the generals. Shunmu also glanced in that direction. Their gazes met for a moment in the air before they both quickly looked away. Chung Chumo sighed and said, "Alas, I was just thinking of asking old Shun to lead us up to challenge. I didn't expect the D Battalion's brothers to beat us to it." Shinmu's lips curled into a smile as he said meaningfully, "Chumo, don't be so ungrateful. The brothers from a first team of the D Battalion want to help us probe the second team of the A Battalion and do us a favor. Let's just observe from below. When we go on stage later, we won't be so unprepared." The A Battalion, D Battalion, and V Battalion were the first battalions to accept Li Zixuan's new drill, so these battalions had a sense of camaraderie. However, because they were all new recruits, the D Battalion and V Battalion were usually closer to each other. Now that the fighting competition had entered the finals, only one team from the D Battalion had entered the finals, and in front of them were the 2 mountains of the A Battalion. Knowing that they had no chance of winning the championship, it was completely reasonable for them to be the first to go up the stage to challenge the ringmaster and do a favor for the V Battalion. Help us probe the real situation? Chung Chumo subconsciously thought about it. After a while, he more or less understood the crux of the matter. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. He just stood quietly beside Shinmu, waiting for the competition between the 2 teams to officially begin. Chapter 2052. The third round, Gung Diaming, the leader of Team A, versus Du Guangshan, the leader of Team D. In terms of strength, Gung Diaming was at the middle stage of Qi transforming stage, while Du Guangshan was at the early stage of Qi transforming stage. From the perspective of victory and defeat, Team A Camp 2 had already won 2 matches in a row. This round's win or loss didn't affect the overall situation. However, Team D Camp 1 was different. They had already lost 2 matches in a row. If they lost again, they would be directly eliminated. They would end their journey in this combat tournament with a 5th place result. Therefore, Gung Diaming had less psychological pressure during the match and could perform more stably. But when the 2 of them really started fighting, the audience below the stage realized that the 2 of them were actually evenly matched. After exchanging more than 20 blows, there was still no clear victor. Gosh, where did this Du Guangshan come from? He's actually so fierce. Below the stage, Chung Chumo's eyes were wide open as he exclaimed in shock. He didn't know Du Guangshan before, but he had heard of Gung Diaming. He knew that Gung Diaming was one of the capable generals under Zhang Shige of Team A and had already reached the middle stage of Qi transforming stage. He had also been in the army for more than 10 years and was part of the earliest batch of people in the Black Armored Army. He could be said to be a veteran of hundreds of battles. Chung Chumo initially thought that this match would end early like the previous two, but he didn't expect that Du Guangshan wasn't a simple character either. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position during the process of exchanging blows with Gung Diaming even suffered a small loss twice due to carelessness. This Du Guangshan was originally a lieutenant in the Right Martial Marquis Guard. It's said that he trained in external martial arts since young. His fists and legs are as hard as rocks. Moreover, his internal martial arts aren't weak either. It can be said that he cultivates both internal and external martial arts. He's extremely brave on the battlefield and had also achieved many military merits back then. It's not fair. This person loves to drink, and alcohol is prohibited in the army. He once messed up matters due to drinking and violated military rules. He was almost beheaded, but General Yuchi cherished talent and personally pleaded for leniency on his behalf. Only then was his life spared. However, he was also demoted from his military position and is no longer in an important position. Shen Mu, who was standing beside Chung Chumo, opened his mouth to explain. This fellow was like an all-knowing man in Jianghu. He actually knew everything about Du Guangshan's background. It had to be said that Shen Mu was really qualified to be the captain of the first team of the Wu Battalion. Before the start of the competition, he had already done a background check on all the potential opponents. Regardless of whether the first team of the Wu Battalion could obtain the first place or not, just Shen Mu's serious attitude was impeccable. So this guy also has external martial arts. No wonder Gung Diaming didn't dare to take his moves head on. Hearing Shen Mu's words, Chung Chumo's words. At this time, he also Yuchi's I remember now. I've heard my father mention this person before. It's almost the same as what elder brother Shin just said. He's of the martial guard of. Yuchi Jingda was already conferred the title of the Right Martial Marquis Guard General in the 9th year of Wuda. Du Guangshan was one of Yuchi Jingda's troublemakers. Yuchi Jingda would naturally have a deep impression of him. It's not surprising that Yuchi Baolin had heard about Du Guangshan from his father. Shen Mu smiled. Following that, he muttered to himself in a low voice, "This round, I'm afraid it won't be easy for Team B. Who knows, they might even be able to turn the tables." Chapter 2053. If we win, we'll be domineering, but if we lose, we won't lose face. Chung Chumo's reasoning sounded simple and clear, but it was also the truest portrayal of his straightforward personality. Most of the men in the army had straightforward personalities, and there were quite a number of people who thought like Chung Chumo. Wang Rong was the first to stand up in support. I agree with Chumo's opinion. Old Shun, we can't place too much importance on the rankings. Kan Junli also said that he doesn't expect us to get first place, as long as we can learn from the battles and improve ourselves. If we want to improve ourselves, we must have a direct battle with the strongest A Battalion first team. Let the brothers of the second team go up and fight with the A Battalion first team. Even if we win in the end, it won't be glorious. Yuchi Baolin also nodded. Yes. My dad said before, when you're afraid of your opponent before the battle even starts, you've already lost. Big brother Shun, we definitely can't lose in terms of momentum. Chung Chumo asked curiously. Baolin, your dad actually said something of such standard? Baolin rolled his eyes at Chung Chumo and said exasperatedly, "Of course." Everyone was amused by these two clowns. Shinmu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since you all want to fight in the next round, then I have nothing to stop you. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a villain? In the next round, our team will fight in the arena. First eliminate the A Battalion second team, then fight the A Battalion first team. Let's fight with vigor." In the army, who didn't have some hot-bloodedness? Previously, when Shun Mu made such a decision, it wasn't because he was narrow-minded. The main reason was that he had to consider the final ranking of the entire team. He only had so much military power in his hands. As the team leader, every step he took, he had to be meticulous. That was why he wanted to let the E Battalion's second team go up first, to deplete the A Battalion's strength. But seeing that Cheng Chumo and the rest strongly objected to it, and each of their words made sense, Shen Mu's blood was boiling. At this time, he could only say F***K the ranking. They wanted to fight with the A Battalion first team fair and square. If they won, they would be domineering, and if they lost, they wouldn't lose face. Of course, it wasn't that the first team of the E Battalion had no chance of winning. The reason why Shen Mu agreed so readily, other than being hot-blooded, was because he believed that the first team of the E Battalion had an advantage over the first team of the A Battalion in some aspects. Firstly, the stamina of the members of Team 1 of the E Battalion was much stronger. In the preliminary round, Team 1 of the E Battalion had defeated Team 4 of the C Battalion with only 3 weaker members. And in the knockout round, Team 1 of the E Battalion was up against Team 1 of the B Battalion. Only Cheng Chumo was able to fight for 1 round before Li Er came and personally declared the loss of all the remaining matches for the B Battalion. Team 1 of the E Battalion was able to take advantage of Cheng Chumo and decide the victory with just 1 round. That was to say, from the preliminary round to the final round, the E Battalion first team only went through 4 rounds of small matches. And in these 4 rounds, the strongest members of their team were conserving their strength and didn't go up for battle. This kind of advantage was something that the A Battalion didn't have. Secondly, although the 5 members of the A Battalion first team were strong, but most of the opponents were veterans who had been in the Army for more than 10 years. The veterans did have an absolute advantage in terms of battle experience, but in terms of physical potential and stamina, they definitely couldn't be compared to the youngsters like Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Wang Rong. In addition to the previous few rounds of matches, when it came to the real battle, as long as Cheng Chumo and the rest could hold their ground in the early stages and slow down the pace of the match, they might have a chance to turn the tables. Chapter 2054. First round. Wang Rong, you're up. Make sure to end this quickly. In the first round of the second round of the competition, Shen Mu saw that the second team of the A Battalion had sent out Wang Jianting, who was in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. With a thought, he directly sent out his strongest combat power, Wang Rong. Wang Rong had advanced to the middle stage of Qi transforming many years ago. Although he wasn't as young and strong as Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, he had the advantage in terms of pure Qi and battle experience. Relying on the difference in cultivation level and battle experience, Shen Mu believed that Wang Rong would be able to end the first round quickly. In addition, Team E would be facing their strongest opponent soon, Team A of the 1st Battalion. Making use of this small match with almost no suspense, it would be a good way for Wang Rong to warm up. After all, Shen Mu didn't send Wang Rong on stage in the previous 2 matches in order to let him conserve his energy. Now, after resting for so long, my hands are already itching. Younger brother Shun, just watch. Hearing that Shen Mu wanted him to be the first to go on stage, Wang Rong couldn't help but laugh. He rubbed his sandbag-sized fist and said to Shen Mu, then walked impatiently to the center of the stage and stood in front of Wang Jianting. Team E of the 1st Battalion. First round, Team A of the 1st Battalion. Wang Jianting against Team E of the 1st Battalion. Wang Rong. Match start. Following the referee's shout, the match officially started. Speaking of which, this Wang Jianting was the only member of Team A of the 2nd Battalion who didn't go on stage in the previous match. As there wasn't much rest between each round, Wang Jianting should be the member with the best physical condition in Team A of the 2nd Battalion. Just that his personal ability was a far cry from Wang Rong's. Not only was Wang Rong's cultivation level much higher than Wang Jianting's, due to his daily training, his physical fitness was also better than Wang Jianting's. Hence, when the 2 of them started fighting, facing Wang Rong's ferocious attacks, Wang Jianting was already unable to withstand it. After 5 moves, Wang Jianting was already showing signs of defeat. This was also when Wang Rong intentionally held back some of his strength. Otherwise, according to Shen Mu's intention of ending the match quickly, he would have seriously injured Wang Jianting in those 5 moves. Wang Rong's moves became more and more urgent, faster and faster. Wang Jianting could only retreat while desperately blocking. Finally, He could no longer retreat because he had already retreated to the edge of the stage. At this moment, Wang Rong's fierce and domineering punch came whistling over. Wang Jianting, who was already panting from exhaustion, didn't want to receive Wang Rong's punch, so he directly jumped off the stage. When he landed, he said, "I admit defeat." Wang Rong cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Wang Rong is victorious in the first round of the battle. The referee immediately announced the result, and the Wu Battalion naturally let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Soon, the second round of the competition was about to begin. In this round, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion wanted to send out a person first. Shenmu pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Ming, you go up for this round. The opponent is very likely to send out Wu Hao this time. You try to be like Wang Rong and end the match quickly." Wu Hao was the second strongest member of Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, an expert of the intermediate stage of the Qi transforming stage. In the last round of the competition, he used only 10 moves to defeat Xian Wanlu of Team 1 of the D Battalion. Other than Wang Jianting, who had just lost, Wu Hao was the member of Team 2 of the A Battalion who used the least physical strength. Hence, Shenmu thought that if Team 2 of the A Battalion wanted to win this round, it was very likely that they would send out Wu Hao. Chapter 2055. We've won 2 matches in a row, and we've defeated the 2 strongest members of the A Battalion. Among the remaining 3, although their martial arts aren't bad, especially their leader Geng Daiming, but these 3 people have suffered great losses in the last round of the competition. Therefore, in this third round, we still have a good chance of winning. Near the back of the stage, Shenmu first patted Xiao Ming, who had just won the previous round, and then said to Cheng Chumo and the rest. Cheng Chumo excitedly waved his fist, then patted his chest and laughed. "Hee, since it is like this, old Shun, let me go up for the next round. My hands are itching from watching from the back. Quickly, let me go up for a round. I guarantee that I will win." Wang Rong couldn't help but ridicule. "Hey, Chuamo, you've just fought with Yuan Deshang of the 2nd Battalion. If you go up next, can you handle it? We still have to fight the A Battalion first team later." Cheng Chumo couldn't stand people looking down on him in terms of martial arts. Hearing this, he raised his chin and said with dissatisfaction, "Old Wang, are you looking down on me? Just like the previous round with Yuan Deshang, with my physical strength, I can fight 10 rounds in a day without a problem. I'm the same as Bao Lin, still young and have good physical strength. Unlike you, old Wang, who is old and will start to pant after 2 rounds. Hey, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big?" Wang Rong was just casually making fun of Cheng Chumo, but he didn't think that Cheng Chumo didn't know the concept of respecting the old and cherishing the young, and actually used this as an opening to make fun of him. Wang Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, he wouldn't get angry with Cheng Chumo just because of a few words. They were all brothers in the same battalion and would see each other frequently. After so many days of getting along, they were already very familiar with each other. This kind of joke was no longer harmful to the big picture. Third round. Hufane Battalion 2nd Team will fight. At this moment, the referee walked in front of the 5 members of the 2nd Team of the 1st Battalion and asked. As the leader of the 2nd Platoon of the battalion, Geng Daiming couldn't help but frown at this moment. To be honest, including him, the remaining 3 members on their side had already expended quite a bit of energy in the previous match. Moreover, he had also suffered quite a bit of injuries from the previous match with Du Guangshan. In the previous round, he had sent out the second best in condition, Wu Hao, in hopes that Wu Hao would be able to turn the situation around. Only then would there be a need to continue the match, and there would be a possibility of victory. But in the end, things didn't go as he wished, and Wu Hao still lost. They had lost 2 rounds consecutively, and were only left with 3 crippled soldiers. Geng Daiming turned his head and looked at Team 1 of the Wu Battalion, who was standing not far away from them. After a moment of hesitation, he retracted his gaze and looked at the referee in front of him again. He said, "There's no need to fight the 3rd round. Team 2 of the 1st Battalion admits defeat." From Geng Daiming's point of view, with the current strength of the 2 teams, there was indeed no need for Team 2 of the 1st Battalion to continue the match. They would lose without a doubt. The only effect of continuing the match would be to further expend the stamina of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion. But Team 1 of the Wu Battalion had chosen to fight in this round instead of letting Team 2 of the Wu Battalion wear down the strength of Team 2 of the 1st Battalion. They were upright first team. If Gung Daiming still wanted to continue the match, even though he knew that he would lose, and use this to expend the strength of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion to the greatest extent, wouldn't that be a little too despicable? This kind of thing, Gung Daiming couldn't do it. So instead of forcefully continuing the match, it would be better to just admit defeat and let Team 1 of the Wu Battalion and Team 1 of the 1st Battalion have a fair and upright battle between the strong. Chapter 2056. Team 1 of the Wu Battalion has won the challenge and become the new champion. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge the challenge? In the Black Armored Army's camp, on the stage, the referee turned around and called out to the people below the stage after he had confirmed the results. With Team 2 of the 1st Battalion admitting defeat, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion finally became the new champion and successfully entered the top 3. At this moment, only Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion, and Team 1 of the Wu Battalion were left. This result was very acceptable to the Wu Battalion. If this was before the start of the competition, who would have thought that the Wu Battalion, which was the weakest on the surface, would actually have 2 teams that could laugh till the end? Of course, this, on the surface, was only the original impression left by the Black Armored Army during the competition between the 5 battalions when the Black Armored Army was first expanded. At that time, the Wu Battalion was ranked last, not because the soldiers in the Wu Battalion weren't strong enough. It was because they didn't know each other at that time, and thus couldn't cooperate in the competition. It wasn't because they were weak. In fact, the soldiers in the Black Armored Army, no matter if they were new recruits or old veterans, were all selected carefully. It could be said that there were no weak soldiers in the Black Armored Army. As long as the training method was suitable and there was a rope twister who had enough prestige, every battalion in the Black Armored Army could become a powerful force. The current Wu Battalion was a living example. Hey, Team 1 of the 1st Battalion is willing to challenge the challenge. As expected by Shun Mu and the others, as soon as the referee finished speaking, a man with a white face, black beard, medium build, and about 30 to 40 years old led 4 soldiers out of the crowd. As he shouted loudly, he directly leaped up and leaped onto the general appointment platform. Team 1 of the 1st Battalion. This was the strongest on the surface Team 1 of the 1st Battalion in the Black Armored Army. From the preliminary round to the final round, the Black Armored Army Team 1 had never tasted defeat. They were the hottest contenders for the title of champion of this year's fighting competition. That was why the Black Armored Army Team 1 had never tasted defeat since the start of the competition. Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, Team Leader Zhang Sun, a Qi transforming stage expert. Like Field Officer Zhang of the 1st Battalion, he is also a senior figure in the Black Armored Army. He has been through hundreds of battles, and his strength is extremely terrifying. The few of us can't win against him. Whoever meets him later, just admit defeat. But I heard that in all the previous matches, Zhang Sun didn't fight. On the side of the first team of the 5th Battalion, Shun Mu began to explain to the few people beside him when he saw the 5 members of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Battalion enter the arena. Ching Chumo's little face darkened, and he couldn't help but complain. Why is he on the stage? Isn't this bullying? Team 1 of the Wu Battalion won the challenge and became the new champion. Is there any other team who wants to challenge the challenge? In the Black Armored Army's camp, on the stage, the referee turned around and called out to the people below the stage after he had confirmed the results. After the second team of the A Battalion admitted defeat, the first team of the E Battalion finally became the new champion and successfully entered the top 3. At this time, only the first team of the A Battalion and the second team of the E Battalion were left. This result was very acceptable to the E Battalion. If this was before the start of the competition, who would have thought that the Wu Battalion, which was the weakest on the surface, would actually have 2 teams that could laugh till the end?